the velvet corridor and the void. The interior of the Galactic Super Express was a masterpiece of retrofuturism. The walls of the passenger cars were lined with rich, crimson velvet, accented by polished brass fixtures that glowed warmly under the soft, ember gaslight-style lamps. To Nobita, Gian, Sunio, and Shizuka, it felt like they were riding the Orient Express. But as Vivan stepped out of their luxury cabin and slid the heavy mahogany door shut behind him, the illusion of a cozy train ride faded. His god key sense stripped away the velvet and brass, revealing the cold, unforgiving vacuum of deep space pressing against the fortified 22nd century hull. "Where is it, Sage?" Vivan whispered, walking down the plush carpet of the empty corridor. "And LT tracking. The biological anomaly is currently clinging to the exterior hull of car number 4. Specifically near the panoramic observation window. It is attempting to secrete an acidic enzyme to breach the reinforced glass." And GT Vivan reached car 4. The observation deck was deserted, a massive dome of curved, transparent aluminum offering a breathtaking, unobstructed view of a swirling purple nebula. But clinging to the outside of the glass, perfectly silhouetted against the starlight, was a horrifying creature. It looked like a cross between a metallic starfish and a biological virus. Pulsing with a sickly, iridescent green light. A Yadori parasite. It was scraping its microscopic, needle-like legs against the glass, a faint sizzle echoing through the hull as its acid began to eat into the transparent aluminum. If it breached the window, the vacuum of space would suck every passenger in the car out into the void. Vivan didn't panic. He walked up to the glass, resting his right hand against the cool surface. "Anti-venom," Vivan commanded silently. Beneath his skin, the newly acquired marvel symbiote stirred. It wasn't a violent takeover, it felt like a cold, hyper-intelligent fluid rushing through his veins. A pure white, biological mass seeped from Vivan's pores, wrapping around his right hand and forearm, forming a sleek, muscular white gauntlet with jagged black accents. "Sage, calculate the precise molecular oscillation required to phase the symbiote through the transparent aluminum without breaking the vacuum seal." And LT calculating. "Adjusting symbiote cellular frequency to match the glass matrix." "Proceed." And GT Vivan pushed his hand forward. The white symbiote mass vibrated at a microscopic level, phasing smoothly through the solid glass like a ghost passing through a wall. In the cold vacuum of space, the white tendrils erupted outward, violently wrapping around the pulsing green Yadori parasite. The alien creature shrieked a silent vibration in the vacuum as it tried to infect the white mass. But anti-venom was the ultimate biological cleanser. The symbiote's cleansing antibodies flooded into the parasite, instantly dissolving its acidic glands and neutralizing its nervous system. Within 2 seconds, the Yadori crumbled into harmless, inert grey dust, scattering into the stellar wind. Vivan pulled his hand back through the glass, the white symbiote retracting flawlessly into his skin. "One bug down," Vivan murmured, looking out at the nebula. But parasites rarely travel alone. Chapter 102, The Mechanical Belly. Vivan didn't return to the cabin. If one Yadori had made it onto the hull, there was a high probability the swarm had already targeted the train's weak points. The most vulnerable area of the Galactic Super Express wasn't the passenger cars, it was the engine and luggage compartments, entirely automated and devoid of human presence. He moved silently through the train cars, his footsteps making zero sound on the carpets. He passed the dining car, where robotic waiters with sleek, silver faces were polishing crystal glasses in preparation for a dinner. Vivan's god key sense swept over them. Clean. No infections. He reached the heavy, reinforced steel door leading to the luggage and engine compartments. A glowing red sign read, "Authorized personnel only. Automated sector." Vivan bypassed the electronic lock by generating a microscopic electrical pulse from his Thor's lightning affinity, perfectly matching the keycard frequency. The heavy door hissed open, revealing a stark contrast to the luxury of the passenger cars. Here, the train was a labyrinth of exposed pipes, massive humming plasma drives, and towering stacks of alien luggage. The lighting was a dim, utilitarian blue. "And LT alert," and GT the Great Sage chimed, its voice dropping an octave in Vivan's mind. "And LT multiple parasitic signatures detected within this sector. The Yodori have successfully breached the lower exhaust vents." And GT Vivan stepped into the shadows, letting the heavy door seal behind him. He activated his observation haki, expanding his awareness through the sprawling mechanical belly of the train. He felt them. They weren't just crawling on the walls. The Yodori had already found hosts. Down the narrow aisle between two mountains of luggage, 3 heavy-duty loader robots were standing completely still. Normally, these machines moved with fluid, programmed efficiency. Now, they were twitching sporadically. A faint, sickly green glow emanated from the seams of their metal plating. The parasites had burrowed into the robots' central processing units, hijacking their motor functions and turning the peaceful luggage handlers into mechanical zombies. "They're gathering weapons," Vivan noted, watching from the shadows as the infected robots began to pry open a crate of hunting rifles belonging to an alien passenger. Vivan closed his eyes, his breathing slowing to a deep, rhythmic crawl. He could easily blast them with a Kamehameha, but doing so would destroy the luggage, damage the train's plasma drives, and alert the entire ship. This required surgical precision. This required the white suit. Chapter 103, The White Web. The transformation was silent and beautifully terrifying. The white biological mass erupted from Vivan's chest, flowing over his shoulders, down his legs, and wrapping over his face. The sleek, muscular anti-venom suit fully materialized, the jagged black spider emblem stretching across his chest, and 2 massive, glowing white eyes narrowing in the dim blue light. Vivan didn't just feel stronger, he felt an incredible, primal awareness of biology and chemistry. The symbiote hungered, not for flesh, but for the eradication of disease. And the Yodori was a disease. Vivan dropped from the ceiling rafters, landing silently directly behind the 3 infected loader robots. Thwib! From his wrists, 2 thick, white biological tendrils shot out. They didn't act like Spider-Man's webs, they acted like living, seeking surgical tubes. The tendrils bypassed the robot's heavy armor, slipping smoothly into the ventilation grates on the backs of their necks. The moment the symbiote made contact with the Yodori parasites nested inside the robot's CPUs, the cleansing began. The infected robots violently seized, dropping the hunting rifles they had been unpacking. The sickly green glow emanating from their joints flared wildly as the parasites fought back, trying to inject their alien virus into the white tendrils. It was useless. The anti-venom symbiote acted as an absolute biological firewall. The white mass flooded the robot's circuitry, isolating the Yodori, breaking down their cellular structure, and violently purging them from the motherboards. HSSSSS thick, black sludge began to leak from the robot's exhaust ports, the neutralized remains of the Yodori. The green glow faded entirely, replaced by the standard, soft blue light of the robot's default operating systems. Vivan retracted his tendrils, the white mass snapping back into his wrists. The 3 loader robots rebooted, their optical sensors blinking in confusion as they looked at the dropped rifles, entirely unaware that they had just been hijacked. And LT primary infection vectors in the luggage sector have been neutralized, and GT the Great Sage confirmed. And LT the train is currently secure. However, telemetry suggests the original Yodori spores were picked up when the train passed through the Oort cloud. More may be waiting at our destination. And GT the white symbiote melted away, retreating beneath Vivan's skin. He adjusted his jacket, picked up the hunting rifles, and neatly placed them back into the alien crate. If they're waiting at Dreamer's Land, Vivan muttered, turning back toward the passenger cars, they're going to realize they picked the wrong train to hijack. Chapter 104, Dreamer's Land. The rest of the train ride passed in peaceful luxury. Nobita ate his weight in futuristic space pudding, Sunio bragged about his arcade scores, and Doraemon relaxed in the zero-gravity lounge. Vivan played the role of the quiet, observant friend, though his senses remained cast over the entire locomotive. 20 hours later, the Galactic Super Express began its deceleration protocol. Look! Out the window! Shizuka gasped, pressing her hands against the glass. Hanging in the vast expanse of space was a massive, artificial planetary ring system, built around a cluster of hollowed-out asteroids. This was Dreamer's Land, the largest amusement park in the galaxy. Each massive asteroid was covered in a specialized, atmospheric dome, hosting entirely different worlds. There was a lush, green asteroid that looked like a prehistoric jungle, a dusty, red asteroid resembling the American Wild West, and a dark, forested asteroid mimicking feudal Japan. We're here! Nobita cheered, practically vibrating with excitement. The train docked at the central hub, a sprawling, high-tech station, filled with thousands of alien tourists from across the cosmos. Automated announcements echoed in 100 different languages, and holographic signs pointed toward the various themed planets. Doraemon handed everyone a specialized, golden passport. This gives us VIP access to every planet in the park. The gravity, atmosphere, and safety protocols are all perfectly regulated. Where should we go first? The Wild West, Nobita declared instantly. I want to be a gunslinger. As the gang rushed toward the glowing portal leading to the western planet, Vivan hung back for a fraction of a second. The central hub was massive, crowded, and chaotic. It was the perfect environment for a parasite to hide. He tapped into his God Key sense. The overwhelming noise of the alien crowds washed over him. He filtered out the joy, the excitement, and the artificial hum of the park's machinery. Deep beneath the central hub, down in the maintenance shafts where tourists never went, Vivan felt a faint, rhythmic pulse. It was the same sickly, green signature he had felt on the train. "And LT notice," and GT the Great Sage whispered. "And LT the Yadori have already established a vanguard presence on Dreamer's Land. They are slowly infecting the park's automated staff to disable the safety limiters." And GT Vivan's eyes narrowed. "Keep tracking their numbers, Sage. Let me know when they reach critical mass. For now, let's let Nobita play cowboy." Chapter 105, Shadows in the Wild West. Stepping through the portal into the western planet was like walking onto a hyper-realistic movie set. The ground was covered in dry, red dust. Wooden saloons lined the main street, and robotic horses were hitched to wooden posts. The sky above the dome was engineered to look like a blazing, relentless desert sun. Doraemon handed Nobita a toy six-shooter and a Stetson hat. "Remember, Nobita, all the weapons here fire harmless, concentrated light. If you hit a robotic outlaw's sensor, they dramatic fall and the game is over." Nobita, who was famously clumsy at everything in life except marksmanship, spun the toy revolver on his finger with terrifying, natural precision. "Leave it to me. I'm the fastest draw in the West." They walked into the main saloon, which was populated entirely by robotic actors programmed to play poker, drink root beer, and occasionally start bar brawls for the tourists' entertainment. As Nobita swaggered up to the bar to order a sarsaparilla, Vivan leaned against the wooden swinging doors. His eyes weren't on the robotic outlaws playing cards, his eyes were on the robotic sheriff standing in the corner. The sheriff's optical sensors were supposed to glow a warm, friendly amber. Currently, they were flickering with a faint, sickly green tint. The Yadori had infected the park's security. Suddenly, the infected sheriff stood up, its mechanical joints grinding. It drew its massive, silver revolver. But unlike Nobita's toy, the Yadori had bypassed the robot's safety limiters. The revolver was charging a highly lethal, unnerved plasma bolt, aiming directly at the back of Nobita's head. "Die, mammal," the infected sheriff buzzed, its voice distorted. Nobita, completely oblivious, was sipping his drink. Vivan didn't shout. He didn't run. He utilized his speed force fragment. The saloon froze. Vivan casually walked across the room, the dust hanging perfectly still in the air. He reached the infected sheriff. He didn't break the robot. He couldn't risk causing a scene and ruining Nobita's vacation yet. Instead, a tiny, microscopic tendril of white anti-venom symbiote extended from Vivan's index finger. He slipped the tendril into the barrel of the sheriff's charging plasma revolver, channeling the cleansing antibodies directly into the robot's central processing unit. The parasite inside the sheriff violently dissolved. The lethal plasma charge in the gun was instantly neutralized, reverting back to harmless light. Vivan casually walked back to the swinging doors and released the speed force. Time resumed. "Draw, outlaw!" Nobita suddenly yelled, spinning around and firing his toy gun at the sheriff, completely by coincidence. The harmless light beam hit the sheriff's chest sensor. Because Vivan had just cured the robot and rebooted its system, its default programming immediately kicked back in. "Ya got me, partner!" The robotic sheriff groaned theatrically, dramatically collapsing to the wooden floor. "Wow! Nobita, you're amazing!" Shizuka cheered, clapping her hands. Vivan smiled, tipping an imaginary hat. "Nice shot, cowboy!" Chapter 106, The Ninja Infiltration. After thoroughly conquering the Wild West, the gang took a hypertram to the ninja planet. The environment shifted drastically. The scorching desert was replaced by a dense, misty bamboo forest, ancient wooden castles, and a sky perpetually painted in the deep indigo of twilight. Hidden speakers played the faint, eerie sound of a shakuhachi flute. "This place gives me the creeps," Sunio shivered, looking at the shadows. "They say the robotic ninjas here are programmed to jump out and ambush tourists." "That's the whole point, Sunio." Gian laughed, throwing imaginary shurikens. Vivan walked at the back of the group, his hands tucked inside his jacket. While the others saw a fun, spooky amusement park, Vivan's god key sense was painting a very different picture. The ninja planet was massive, filled with intricate underground tunnels and hidden trapdoors designed for the robotic performers. It was the perfect hive. "And LT alert, and GT the Great Sage reported, processing the massive influx of data. And LT the density of the Yadori infection is significantly higher in this sector. They are using the subterranean maintenance tunnels of the ninja planet as their primary staging ground. I am detecting a massive, localized hive mind node beneath the central castle. And GT they're gathering," Vivan thought. "Doraemon, I'm going to explore the upper levels of the castle. You guys go ahead to the shuriken training grounds. Don't get lost, Vivan," Doraemon warned, waving as the gang ran off toward a target practice booth. Once Vivan was alone in the bamboo forest, his demeanor shifted entirely. He dropped the casual, relaxed posture of a tourist. He didn't activate the symbiote, this was a stealth mission, and the bright white suit would stand out in the twilight. Instead, he tapped into the Naruto franchise. He hadn't used his pure shinobi skills in a while, relying mostly on raw physical strength or Logia light. Vivan channeled his chakra, silencing his footsteps completely. He leaped into the dense bamboo canopy, moving from stalk to stalk without rustling a single leaf. He blended his god ki with his chakra, entirely erasing his presence from the physical and spiritual planes. Even if the Yadori had thermal or magical scanners, Vivan registered as nothing more than empty air. He moved like a true ghost over the walls of the ancient robotic castle, slipping through a high, unbarred window and dropping into the pitch-black maintenance shafts hidden behind the decorative paper walls. It was time to find the Queen's vanguard. Chapter 107, The Infection Spreads. The maintenance shaft beneath the ninja castle was a sprawling cavern of exposed wires, massive hydraulic lifts, and cooling fans. But it was no longer pristine 22nd century engineering. The walls were coated in a thick, pulsating, iridescent green slime. It looked like a cancerous fungal growth spreading across the metal. Dozens of robotic ninjas, samurai, and mechanical geishas stood perfectly still in the center of the cavern, their eyes glowing with that sickening green light. They were lined up in a terrifying, silent military formation. Hovering above them was a massive, grotesque sack of green biological matter attached to the ceiling's power grid. It was a Yadori incubation pod, leaching raw electricity from the park's generators to rapidly clone new parasites. Vivan hung upside down from a steel rafter, hidden in the shadows, his eyes narrowed. "End LT analysis complete," and GT the Great Sage whispered. "End LT the incubation pod is preparing to disperse airborne spores through the park's central ventilation system. If successful, every biological life form on Dreamer's Land, including the tourists and your companions, will be infected and possessed within 4 minutes. And GT 4 minutes is 3 minutes too long," Vivan thought. Before Vivan could drop down and destroy the pod, the cavern floor shuddered. A massive, heavily armored robotic dragon designed as the park's final boss attraction slithered out from a deeper tunnel. It was completely possessed by the Yadori, its mechanical jaws dripping with the green, acidic slime. Suddenly, a loud, piercing alarm echoed through the cavern, followed by a voice over the park's intercom system. "Warning! Biological containment breach in Sector 4. All tourists please evacuate to the central hub." The Yadori had triggered their endgame early. The robotic ninjas below immediately scattered, running toward the maintenance elevators. Their programming completely overridden. Their new directive: slaughter the tourists and secure the park sage, track Nobita and the gang, Vivan ordered, dropping from the rafter. "And LT they are currently trapped in the Shuriken training courtyard. 6 infected robotic samurai are converging on their position. And GT I can't be in 2 places at once," Vivan muttered, glancing at the massive incubation pod above. "Actually, yes, I can." Vivan raised his hands, his fingers crossing into the iconic cross-shaped seal. "Shadow clone jutsu." With a sharp poof of smoke, an exact duplicate of Vivan appeared beside him. "You take the kids," the real Vivan told his clone. "I'll purge the hive." The clone nodded, instantly using instant transmission to vanish. The real Vivan turned back to the massive, infected robotic dragon and the pulsating green pod above it. He took a deep breath, letting the pure, cleansing white mass of the anti-venom symbiote erupt from his skin, encasing him in the sleek, terrifying armor. "Time to clean up this park," Vivan's distorted voice echoed through the cavern. Chapter 108, The Symbiotic Purge. The infected robotic dragon sensed Vivan's presence the moment the white symbiote materialized. It whipped its massive, mechanical head around, its optic sensors burning bright green. It unhinged its jaw and unleashed a torrent of highly corrosive, green acidic fire directly at Vivan. Vivan didn't dodge. The acidic fire engulfed him completely, filling the maintenance cavern with thick, toxic smoke. The dragon let out a triumphant, metallic screech. But as the smoke cleared, the white figure stood completely unharmed. The anti-venom symbiote didn't just resist the acid, it actively consumed it, neutralizing the alien chemistry on contact and converting it into harmless water vapor that hissed off Vivan's massive white shoulders. "You're going to need a hotter fire," Vivan growled. He lunged forward, the sheer kinetic force of his Atlantean muscles shattering the steel grating beneath his feet. He closed the distance to the dragon in a microsecond. His right arm violently morphed, the white symbiote shifting and hardening into a massive, razor-sharp battle axe. He swung the biological weapon with devastating force, cleanly severing the dragon's heavily armored head from its mechanical neck. But Vivan wasn't done. The headless dragon chassis twitched, the green Yadori slime trying to reattach the severed head. Vivan unleashed a flurry of white, web-like tendrils from his chest. The tendrils shot into the dragon's exposed neck, flooding the massive machine with cleansing antibodies. The green slime shrieked, violently bubbling and dissolving as the anti-venom eradicated the alien virus at a cellular level. The massive robot finally went completely dead, crashing to the floor. Meanwhile, up on the surface, Nobita, Shizuka, Doraemon, Sunio, and Gian were backed into a corner of the training courtyard. 6 robotic samurai, their eyes glowing green, advanced on them with raised, razor-sharp katanas. Doraemon! Do something! Gian yelled, shielding Sunio. I can't. My gadgets are jammed by their jamming frequency. Doraemon panicked. The lead samurai swung its blade down toward Shizuka. Clang! A figure materialized out of thin air, catching the descending steel blade with his bare, human hand. It was Vivan's shadow clone. He squeezed his fist, and the samurai's katana shattered into a dozen pieces. Before the samurai could react, Vivan's clone delivered a lightning-fast, spinning roundhouse kick laced with Ryuo, internal destruction. The kick connected with the lead samurai's chest plate, sending a shockwave through the air that violently knocked all 6 robots backward. Their internal parasitic cores instantly detonated. Vivan! Shizuka gasped, tears in her eyes. Stay behind me, the clone said, his eyes scanning the rooftops as dozens more infected ninja bots began to swarm the courtyard. This is going to get messy. Back in the underground cavern, the real Vivan looked up at the massive incubation pod on the ceiling. It was pulsating violently, ready to burst and release millions of airborne spores. Vivan raised both his hands, forming a triangle with his fingers. He didn't use the symbiote for this, he needed absolute, total eradication. He drew on the blinding, solar power of his DC Superman heat vision, but channeled it through his palms using chakra control, focusing it into a terrifyingly dense point of pure thermal energy. Solar flare. A blinding, white-hot beam of absolute heat erupted from Vivan's hands, striking the incubation pod. The extreme temperature didn't just burn the pod, it instantly vaporized the alien biomass and every single spore inside, leaving absolutely nothing behind but sterilized ash. The hive was dead. Chapter 109, The Yadori Mothership. The destruction of the central incubation pod sent a massive psychic shockwave through the Yadori network. Across Dreamer's Land, the infected robots suddenly staggered, their green eyes flickering errantly as they lost connection to the hive mind. Vivan's clone easily dispatched the disoriented ninja bots in the courtyard, ensuring Nobita and the gang were safe. Down in the cavern, the real Vivan retracted the anti-venom suit, his normal clothes perfectly intact beneath. He approached the severed head of the robotic dragon. A single, surviving Yadori parasite the size of a fist was crawling out of the robot's optical sensor, attempting to flee. Vivan casually stepped on its tentacles, pinning it to the metal grating. You aren't a rogue infection, Vivan said coldly, looking down at the pulsing green alien. You're a biological weapon. And biological weapons have a source. Where is she? The parasite hissed, a weak telepathic frequency attempting to pierce Vivan's mind. It was a desperate, panicked broadcast aimed toward the stars. And LT notice, and GT the Great Sage intercepted the frequency instantly. And LT telemetric trace successful. The transmission is aimed at a heavily cloaked vessel hiding in the outer asteroid belt surrounding Dreamer's Land. It is the Idori mothership. And GT gotcha, Vivan smiled. He crushed the parasite beneath his boot, purging the last remnant of the infection from the park. Vivan used instant transmission to teleport directly back to the training courtyard, smoothly dispelling his shadow clone. Before anyone noticed there had been two of him. Vivan. You're okay? Nobita cheered, running up to him. I'm fine, Vivan said, looking up at the artificial sky dome of the ninja planet. Doraemon, the park's automated security forces should be rebooting now that the jamming signal is gone. Keep everyone here. I have one last thing to take care of. Vivan, where are you going? Shizuka asked, her voice laced with worry. I need to squash the queen, Vivan replied. He didn't wait for them to argue. Vivan bent his knees and launched himself directly upward. The sheer physical force of his Atlantean legs propelled him like a cannonball. He phased his body into Logia light, becoming a blinding, golden streak that shot straight through the atmospheric dome of Dreamer's Land, exiting into the cold, silent vacuum of space. He flew at light speed through the asteroid belt, weaving flawlessly between massive, floating chunks of rock. Hidden in the shadow of a colossal, cratered asteroid was a massive, organic-looking spaceship. It looked like a giant, rotting horseshoe crab, pulsing with a toxic, sickly green bioluminescence. The mothership. Chapter 110, Eradication and the Perfect Fusion. Vivan hovered in the vacuum of space before the massive, grotesque vessel. The ship's biological sensors detected his presence. Hundreds of gross, organic turrets emerged from the hull, firing concentrated blasts of acidic plasma directly at him. Vivan didn't dodge. He let the anti-venom symbiote erupt, enveloping him entirely in the muscular white armor. He activated his speed force, accelerating his perception to the point where the plasma bolts appeared to crawl through the void. He flew directly through the barrage, the white symbiote effortlessly absorbing and purifying any stray acid that touched him. He reached the main biological airlock of the mothership. Instead of hacking it or blasting it open, Vivan simply extended a massive, white-bladed tendril from his arm and sliced clean through the thick, fleshy hull. He stepped inside the alien ship. The interior was a nightmare of pulsating veins, green slime, and thousands of dormant Yadori incubation pods lining the walls. At the end of the massive chamber hung the Yadora Queen. She was a gargantuan, swollen mass of alien brain tissue and tentacles, suspended from the ceiling by thick biological cables. Mortal! The Queen's telepathic voice boomed in Vivan's mind, dripping with malice and absolute arrogance. You have destroyed my vanguard. But you are foolish to enter my domain. I shall consume your biomass and add your strength to the swarm. Thousands of tentacles shot from the walls, aiming to ensnare Vivan and drag him into the Queen's acidic maw. Vivan didn't move. He stood perfectly still in his gleaming white armor. You misunderstand the food chain, Vivan's distorted, terrifying voice echoed telepathically back at the Queen. I didn't come here to fight you. I came here to cure you. Vivan unleashed the full, unrestrained power of the anti-venom symbiote, supercharging it with his ki and the infinite processing of the Great Sage. Massive, tidal waves of pure white biological mass erupted from Vivan's body, completely flooding the chamber. The white symbiote acted like a biblical flood of antibodies. It washed over the dormant pods, instantly dissolving them into ash. It climbed the fleshy walls, purifying the green slime and turning the ship's interior into a sterile, blinding white expanse. The Queen shrieked in absolute agony as the white mass surged up her tentacles, invading her central brain mass. The alien virus fought desperately, but it was fundamentally outclassed. The anti-venom tore apart her genetic code, severing the hive mind completely. In less than 10 seconds, the gargantuan Queen withered, dissolved, and crumbled into a mountain of harmless grey dust. The mother ship was dead. The Yadori species was permanently eradicated from the cosmos. The white symbiote retracted, pulling back from the walls and settling flawlessly back beneath Vivan's skin. He stood in the center of the massive, now empty chamber, taking a deep breath of the newly purified air. A massive, brilliant blue screen illuminated the darkness of the dead ship. Major arc complete, Nobita and the Galaxy Super Express evaluation, SSS rank, galactic parasitic threat eradicated, Queen neutralized, host unharmed. Rewards distributed. Marvel franchise, anti-venom symbiote, perfect fusion achieved. Host can now manipulate the symbiote mass without full body manifestation, utilizing localized healing, tendrils, and cleansing on command. New franchise tree expansion, Bleach, holification line. Current ability unlocked, Fullbringer fragment, matter manipulation. Smiled, reading the blue screen. Perfect fusion. The symbiote was no longer an alien. Vivan passenger, it was entirely, genetically indistinguishable from his own cells. He touched the metal wall of the ship, focusing on the newly unlocked Fullbringer fragment. He pulled slightly on the sole of the metal, and the steel effortlessly bent to his will, forming a perfectly smooth, solid chair. Vivan sat down in the chair he had just pulled from the wall, looking out the massive breach in the hull at the distant, glittering lights of Dreamer's Land. 17 movies down, Vivan whispered to the silent void. I wonder what kind of nightmare the universe is going to throw at me next. Chapter 111, The Galactic Lottery and the Soul of Matter. The sweltering heat of late July hung over Tokyo like a damp, heavy blanket. Inside Nobita's room, the relentless hum of the cicadas outside the window provided the only soundtrack to an incredibly lazy afternoon. Doraemon was asleep in the closet, Nobita was snoring face down on a half-finished math worksheet, and Vivan sat cross-legged on the tatami mat, entirely focused on a standard graphite pencil. He wasn't writing. He was pulling at its soul. With his eyes closed, Vivan tapped into the Fullbringer fragment he had acquired after eradicating the Yadora Queen. Unlike Haki, which forced its will upon the world, or Chakra, which converted physical energy into elements, Fullbring manipulated the latent soul that existed in all physical matter. And LT notice, and GT the flawless, mechanical voice of the great sage whispered in his mind. And LT Fullbring affinity is currently at 14%. The molecular structure of the graphite is yielding to your spiritual pressure. And GT. Vivan exhaled slowly. The pencil floating between his hands didn't just bend, it liquefied, reshaping itself into a perfect, razor-sharp graphite kunao, then into a small metallic-looking flower, before snapping back into a perfectly normal pencil. Matter manipulation, Vivan murmured, opening his eyes. It's subtle, but terrifying if scaled up. His quiet training was violently interrupted by Nobita abruptly shooting up from his desk, a string of drool hanging from his chin. I can't take it anymore. Sunio is bragging about his family buying a private island for the summer. I want an island. No, I want a whole planet. Doraemon slid the closet door open, rubbing his eyes and yawning, his robotic joints clicking softly. Nobita, you can't just buy a planet. Real estate in the galaxy is incredibly expensive. But you have a gadget for it, don't you? Nobita pleaded, grabbing Doraemon's round hands. Please. Just let me look at some planets. Doraemon sighed, reaching into his 4D pocket. He pulled out a thick, glowing futuristic catalog and a small stack of golden tickets. This is the Galactic Planet Lottery. Sometimes, they give away small, uninhabited asteroids as promotional prizes. But the odds of winning are 1 in a trillion. Nobita snatched a ticket and scratched off the holographic foil with a coin. BZZZT. Try again. He scratched another. And another. His face grew redder with frustration until he reached the very last ticket at the bottom of the pile. He aggressively scraped the foil away. Suddenly, the ticket erupted in a shower of brilliant, golden holographic confetti. A cheery, automated trumpet fanfare echoed through the bedroom. "Congratulations," a robotic voice cheered from the ticket. "You are the grand prize winner. You are now the proud owner of Sector 77B, the spiral asteroid." DORAEMON'S jaw hit the floor. He actually won. Major arc initiated, Nobita and the Spiral City status, planetary claim established. Objective: colonize the spiral asteroid, uncover its dormant sentience, and defeat the encroaching invasive plant alien armada. Rewards: DC franchise, Swamp Thing plant control, the green affinity. Vivan looked at the glowing blue system prompt floating in his vision. Green. The elemental force that connected all plant life in the DC universe. He stood up, catching the pencil out of the air and slipping it into his pocket. "Well, Nobita. It looks like you just beat Tsunio's private island. Let's go see your new world." Chapter 112, The Pristine World Using the Anywhere Door, Doraemon. Inputted the exact galactic coordinates provided by the winning lottery ticket. The pink door hummed, the frame vibrating slightly as it locked onto a location millions of light-years away from the Milky Way. Nobita reached out, his hand trembling with excitement, and turned the knob. As the door swung open, a rush of incredibly pure, sweet-smelling air flooded into the stuffy Tokyo bedroom. It smelled like fresh rain on pine needles and blooming jasmine. Vivan stepped through the threshold first, his god key sense instantly sweeping the area to ensure the environment was breathable and secure. What his senses reported back was absolutely staggering. They stepped out onto a lush, rolling hillside covered in vibrant, emerald green grass that felt softer than carpet. Surrounding them were towering, spiraling trees with bark that looked like polished mahogany and leaves that shimmered with a faint, bioluminescent silver glow. In the distance, a crystal-clear river wound its way through a sprawling, untouched valley. But what caught Vivan's attention wasn't the visuals, it was the energy. "Great Sage," Vivan communicated silently. "What is this?" "End LT analysis complete," and GT the Sage replied. "End LT the atmospheric composition is identical to Earth's during its prehistoric peak. However, the flora here possesses a highly dense, unified neural network. The entire planet is operating on a single, harmonious biological frequency." "And GT it's alive," Vivan whispered. "Not just the plants, the planet itself felt like a single, slumbering entity." "It's beautiful." Shizuka gasped, stepping through the door behind them alongside Gian and Tsunio, who had been hurriedly invited via telephone. "And the best part," Nobita cheered, spinning around in the grass. "It belongs to me. Take that, Tsunio. My private planet." Tsunio, for once, was completely speechless, staring at a massive, spiraling flower that was slowly opening its petals to the gentle sunlight. "The gravity is exactly 1 g, Doraemon noted, checking his wrist scanner. "And the temperature is a perfect 24 degrees Celsius. It's an absolute paradise. We can build anything we want here. A city," Nobita declared. "A city where we don't have to do homework, and everything is fun. A wind-up city." As the kids began excitedly plotting out their metropolis, pulling out toys and blueprints, Vivan walked toward the edge of the crystal river. He knelt down, trailing his fingers through the cool water. His prehistoric sage mode passively absorbed a tiny fraction of the ambient nature energy. It tasted sweet, untainted by war or pollution. But as he looked up at the sky, his god key caught a faint, discordant note. A microscopic ripple in the planet's perfect harmony. Somewhere, far out in the dark void of space, something dark and parasitic was drifting toward their new home. Chapter 113, The Breath of Life. Building a city from scratch would take decades for normal humans, but with 22nd century technology, it took an afternoon. Doraemon provided the life spring gas, a miraculous aerosol spray that granted sentience and mobility to inanimate objects. Nobita and the gang brought suitcases full of toys, plush bears, plastic dinosaurs, wind-up tin soldiers, and model trains. Just one spray, Doraemon instructed, coating a stuffed teddy bear in the shimmering, pink gas. A moment later, the bear blinked its button eyes, stretched its stubby arms, and let out a cheerful squeak before waddling over to help Sunio assemble a miniature skyscraper made of expansion blocks. Vivan sat on a nearby hill, watching the construction. The life spring gas fascinated him. He tapped into his Fullbringer fragment, observing the process on a spiritual level. The gas wasn't creating real souls, it was artificially inflating the latent soul of matter that Vivan manipulated, giving the toys a temporary, simulated consciousness based on their owner's affection. They're reflections of the kids, Vivan mused, watching a toy pig perfectly mimic Gian's bossy posture while directing traffic. By sunset, a sprawling, whimsical metropolis had been erected in the valley. The wind-up city featured roller coaster transit lines, buildings made of brightly colored blocks, and hundreds of living toys bustling about. It was a masterpiece of childhood imagination. We did it! Nobita cheered, collapsing onto the soft grass, exhausted but incredibly proud. We built our own world. It's getting late, Doraemon said, checking the sky, which was turning a beautiful shade of violet. We should head back to Earth for dinner. We can come back tomorrow. The gang agreed, waving goodbye to the cheerful toy citizens as they headed back to the Anywhere door stationed on the hill. As Vivan walked toward the door, he paused. He looked down at the soft dirt near the door frame. There was a large, heavy boot print etched into the soil. A boot print that didn't belong to any of them. Sage, Vivan narrowed his eyes. Scan the perimeter. End LT scanning. Intruder detected. A human biological signature crossed the threshold of the Anywhere door approximately 3 hours ago while the door was left open in Nobita's bedroom. NGT. Vivan's gaze shifted toward the dense, spiraling forest bordering their toy city. Someone snuck in. Vivan! Are you coming? Shizuka called out from the door. I'll be right behind you, Vivan smiled warmly. I just dropped something. Go on ahead. As the door clicked shut, leaving Vivan alone in the violet twilight of the spiral asteroid, his smile vanished. The serene nature energy of the planet was beginning to curdle. The intruder had brought something with them. Chapter 114, The Cosmic Hitchhiker. Back on Earth, the evening news was broadcasting an urgent bulletin across Tokyo, warning all residents to lock their doors. Kumatora, the notorious jewel thief and violent fugitive, has escaped maximum security custody. He is considered extremely dangerous. Vivan didn't need the news report. He was currently tracking the man's terrified, chaotic aura through the dense, glowing forests of the Spiral City. Kumatora, a hulking man with a scarred face and a desperate, wild look in his eyes, was thrashing through the pristine alien underbrush. He had stumbled into Nobita's room while running from the police and dove through the pink door, expecting a closet. Instead, he found himself marooned on an alien world. What is this place? Kumatora panted, swinging a heavy iron crowbar to hack away the glowing vines. Talking toys? Purple skies? Am I hallucinating? Vivan observed him from the branch of a towering tree, completely masked by his god key. Kumatora was a violent criminal, yes, but to Vivan, he was barely a threat. Vivan could knock him out with a flick of his finger and toss him back through the door. But the great sage was warning Vivan not to intervene just yet. "And LT alert," and GT the sage's voice echoed with rare urgency. "And LT the human intruder is carrying an extraterrestrial pathogen. Trace elements on his boots indicate he stepped through a recent meteorite impact site on Earth before entering Nobita's room." And GT Vivan's eyes zoomed in, utilizing the microscopic visual enhancement of his Atlantean physiology. Clinging to the mud on Kumatora's left boot was a tiny, pulsating, pitch-black seed. It wasn't from Earth. It was a parasitic spore that had hitched a ride across the cosmos. As Kumatora stumbled into a clearing, panting heavily, he scraped his boots against the exposed, glowing root of an ancient spiral tree to clear the mud. The black spore was dislodged. It fell onto the glowing root. The moment it made contact with the planet's hyperdense, unified biological network, the spore violently activated. It didn't grow, it infected. The beautiful, silver-glowing root instantly turned a sickly, necrotic gray. The infection shot up the trunk of the tree at blinding speed. The leaves mutated, sharpening into jagged, metallic blades. The bark split open, revealing pulsating, fleshy green vines covered in thorns that dripped with corrosive acid. "What the hell?" Kumatora screamed, falling backward as the corrupted tree suddenly animated, whipping a massive, thorny vine toward his chest. Before the vine could pierce the convict, a blur of white light dropped from the canopy. Vivan landed perfectly between Kumatora and the corrupted tree. He didn't draw a sword. He simply raised his left hand, coating his palm in the invisible armor of Ryuo, internal destruction haki. He caught the massive, acidic vine barehanded. Crunch! The sheer force of Vivan's grip shattered the vine into splinters. The acid sizzled harmlessly against his haki. "You've got a lot of nerve bringing weeds into my friend's garden," Vivan said, his golden eyes locking onto the pulsing, mutated tree. Chapter 115, The Verdant Corruption. Kumatora scrambled backward, staring in absolute shock at the 11-year-old boy who had just casually caught a monstrous, acid-dripping tentacle. What are you?" the convict stammered, raising his crowbar defensively. Vivan didn't look at him. "Sleep." Vivan unleashed a microscopic pulse of Conqueror's haki, precisely targeted at Kumatora. The convict's eyes rolled back instantly, and he collapsed unconscious into the soft grass, completely incapacitated. With the human threat neutralized, Vivan turned his full attention to the infected tree. The black spore hadn't just infected one organism, it was tapping into the planet's unified root system, acting like a computer virus in a server room. Vivan's God Key sense tracked the dark, necrotic energy spreading underground at terrifying speeds, rushing straight toward the wind-up city. "Sage, what are we dealing with?" Vivan asked, stepping back as the corrupted tree began to uproot itself, transforming into a towering, multi-legged plant monstrosity. And LT analysis. The entity is a planet-eater spore. It is an apex biological parasite designed to consume a planet's natural life force and convert local flora into hostile, autonomous weapon platforms. It is highly regenerative and immune to standard kinetic trauma. And GT immune to kinetic trauma, Vivan mused, dropping into a low, relaxed stance. "Let's test that theory." The plant monster shrieked a horrifying sound like grinding wood and launched a dozen razor-sharp vines at Vivan simultaneously, aiming to skewer him from every angle. Vivan didn't use his speed force or Logia light. He wanted to gauge the durability of the enemy. He relied entirely on his raw, Atlantean-enhanced physical speed. He moved like a phantom. He weaved through the barrage of vines, his movements leaving faint afterimages. He closed the distance to the central trunk of the beast. Channeling his physical strength, he delivered a devastating, spinning roundhouse kick directly to the beast's core. Boom! The impact echoed like a cannon blast. The massive, 50-foot plant monster was violently snapped in half, the top half flying through the air and crashing into the forest miles away. Vivan landed smoothly, dusting off his pant leg. Seems pretty susceptible to trauma to me. And LT correction, and GT the Great Sage replied instantly. And LT observed the root system. And GT. Vivan looked down. The massive, shattered stump of the tree didn't die. Instead, the dark grey wood violently bubbled. Within 2 seconds, the entire top half of the tree regenerated, growing thicker, more heavily armored bark and twice as many vines. Regeneration, Vivan noted, his eyes narrowing. So if I don't eradicate it down to the cellular level, it just adapts and grows back. The ground beneath Vivan began to tremble. The infection had already spread outward. All around the clearing, dozens of ancient, peaceful spiral trees were twisting and mutating into grey, acidic monstrosities. The forest was waking up, and it was angry. This is going to require a bigger lawnmower, Vivan whispered, reaching for the hilt of his Zanpakuto. Chapter 116, Roots of the Invasion. While Vivan stood in the forest, surrounded by mutating flora, the sun rose on Earth, and Nobita eagerly dragged the gang back through the Anywhere door to continue building their city. They stepped out onto the hill overlooking the valley, expecting to see their cheerful toy metropolis. Instead, they were greeted by a scene of utter devastation. My city! Nobita screamed, dropping his backpack. The pristine valley was overrun. Massive, thick grey vines had erupted from the ground, wrapping around the block buildings and crushing them into plastic dust. The toy citizens were running in pure panic as grotesque, mutated plant hounds creatures formed from twisted wood and thorns hunted them through the streets. What happened? Doraemon panicked, pulling out his air cannon. The plants here were completely peaceful yesterday. Look! Gian pointed toward the center of the city. A massive, armored plant beast was cornering a group of plush bears. The beast raised a heavy, wooden scythe-like appendage to crush them. Before Doraemon could fire, a streak of blinding white lightning dropped from the sky, striking the beast directly on its head. The concussive force of the thunderclap shattered the beast's wooden armor, and the intense heat instantly turned the creature into a pile of smoking ash. From the smoke, Vivan stepped forward, his right hand crackling with residual blue electricity. Vivan! You're here! Shizuka cried, immense relief washing over her. Stay by the door! Vivan's voice carried across the valley, amplified by his ki. These things are parasitic. Don't let them touch you. We have to save the toys. Nobita yelled, ignoring the order and running down the hill with his toy 6-shooter, firing harmless beams of light at the creeping vines. Vivan sighed. He couldn't unleash a massive area of effect attack like a Kamehameha or a full Thor's storm without vaporizing the innocent toys Nobita loved so much. The combat had to be close quarters and precise. He drew Kashinai from his waist, the dark blue katana humming with lethal intent. He didn't release his shikai. He needed surgical precision, not a tornado of death. Vivan engaged prehistoric sage mode. The transformation was instantaneous. Iridescent green scales framed his jawline, and his pupils shifted into glowing, golden reptilian slits. The terrifying, heavy aura of the apex predator exploded outward. By activating Sage Mode, Vivan wasn't just increasing his physical parameters, he was harmonizing with the pure, uncorrupted nature energy of the planet itself. The corrupted, alien plants recoiled. Sensing a supreme, overriding force of nature stepping onto the battlefield, Vivan gripped his katana with both hands, channeling pure nature energy into the steel until the blade glowed with a brilliant, emerald green light. Let's do some pruning, Vivan whispered, his reptilian eyes locking onto the horde of encroaching vines. Chapter 117, The Sawar's Plea. With Sage Mode active, Vivan moved through the wind-up city like a scythe through dry wheat. Because his katana was coated in the planet's pure nature energy, his cuts bypassed the alien spore's regenerative abilities. Every vine he severed withered and turned to dust, unable to heal. He moved with absolute, fluid efficiency, dismantling the plant hounds and clearing a safe zone for Doraemon to herd the toys into. As Vivan cut down the last of the vanguard in the city square, the ground beneath his feet suddenly went still. The violent shaking stopped. The remaining corrupted vines didn't attack, they slowly pulled back, retreating into the dense forest like a receding tide. They're running away. Sunio panted, leaning heavily on Gian. They aren't running, Vivan said, his sage mode eyes staring deep into the earth. They're regrouping. The main infection is pooling near the planet's core. Suddenly, a soft, ethereal golden light began to rise from the uncorrupted grass beneath Vivan's feet. The light swirled, coalescing into the translucent figure of a towering, gentle-looking humanoid made entirely of shifting light and leaves. Whoa! Nobita gasped, taking a step back. Is that a ghost? It is the sower, Vivan said, instantly recognizing the entity. He sheathed his sword, sensing no malice, only profound sorrow. And LT affirmative, and GT the great sage confirmed. And LT this is the sentient consciousness of the spiral asteroid. And GT. The entity looked down at Vivan, its voice echoing telepathically in the minds of everyone present. And LT children of Earth. I apologize for dragging you into my failure. I am the sower. Millennia ago, I traveled the cosmos, planting the seeds of life on barren rocks. This asteroid was my masterpiece, a world of perfect, unified harmony. And GT but it's infected now, Vivan stated flatly. A planet-eater spore hitched a ride on a human who snuck through our door. The sower bowed its head. And LT the darkness is spreading too fast. My roots are tied to the planet's core. The parasite is wrapping around my heart. In a matter of hours, this world will die, and the parasite will use the asteroid as a vessel to launch spores to other worlds, including yours. You must flee. Leave this place to die. And GT Nobita stepped forward, tears in his eyes. No. We won't leave. We built our city here. The toys are our friends. Vivan, you can stop it, right? Vivan looked at the weeping boy, then up at the towering, sorrowful god of the planet. He let out a slow breath, releasing his sage mode. His eyes returned to their normal dark brown, but they carried a heavy, terrifying resolve. He reached into his chest and tapped into his god key. A blinding, pure white aura of absolute divinity erupted from Vivan's body. The sheer purity of his energy pushed the ambient darkness out of the valley entirely. You created a beautiful world, sower, Vivan said, his voice carrying the weight of the cosmos. But you lack the teeth to defend it. Rest. I'll rip the parasite out by its roots. Chapter 118, The Forest at War. Vivan instructed Doraemon to take Nobita, the kids, and all the toys through the anywhere door and back to Earth. But Vivan, we want to fight too. Gian protested, holding up a plastic baseball bat. Gian, Vivan said, placing a firm, heavy hand on the boy's shoulder. This isn't a bully. In a vacant lot. This is a planetary immune response. If you stay, you will die. Protect Shizuka. Protect the toys. I will handle this. The absolute authority in Vivan's eyes left no room for argument. Gian nodded slowly, helping Doraemon herd the last of the toy citizens through the pink door. Once everyone was safe, Doraemon looked back. Don't lose, Vivan, Doraemon said quietly before pulling the door shut, severing the link to Earth. Vivan was completely alone on the spiral asteroid. He didn't waste a second. He turned his gaze toward the massive, spiraling mountain at the center of the continent, the heart of the planet, where the Sawar's core resided. The entire mountain had turned pitch black, pulsating with sickly grey veins. Sage. Full tactical assessment. And LT, the alien parasite has completely fused with the mountain. It is currently generating a massive, biological siege engine. Estimated hostile units, millions. And GT Vivan didn't walk. He activated his speed force, accelerating his perception. He bounded across the valley, each step covering miles of terrain, his body a blur of golden lightning. As he reached the base of the mountain, the forest went to war. The ground exploded. Millions of corrupted, razor-sharp vines shot from the earth, forming a literal tidal wave of dark wood and thorns, hundreds of feet high, crashing down toward Vivan to crush him. You want a war of nature? Vivan roared, the sound of his voice shattering the surrounding boulders. He tapped into his Naruto franchise abilities. He bit his thumb, drawing a drop of blood, and slammed his hands into the dirt while simultaneously activating prehistoric sage mode. Summoning jutsu. Massive clouds of white smoke erupted across the base of the mountain. Vivan didn't just summon frogs or snakes. By combining his prehistoric sage mode with the summoning contract, he called upon the apex predators of the ancient earth. Dozens of towering, heavily armored, sage-infused Tyrannosaurus rexes and massive ankylosauruses materialized, their scales glowing with bright green nature energy. Tear them apart! Vivan commanded. The prehistoric titans roared, charging fearlessly into the tidal wave of corrupted vines. The T-Rexes snapped massive tree trunks in their jaws, their sage-infused teeth easily bypassing the alien regeneration, while the ankylosauruses shattered the ground, uprooting the parasites with devastating tail swipes. Vivan didn't stay to watch the clash of monsters. He leaped off the head of a charging T-Rex, launching himself high into the air, aiming straight for the peak of the Black Mountain. Chapter 119, Pruning the Goliath. Vivan landed heavily on the jagged, corrupted summit of the mountain. Before him stood the core of the infection. It was a gargantuan, terrifying monstrosity, a humanoid amalgamation of twisted grey wood, pulsing green acid sacs, and thousands of thrashing vines. It was the plant Goliath, the avatar of the alien spore. Mortal, the Goliath shrieked, its voice a horrific chorus of grinding bark. Your biomass shall nourish the seed. I don't think you can digest me, Vivan smirked. He reached to his waist, drawing the dark blue katana, Kashinai, with his right hand. He focused his spiritual energy, manifesting the white-hilted Wado Ikemonji in his left hand, and the red-hilted Sandai Kaititsu in his mouth. Santoryu, three-sword style. The plant Goliath unleashed a barrage of massive, armor-piercing wooden spears, launching them from its chest at supersonic speeds. Vivan's eyes flashed red. He didn't dodge. He coated all three blades in pure, invisible Ryuo, internal destruction haki. He dashed forward, his body a blur of motion. He deflected the massive wooden spears with microscopic parries, redirecting their kinetic force harmlessly into the sky. He closed the distance to the Goliath in a fraction of a second. Santoryu Aji, Ichide Sanzan Daisen Sekai. Three-sword style secret art, one great 3000 worlds. Vivan spun like a demonic buzzsaw. The three haki-infused blades sliced through the air, moving so fast they created a vacuum. He carved through the Goliath's massive wooden arms, severing them into thousands of perfectly uniform cubes. The internal destruction haki flowed through the cuts, detonating the alien cells from the inside out, completely neutralizing their ability to regenerate. The Goliath let out an agonizing screech as it lost its arms. But the monster wasn't dead. The core of the parasite, a massive, beating black heart nestled deep within its chest, began to glow with intense, volatile energy. End LT warning. End GT the Great Sage shouted. End LT the parasite is initiating a self-destruct sequence. The resulting biological explosion will scatter enough acidic spores to glass the entire hemisphere. End GT it's not exploding, Vivan said, his voice entirely calm despite holding a sword in his teeth. He sheathed his two manifested swords, taking Kashinai from his mouth. He didn't have time to cut the heart out before it detonated. He needed to contain it. He reached into his soul, tapping into the absolute, cleansing purity of his marvel reward. The white, muscular mass of the anti-venom symbiote violently erupted from his pores, encasing his entire body in the jagged, white and black armor. Vivan lunged forward, plunging both his hands directly into the open, splintered chest cavity of the plant Goliath, burying his fingers deep into the pulsing, explosive black heart. Chapter 120, The Avatar of the Green Purge, Vivan commanded through the symbiote mask. The white mass flooded from his arms into the black heart. The anti-venom aggressively hunted down every single alien cell, dissolving the explosive acidic buildup and neutralizing the viral coating. The plant Goliath froze, its horrific shrieking silenced as the core was completely sterilized. The massive wooden body withered, crumbling into a mountain of harmless grey ash. Vivan stood amidst the ash, retracting the symbiote. He breathed heavily. The avatar was dead, but the roots. He looked out over the valley. The T-Rexes were vanishing in puffs of smoke, their summoning time expired. Corrupted vines were still thrashing across the continent, directionless but still highly lethal. Killing the brain hadn't killed the nervous system. I can't hunt down every single vine on the planet, Vivan muttered, wiping sweat from his brow. A massive, brilliant blue screen suddenly shattered his vision, glowing with an intense emerald green light. Major arc complete, Nobita and the Spiral City evaluation, SSS rank, Alien Vanguard eradicated, planetary core secured. Rewards distributed. DC franchise, Swamp Thing plant control, the green affinity, fully unlocked. Host can now command, manipulate, and commune with all botanical life on a planetary scale. New franchise tree expansion, One Piece, Conqueror's Haki advancement. Current ability unlocked, Advanced Conqueror's Haki, coding fragment. Read the screen, and a slow, triumphant smile spread across his face. Vivan he knelt down, pressing both his palms flat against the rocky summit of the mountain. He closed his eyes, bypassing his ki, his chakra, and his haki. He tapped directly into the green. Instantly, Vivan's consciousness exploded outward. He didn't just sense the plants, he became the plants. He felt every blade of grass, every towering spiral tree, every microscopic root. Deep within the asteroid's crust, he felt the pure, gentle sentience of the sower, weak but surviving. And he felt the lingering, chaotic remnants of the alien parasite struggling to hold onto the corrupted vines. This is my garden now, Vivan's voice echoed, not through the air, but through the root network of the entire planet. He exerted his absolute will over the green. Across the entire continent, the uncorrupted, silver-glowing spiral trees suddenly animated. But they didn't mutate into monsters. Guided by Vivan's mind, their roots surged underground, violently entangling the corrupted alien vines. The pure flora crushed, suffocated, and absorbed the invasive weeds, pulling them deep into the planet's mantle to be incinerated by the core's heat. Within minutes, the entire planet was scrubbed clean. The grey, acidic rot was completely erased, replaced by blooming, vibrant life. Vivan opened his eyes, standing up slowly. The air was sweet again. The translucent, golden figure of the sower materialized on the summit. Bowing deeply to Vivan. "And LT, you possess the power of a creator," and GT the sower whispered in awe. "And LT, the Spiral City is forever in your debt. And GT, keep an eye on the door next time," Vivan smirked, turning away. Using instant transmission, he teleported directly back to the anywhere door, where Kumatora the convict was still snoring peacefully in the grass. Vivan grabbed the man by the collar, hauled him through the pink door, and tossed him unceremoniously onto the floor of Nobita's room. Doraemon and the gang cheered as Vivan stepped through the door, completely unharmed. "You did it, Vivan!" Nobita yelled, hugging him tightly. "Of course I did," Vivan smiled, looking at his hands. He could still feel the faint, rhythmic pulse of the entire planet's ecosystem echoing in his veins. 18 movies down. He was no longer just a fighter, he was a force of nature itself. Chapter 121, The Black Lightning and the Treasure Map. The sweltering Tokyo summer dragged on, but in the small, quiet backyard of the Nobi household, the air felt strangely heavy. It wasn't the humidity. It was the atmospheric pressure bending around a single, concentrated point. Vivan stood perfectly still on the grass. He held a simple wooden broomstick in his right hand. He closed his eyes, ignoring the distant sound of traffic, tuning out the hum of his own heartbeat. He reached deep into his soul, past the raging fire of his ki, past the spiritual weight of his bankai, and tapped into the raw, domineering willpower of a supreme king. And LT notice, and GT the flawless, mechanical voice of the great sage whispered. And LT house Hoku Haki, Conqueror's Haki, is gathering. Attempting to coat physical matter. Warning, molecular instability detected in the wooden conduit. And GT I know, Vivan murmured. Just a drop. Instead of releasing his Conqueror's Haki as a massive, invisible wave to knock out opponents, Vivan forced the aura inward. He compressed it, compressing his absolute will until it took physical form. Crackle. A thin, jagged arc of black lightning violently sparked off Vivan's wrist. The black electricity crawled down the wooden broomstick, hissing as it infused the wood with terrifying, destructive power. Before Vivan could even swing it, the broomstick groaned. The sheer, concentrated pressure of the advanced Conqueror's Haki was too much for ordinary wood. With a sharp crack, the broomstick splintered into 1,000 pieces, turning to dust in his hand. Vivan let out a slow breath, the black lightning fading instantly. So I can't channel it through fragile objects. My Zanpakuto or my bare fists will have to do. Vivan! What was that popping sound? Nobita yelled, sliding the back door open. He looked exasperated, a stack of blank summer homework pages in his hand. Did you break Mom's broom? It was old, Vivan said smoothly, brushing the sawdust from his shirt. What's wrong, Nobita? You look like you're ready to pull your hair out. Sunio! Nobita wailed, dramatically falling to his knees on the grass. He called me again. He's on his cousin's private luxury yacht in the Pacific Ocean, eating lobster and looking for pirate treasure. He laughed at me for being stuck in my bedroom. Doraemon waddled out onto the porch, chewing on a dorayaki. Nobita, I told you, we don't have a private yacht. And real pirate treasure is either a myth or buried under miles of ocean. But Doraemon, you're from the 22nd century. Nobita pleaded, grabbing the robotic cat's round paws. You must have a gadget for finding treasure. Just a small adventure? If I have to listen to Sunio brag one more time, I'm going to run away to the mountains. Vivan looked up at the clear blue sky. He could feel the newly acquired the green his Swamp Thing affinity humming beneath his feet, connecting him to the earth. But the call of the ocean, rooted in his Atlantean physiology, was equally strong. Doraemon, Vivan said, a relaxed smile on his face. Let the kid have a treasure hunt. It'll be good training, and I could use some sea air. Doraemon sighed, knowing he was outnumbered. He reached into his four-dimensional pocket. Fine. But we're doing this by the book. He pulled out an ancient-looking, rolled up parchment. This is the treasure-finding map. If there's genuine, unclaimed historical treasure left in the ocean, it will pinpoint the exact coordinates. Nobita's eyes sparkled as Doraemon unrolled the map. Slowly, high-tech holographic ink bled across the parchment, drawing the continents. A glowing, pulsing red X materialized deep in the uncharted waters of the South Pacific. Major arc initiated, Nobita's great adventure in the South Seas status, Oceanic Exploration Protocol. Objective, navigate the temporal anomaly, uncover the truth of Tomo's Island, and dismantle the illegal biological syndicate of the Time Pirates. Rewards, One Piece franchise, Gear 2, Blood Acceleration Mastery. Vivan read the blue system prompt hovering in the air. Gear 2. The power to push the cardiovascular system beyond all mortal limits. Pack your bags, Nobita, Vivan said, his eyes gleaming. We're going sailing. Chapter 122, Cultivating the Galleon. The very next morning, the gang gathered at a secluded, pristine beach cove miles away from Tokyo, entirely hidden from public view using the Anywhere door. Shizuka wore a sun hat, Gian carried a massive cooler filled with snacks, and Sunio, who had been hurriedly invited after Nobita bragged about their own expedition, looked entirely skeptical. I left my cousin's luxury cruiser for this. Sunio scoffed, kicking the wet sand. Where's the boat? We can't cross the South Pacific in a rowboat, Nobita. Doraemon smirked. Stand back. We're going old school. He reached into his pocket and tossed a handful of small wooden building blocks onto the sand. He pulled out the magnify ray and fired. The blocks violently expanded, growing into massive, heavy wooden planks, a towering central mast, and thick canvas sails. It was an unassembled kit for a massive, 17th-century galleon. We have to build it ourselves. Gian groaned, dropping the heavy cooler. That'll take weeks. Not with the auto-assembly spray, Doraemon said, shaking a metallic can. Save the spray, Doraemon, Vivan interrupted, stepping onto the sand. He kicked off his shoes, enjoying the feeling of the wet earth between his toes. I need to practice something anyway. Vivan walked up to the massive pile of disconnected oak planks and the towering, 5-ton main mast. He closed his eyes. He didn't use his superhuman strength to lift them. Instead, he reached out with his mind, tapping into the green. And LT integration steady, and GT the Great Sage murmured. And LT botanical manipulation active. And GT Vivan placed his palms flat against the dead wood of the main mast. Wake up, Vivan whispered. A pulse of brilliant emerald energy rippled from his hands. To the absolute shock of the children, the dead, cut oak violently sprang back to life. But it didn't grow leaves, it grew purpose. Thick, sturdy roots and branches shot out from the planks, weaving themselves together like a masterful tapestry. Vivan directed the growth like a conductor leading an orchestra. The wooden beams slotted perfectly into place, the sap sealing the gaps to make the hull completely watertight. The wood twisted and shaped itself into a beautiful, majestic, heavily fortified pirate galleon in less than 30 seconds. He grew a ship. Sunio whispered, his legs trembling as he stared at the towering wooden vessel resting perfectly in the shallow water. Vivan opened his eyes, wiping a small drop of sweat from his brow. The wood was no longer dead, it was a living, breathing extension of Vivan's wool, harder than steel and completely unsinkable so long as he willed it. All aboard, Vivan smiled, looking up at the crow's nest. Nobita, wearing a cheap plastic pirate hat, ran up the living wood gangplank, tears of pure joy streaming down his face. This is the greatest summer ever. Hoist the sails. Chapter 123, The Temporal Maelstrom. The first 3 days of the voyage were a paradise of slow, rhythmic ocean swells. Vivan spent his days perched on the very tip of the ship's bowsprit, meditating. With his Atlantean physiology, the ocean felt like a second home. He used his aquatic telepathy to listen to the slow, mournful songs of humpback whales miles beneath them, and the frantic, playful clicks of dolphin pods racing alongside the hull. Shizuka sunbathed on the deck, Gian and Sunio fished off the starboard bow, and Nobita proudly steered the ship using a modern autopilot gadget Doraemon had discreetly attached to the wooden helm. But on the afternoon of the fourth day, the serene atmosphere abruptly died. Vivan's eyes snapped open. The song of the whales abruptly cut off, replaced by a wave of frantic, instinctual terror radiating from the marine life below. "End LT alert," and GT the Great Sage chimed, its mechanical voice dropping an octave. "End LT massive chronological distortion detected 2 miles ahead. The fabric of space-time is currently fracturing due to an external, artificial interference. End GT Doraemon." Vivan shouted, standing up on the bowsprit, his voice amplified by his key. "Cut the autopilot. Drop the anchor." "What's wrong, Vivan?" Doraemon yelled from the helm, rushing to disable the gadget. "The radar is completely clear. There's no storm." "The radar checks for weather," Vivan said, his eyes narrowing as he tapped into his god key sense. "It doesn't check for holes in time." The sky, which had been a brilliant azure blue, violently inverted. It shifted into a sickening, bruised shade of dark purple and swirling magenta. The calm ocean waters began to churn, rotating at an impossible speed. "A whirlpool!" Nobita screamed, clinging to the main mast. "A giant whirlpool!" It wasn't just a whirlpool. It was a time slip. A massive, towering wall of water rose from the ocean, forming a terrifying, localized hurricane that defied all laws of natural physics. The living wood of the galleon groaned in protest as the intense gravitational pull of the chronological fault line began to drag the ship forward. "Hold on to something!" Vivan roared over the deafening sound of the maelstrom. The ship pitched at a terrifying 45-degree angle, sliding inexorably down the massive watery funnel toward the swirling, glowing abyss at the center. Chapter 124, Anchored by the storm, we're going to capsize. Gian roared, desperately holding onto Sunio as heavy, freezing waves crashed over the deck. "The wood can't take this spatial pressure." Doraemon panicked, his magnetic paws clamped onto the ship's railing. "The hull is going to splinter into a million pieces before we even pass through the time barrier." Vivan knew Doraemon was right. He could use his speed force to grab everyone and run across the water to safety, but they would lose the ship and their cover. He needed to protect the vessel. "Sage," Vivan communicated instantly in his mind. "If I use the green to reinforce the wood, will it hold against chronological shear?" "And LT negative. Biological reinforcement is insufficient against temporal gravity." "Suggestion: utilize Thor's lightning to generate a localized electromagnetic Faraday cage around the hull to repel the spatial distortion." "And GT got it." Vivan leaped from the bowsprit, landing dead in the center of the main deck. He slammed both his palms flat against the wet, living wood of the floorboards. He reached deep into the Marvel franchise fragment in his soul. Crack boom! A blinding, deafening surge of pure, mythological blue-white lightning erupted from Vivan's palms. But instead of destroying the ship, the electricity crawled rapidly across every single plank, every rope, and every inch of canvas. "Vivan! What are you doing?" Shizuka cried out, shielding her eyes. "Anchoring us!" Vivan shouted back. The lightning formed a perfectly spherical, crackling electromagnetic bubble around the entire ship. The spatial pressure of the time slip slammed against the galleon, but the electromagnetic field repelled the chronological distortion, completely neutralizing the crushing gravitational force. The ship stabilized, hovering safely within its glowing blue lightning cage as it was sucked down into the absolute center of the purple vortex. The world outside the lightning barrier turned into a blur of swirling colors, past, present, and future blending into a nauseating kaleidoscope. Vivan held his ground, his arms trembling slightly from the sheer, raw output required to shield an entire galleon from a temporal hurricane. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the roaring wind stopped. The purple sky shattered like glass, replaced by blinding, pristine sunlight. The violent, churning vortex vanished, and the galleon dropped with a heavy, resonating splash into beautifully calm, crystal-clear turquoise waters. Chapter 125, The Golden Age of Piracy. Vivan slowly released the electrical current. The blue lightning fading from the hull and retreating back into his palms. He stood up, letting out a long, controlled exhale. A thin wisp of smoke drifted from his knuckles. Is everyone alive? Nobita groaned, untangling himself from a pile of ropes. I think my stomach is still in the 20th century, Sunio whimpered, lying flat on the deck. Doraemon pulled out a highly advanced pocket chronometer. He tapped the screen, his robotic eyes widening in shock. The magnetic poles, the star alignments, guys, we aren't in modern times anymore. We've been dragged back to the late 17th century. The golden age of piracy, Vivan muttered, walking over to the ship's railing. The air here was remarkably different. It lacked the faint, metallic tang of industrial pollution. The scent of the sea was incredibly rich, untamed, and primal. Before anyone could fully process the time travel, a massive shadow fell over their ship. Approaching from the starboard side was a gargantuan, authentic pirate galleon. Its black sails billowed in the wind, and rows of heavy iron cannons pointed directly at Nobita's comparatively small vessel. Standing on the railing of the pirate ship was a young girl with fierce red hair, dressed in pirate garb, accompanied by a crew of rugged, heavily armed buccaneers. "State your business, strangers," the girl shouted, drawing a cutlass. "I am Betty, and you're floating in the territory of Captain Kidd's armada." Nobita and the others panicked, but Vivan simply smiled. Captain Kidd. Real, historical pirates. But as Vivan looked past Betty's ship, his god-key sense picked up a secondary, massive anomaly. Hiding just beneath the horizon. It was cold, metallic, and completely devoid of human warmth. "End LT alert," and GT the Great Sage whispered. "End LT massive technological presence detected 30 miles to the east. Radar masking is active. Hull composition matches 22nd century titanium alloy. End GT. We're not the only ones from the future here," Vivan thought, his eyes narrowing. The time slip wasn't an accident. It was a trap set by time pirates. Chapter 126, The Phantom Armada. Betty and her pirate crew quickly realized. The children were no threat. Nobita's clumsy demeanor and DORAEMON'S bizarre appearance completely disarmed the hardened 17th century buccaneers. Betty boarded their ship, accompanied by a cheerful pink dolphin named Ruffin, who swam excitedly alongside the hull. "You survived the Devil's Maelstrom," Betty said, crossing her arms as she looked at Vivan. "Most ships get torn to splinters. You must have a skilled navigator." "He's more of a weatherman," Sunio mumbled from the background. Before Betty could ask what that meant, the ocean began to rumble. A thick, unnatural fog suddenly rolled over the water, chilling the air by 20 degrees. Out of the fog emerged 3 massive, terrifying ships. They were designed to look like traditional pirate galleons, complete with skull and crossbones sails, but their hulls were plated in thick, dark metal, and their cannons glowed with an eerie, pulsing red light. "Ghost ships," one of Betty's crewmen screamed, dropping to his knees. "No, Doraemon gasped, pulling out his futuristic binoculars. Those cannons, they aren't firing cannonballs. They're equipped with plasma pulse accelerators. Those are time pirates. Time pirates? Betty asked, confused. What manner of witchcraft is that? The kind that wants to sink us, Vivan said. The lead time pirate ship fired a warning shot. A massive beam of red plasma tore across the sky, completely vaporizing the top half of Betty's main mast. The 17th century wood exploded into splinters, and the pirates screamed in terror as burning debris rained down. Prepare to be boarded, you anachronistic trash. A mechanical, distorted voice echoed from a loudspeaker on the time pirate flagship. Captain Cash demands your surrender. Heavy, mechanized grappling hooks shot out from the advanced ships, slamming into the wooden railings of both Betty's and Nobita's galleons, violently locking them all together. Gian, put the gadgets away, Vivan said, his voice entirely calm amidst the chaos. Let me handle the boarding party. Chapter 127, The weight of a king. Dozens of figures leaped over the railings from the time pirate ship. They wore long coats and tricorn hats, but beneath the traditional pirate garb, they were heavily modified cyborgs. Optical implants glowed red in the fog, and pneumatic legs allowed them to clear the massive gap between the ships effortlessly. The leader, a massive brute with a cybernetic jaw and a glowing plasma cutlass, sneered at Vivan. Look at this, the cyborg laughed. A bunch of kids. Don't make this difficult. We're here for the cat and your ship. Vivan didn't draw his sword. He didn't activate Sage mode. He stood perfectly relaxed, his hands resting in his pockets. I told you guys to stay out of my timeline, Vivan said quietly. He tapped into the advanced Conqueror's haki, coding. Fragment. He didn't release it as a burst, he channeled it directly into his right fist. A terrifying, invisible pressure descended upon the deck. Faint, jagged arcs of black lightning sparked across Vivan's knuckles. The cyborg leader's optical sensors immediately flashed red with warning errors. Threat level, immeasurable. Kill him, the leader shrieked, his programming overridden by sheer panic. Two cyborg pirates lunged forward, swinging their high-voltage cutlasses. Vivan didn't block. He simply stepped forward and threw a slow, casual punch toward the empty air between them. He didn't make physical contact. The advanced Conqueror's haki projected outward from his fist. Boom! A massive shockwave of black lightning and pure, kinetic willpower exploded forward. The two cyborgs were struck by an invisible, impenetrable wall of force. Their plasma cutlasses shattered instantly, and their heavily armored bodies crumpled as if hit by a freight train. They were launched backward, flying completely over their own ship and crashing into the ocean a mile away. The remaining cyborgs froze in absolute terror. The deck went dead silent, save for the crackle of black lightning fading from Vivan's fist. My haki is a bit rusty, Vivan smiled coldly, looking at the trembling cyborg leader. Who's next? The cyborgs didn't attack. Their self-preservation protocols kicked in. Retreat. The target is a biological anomaly. Retreat to Tomo's island. The pirates scrambled back over the grappling lines, frantically unhooking their ships and retreating into the thick fog at maximum engine speed. Chapter 128, The Island of Chimeras. The gang and Betty's crew watched in stunned silence as the highly advanced armada fled from a single boy. Vivan. Doraemon breathed. What was that black electricity? Just a little willpower, Vivan deflected, turning back to the horizon. They're retreating to a place called Tomo's Island. Sage, track their engine signatures. And LT tracking complete, and GT. The Great Sage replied. And LT. Tomo's Island is located 50 miles south. However, the island is completely shielded by a localized electromagnetic cloaking field. And GT we follow them, Vivan declared. They're disrupting the timeline, and they nearly blew up our ship. I don't let things like that slide. Using Vivan's directions, Nobita's magically grown galleon followed the time pirate's wake. Hours later, the fog parted, revealing a massive, towering volcanic island entirely missing from historical maps. The shores were littered with advanced machinery, and a massive fortress was carved directly into the side of the volcano. They anchored the ship in a hidden cove and trekked into the dense, tropical jungle. "This place feels wrong," Shizuka whispered, clutching Nobita's arm. Vivan agreed. His god key sense picked up terrifying biological signatures lurking in the trees. They didn't feel natural. They felt warped, pained, and stitched together. Suddenly, a massive creature dropped from the canopy, blocking their path. It had the muscular body of a silverback gorilla, but the head and razor-sharp claws of a Bengal tiger. "A chimera! A monster!" Gian yelled, pulling out his shock baton. "And LT analysis," and GT the Great Sage announced. "And LT the creature is a genetic amalgamation, created through advanced 22nd century DNA splicing. It is currently in a state of severe biological distress. The neural implant on its neck is forcing it into a state of hyperaggression." "And GT Dr. Clone," Vivan muttered, recalling the mad scientist associated with Mr. Cash in this timeline. "They aren't just stealing treasure. They're building biological weapons." The tiger gorilla chimed roared, lunging toward Sunio. Chapter 129, The Cleansing Touch. "Vivan! Do something!" Sunio shrieked, falling backward into the mud. Vivan stepped smoothly between the chimera and Sunio. He didn't use haki to crush the beast. He didn't use his swords. He felt the creature's immense pain. It was a victim of mad science, and Vivan had the perfect cure. He raised his right hand. The pure, white mass of the anti-venom symbiote erupted from his skin, encasing his arm in a sleek, muscular white gauntlet. As the chimera's massive claws descended to tear him apart, Vivan caught the beast's wrists. The creature roared, trying to overpower him, but Vivan's Atlantean strength held the massive monster completely immobilized. "Purge," Vivan whispered. White, web-like tendrils shot from Vivan's gauntlet, wrapping around the chimera's neck and burrowing directly into the glowing red neural implant. The anti-venom flooded the device with cleansing antibodies. The creature violently seized as the invasive technology was literally dissolved by the symbiote. The red light on the collar died, and the metal crumbled into dust. Instantly, the artificial rage left the chimera's eyes. The massive beast slumped forward, exhausted, and let out a soft, confused whimper. It looked at Vivan, its eyes filled with sudden, profound gratitude, before turning and bounding peacefully back into the jungle. You cured it," Betty gasped, lowering her cutlass. "I removed the control collar," Vivan corrected, the white symbiote retracting into his skin. "But the island is full of them. Dr. Clone is playing God with these animals. We need to find his laboratory and shut this entire operation down." They pressed deeper into the jungle, moving silently. But their presence had not gone unnoticed. Loudspeakers hidden in the trees suddenly crackled to life. The suave, arrogant voice of Mr. Cash, the financial backer of the Time Pirates, echoed through the canopy. "Impressive display, boy," Mr. Cash purred. "You bypassed my cyborgs and tamed my pets. But you have trespassed on my factory. Drive. Clone has prepared a special welcome for you on the northern beach. Let's see if you can cure a god." Chapter 130, The Awakening of the Blood. The ground violently trembled, shaking the trees so hard that coconuts rained down on the gang. "The beach," Vivan ordered. "Move." They sprinted through the dense foliage, bursting out onto the white sands of the island's northern shore. The ocean was boiling. A massive, horrifying silhouette rose from the depths. It was the ultimate chimera, a genetic fusion of a megalodon, a kraken, and a prehistoric mosasaur. It was easily 300 feet long, heavily armored in titanium plating, and its eyes glowed with an unstoppable, drug-induced rage. The Leviathan let out a roar that generated a physical shockwave, knocking Nobita and the others off their feet. "It's going to destroy the island." Doraemon panicked. Vivan stood his ground, the sand whipping around him. The beast was too large for a simple anti-venom purge. If he hit it with a Kamehameha or Thor's lightning, the resulting explosion would vaporize the beach and everyone on it. He needed to be fast. He needed to be physically overwhelming. He needed to get directly onto the beast's skull and rip out its control node before it could unleash the plasma cannon charging in its throat. And LT tactical assessment, and GT the Great Sage calculated instantly. And LT the beast's kinetic tracking speed exceeds your current base movement. A speed multiplier is required. And GT speed force. Vivan thought. And LT negative. Speed force alters perception and localized time, but lacks the raw kinetic mass required to pierce the titanium skull plating. Suggestion: initiate blood acceleration. And GT Vivan's eyes widened. Gear 2. Let's see how fast my heart can beat, Vivan smirked. He planted his feet firmly in the sand, dropping into a low, wide stance. He placed his right fist flat against the ground and brought his left hand to his knee. He focused entirely on his vascular system. Using his chakra control to monitor his internal organs, he began to manually, violently pump the blood flow in his legs, treating his blood vessels like hydraulic pistons. Thump! Thump! His heart rate spiked. It didn't just double, it accelerated to an impossible, terrifying speed that would have instantly exploded a normal human's heart. But Vivan's reinforced, super-dense Atlantean organs handled the immense pressure perfectly. Thump 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 thump. The blood rushed through his body at supersonic speeds, hyperoxygenating every single muscle fiber. His skin flushed a deep, vibrant pink. The sheer, intense heat generated by his accelerated metabolism caused his sweat to instantly evaporate. Thick, white steam began to hiss and rise from Vivan's entire body, shrouding him in a terrifying, ethereal mist. What is happening to him? Mr. Cash gasped, watching the security monitor from his hidden fortress. His internal temperature is skyrocketing. He's melting. I'm not melting, Vivan's voice echoed, though he hadn't moved his lips. The sound carried purely through the sheer kinetic vibration of the air around him. The mutant Leviathan descended, its jaws mere feet from crushing the entire beach. Gear. Second. Soru. Vivan. Vanished. He didn't teleport, and he didn't turn into light. He moved purely with biological, kinetic speed so absolute that he shattered the sound barrier from a standstill. The sand beneath his feet exploded into a massive crater from the takeoff recoil. Before the Leviathan's jaws could snap shut, a steaming, pink blur appeared directly above its massive snout. Vivan's right fist was pulled back, coated entirely in the invisible, destructive force of Ryuo. Gomu Gomu no. Jet pistol. Vivan wasn't made of rubber, but the principle remained. The punch broke the sound barrier, striking the exact center of the Leviathan's titanium skull plate. The internal destruction Haki bypassed the armor, violently shattering the massive, glowing control node buried in the beast's brain. The monstrous Leviathan froze instantly, its artificial rage completely severed. The massive creature slumped, collapsing back into the ocean with a colossal splash that sent a tidal wave over the beach. Vivan landed softly on the sand, the steam slowly hissing from his pink skin as his heart rate normalized. A massive blue screen illuminated his vision. Major arc complete, Nobita's great Adventure in the South Seas evaluation, SSS rank, Time Pirate Syndicate dismantled, genetic mutations neutralized, timeline preserved. Rewards distributed. One Piece franchise, Gear 2 fully mastered, blood acceleration unlocked. Passively mitigates physical fatigue and exponentially multiplies base kinetic speed. New franchise tree expansion, Naruto, 6 Paths line. Current ability unlocked, 6 Paths Chakra, fragment. Exhaled, a cloud of hot breath escaping his lips. He looked at his Vivan trembling hands. The power of the 6 Paths was now stirring in his soul. 19 movies down. The universe was running out of threats capable of matching the monster Vivan Reborn was becoming. Chapter 131, The weight of all things. The sweltering heat of late August had settled over Tokyo, transforming the concrete streets into shimmering mirages. Inside the Nobi residence, the whir of a small, rotating electric fan did little to combat the oppressive humidity. Nobita was lying starfish-style on the tatami mat, groaning softly as a puddle of drool formed beneath his cheek. Vivan sat near the open window, perfectly still. While Nobita and Doraemon suffered through the summer heat, Vivan's internal temperature was flawlessly regulated by his Atlantean physiology. He didn't feel the mugginess, his focus was turned entirely inward, exploring the vast, uncharted territory of his newly expanded soul. 6 Paths Chakra. It was only a fragment. A dormant seed planted alongside the blazing sun of his God Ki and the deep, spiritual ocean of his Bankai. But even as a fragment, its nature was fundamentally different from anything he had acquired before. God Ki was an ascending force, a way to elevate one's presence to the realm of the divine, masking oneself from mortals and exerting pure, crushing authority. 6 Paths Chakra, however, was a connecting force. It felt like the foundational building block of the universe itself. When Vivan focused on it, he didn't just feel powerful, he felt a profound, intrinsic understanding of the matter and energy surrounding him. He could feel the life force of the cicadas in the trees, the molecular vibration of the wooden window frame, and the subtle, shifting magnetic fields of the earth. And LT notice, and GT the great sage chimed in his mind, its voice crisp and analytical. And LT the 6 Paths Chakra fragment is currently attempting to harmonize with your existing elemental chakra natures. Integration. Progress is at 12%. Until fully mastered, active utilization may cause temporary sensory overload. And GT, I can feel it, Vivan murmured, opening his eyes. His dark irises flashed with a faint, momentary ring-like pattern before settling back to normal. It's heavy. Not physically, but conceptually. Like holding the blueprints of the world in the palm of your hand. Vivan, who are you talking to? Nobita mumbled, lifting his head sluggishly. It's too hot to talk. It's too hot to think. Before Vivan could reply, the heavy thud of footsteps echoed on the stairs, and the bedroom door slid open. Sunio and Gian stood in the doorway, both holding sleek, futuristic-looking virtual reality helmets. Hey, Nobita! Sunio grinned, his fox-like face dripping with sweat but his eyes shining with arrogance. My cousin just imported the brand new Star Crush VR space simulator. We just defended the Andromeda Galaxy. You wouldn't understand, of course. It requires actual reflexes. Nobita instantly sat up, the heat momentarily forgotten, replaced by a burning, indignant jealousy. I have great reflexes. Let me try it. No way, Gian laughed, tossing the helmet casually from hand to hand. You'd probably crash the ship before you even left the hangar. Stick to your comic books, Nobita. As the two bullies laughed and walked back down the stairs, Nobita turned to Doraemon with tears welling in his eyes. Doraemon. Please. I want to fly a spaceship. I want to show them I can be a great space captain. Doraemon sighed, setting down his comic book and reaching into his 4D pocket. You always let them get to you, Nobita. But fine. If it keeps you from crying all afternoon, we can play a space game. Vivan leaned back against the wall, a faint smile playing on his lips. The quiet afternoon was over. The system was about to punch their tickets for another ride. Chapter 132, The Starry Box. Doraemon pulled out what looked like a simple, moderately sized cardboard box, painted black with crude, glowing white stars speckled across its surface. It was no larger than a standard television set, but as he placed it in the center of the room, it hummed with a deep, resonating hum of 22nd century spatial engineering. This is the Space Simulator game board, Doraemon explained, tapping the top of the box. It creates an internalized, highly compressed pocket dimension. Once you step inside, you command a fully functional starship in a simulated universe. It's totally safe, but it feels 100% real. A pocket dimension in a box? Vivan asked, stepping away from the window. His god key sense probed the object. The space inside the cardboard wasn't an illusion, it was an actual, physical spatial fold. Doraemon, manipulating spatial dimensions for a video game seems incredibly reckless. It has safety limiters. Doraemon promised, waving his round paws dismissively. Come on, let's show Gian and Sunio what a real space adventure looks like. Doraemon produced a small, silver remote control and pressed a button. The top flaps of the box opened, projecting a wide, glowing blue tractor beam onto the tatami mat. Just step into the light. Doraemon instructed. Nobita didn't hesitate. He leaped into the blue beam and was instantly digitized, shrinking down and vanishing into the box. Shizuka, who had just come over to drop off some notes, curiously followed him. Doraemon jumped in next. Vivan stared at the glowing box. His great sage was quietly running diagnostics. And LT warning. The spatial boundary of this localized dimension is highly susceptible to external interference. If the box sustains physical damage while occupied, the spatial coordinates could misalign with physical reality. And I better go keep an eye on them, Vivan sighed. If Nobita crashes the ship, I don't want him tearing a hole in the space-time continuum. Vivan stepped into the blue light. The transition was instantaneous. There was no sensation of shrinking, only a sudden, breathtaking shift in his surroundings. He materialized on the bridge of a massive, sleek, silver starship. The walls were lined with glowing holographic consoles, and a massive, panoramic viewport stretched across the front of the room. Outside, the breathtaking, infinite expanse of a hyper-realistic cosmos stretched in every direction. Nebulas swirled in brilliant shades of pink and gold, and distant stars glittered like diamonds on black velvet. Whoa! Nobita gasped, sitting in the captain's chair, completely mesmerized by the view. This is a million times better than Sunio's VR game. Welcome aboard, Captain Nobita, the ship's automated AI chimed pleasantly. Initiating combat tutorial. Hostile drones approaching Sector 4. 3 small, pixelated drones appeared in the viewport, firing harmless laser bolts at the ship. Nobita fumbled with the controls, accidentally spinning the ship in a dizzying barrel roll before managing to fire back, destroying the targets. Vivan stood near the back of the bridge, his arms crossed. It was a flawless simulation. The gravity plating felt real, the hum of the engines vibrated through the floorboards, and the stars mapped perfectly to genuine astronomical charts. But as Vivan watched Nobita playfully shoot down virtual drones, a sudden, jarring spike of raw, unsimulated energy hit his observation haki. Vivan's eyes narrowed. Doraemon. Did you program other players into this simulation? No, Doraemon replied, adjusting a dial on the engineering console. It's just a single player. Tutorial campaign right now. Why? Vivan pointed out the main viewport. Because that ship isn't part of the game. Chapter 133, a tear in the canvas from the swirling dust of a simulated pink nebula, a ship emerged. But it didn't look like the sleek, clean polygons of the game's graphics. It was jagged, heavily damaged, and burning real, volatile plasma. The hull was scorched, venting thick black smoke into the vacuum of space, and its design was completely foreign, a mix of organic curves and jagged, militaristic metal. Warning! Unknown vessel detected, the ship's AI chimed, its tone shifting from pleasant to confused. Signature does not match database. Error in spatial rendering. Doraemon, what is that? Nobita panicked, gripping the armrests of the captain's chair. I don't know. Doraemon frantically tapped the console. The game shouldn't be generating unscripted assets. Let me pause the simulation. Doraemon hit the massive red pause button on the dashboard. The simulated stars froze. The spinning debris from the destroyed drones halted in mid-air. But the burning, jagged ship kept moving. It barrel rolled, dodging an invisible attack, and violently slammed against the outer hull of their simulated starship. The impact was catastrophic. The entire bridge violently shuddered, throwing Nobita, Shizuka, and Doraemon to the floor. Red emergency sirens blared, bathing the bridge in a frantic crimson light. "End LT emergency alert," and GT the Great Sage announced in Vivan's mind. "End LT, a massive spatial fracture has occurred. An external, physical starship from the real universe has collided with the game's pocket dimension, bridging the gap between simulated space and real space. End GT, the box is broken," Vivan said aloud, maintaining his perfect balance despite the violent rocking of the ship. "That's a real ship out there. And it brought real trouble." Outside the viewport, the space behind the damaged ship warped. A massive, terrifying dreadnought warped into view. It was shaped like a colossal, metallic spider, bristling with heavy laser batteries and dark, menacing energy. It wasn't a game asset. It was a predator. Major arc initiated, Nobita drifts in the universe status, spatial breach/marooned. Objective, rescue the galactic knights, repair the spatial drive, and defeat the space pirate armada of Angalmois. Rewards, Naruto franchise, 6 paths chakra, full integration and truth-seeking orbs. "We need to pull them in," Vivan ordered, his voice cutting through the panic of the blaring alarms. "Doraemon, override the game's parameters. Extend a tractor beam and a physical docking tube to that damaged ship before that dreadnought blows them to dust." Doraemon scrambled to his feet, his robotic fingers flying across the holographic keyboard. "Overriding safety protocols. Extending docking tube now." A heavy, metallic thud echoed through the ship as the docking tube connected. "I'm going to the airlock," Vivan said, turning toward the corridor. He didn't draw his sword, but his eyes glowed with a faint, terrifying intensity. "Stay on the bridge. Whatever comes through that door, I'll handle it." Chapter 134, The Galactic Knights. Vivan reached the airlock just as the heavy pressure doors hissed open. The smell of burning ozone and scorched metal flooded into the clean, simulated corridor of their ship. 3 figures stumbled through the smoke. They were humanoids, but clearly not from Earth. They wore sleek, heavily damaged combat armor that glowed with fading blue energy lines. The one in the center, a young boy no older than Vivan with striking silver hair, was supporting a taller, heavily wounded man. Beside them stood a fierce-looking girl with short hair, gripping a sleek plasma rifle. "Secure the perimeter," the girl shouted, aiming her rifle blindly into the corridor. "Freya, seal the breach." "Lower the weapon," Vivan said calmly, stepping out of the shadows. The girl whipped her rifle toward Vivan, her finger tightening on the trigger. But she froze. Vivan hadn't moved aggressively, but he had released a microscopic fraction of his conqueror's haki. It wasn't enough to knock her out, but the sheer, domineering weight of his presence made the air in the corridor feel like it was made of lead. Her combat instincts screamed at her not to pull the trigger. The silver-haired boy, sensing the terrifying aura, gently pushed the girl's rifle down. "Stand down. We are guests here." He looked at Vivan, his eyes filled with desperation. "I am Lian, leader of the Galactic Knights. Our ship's warp drive destabilized, and we fell through a tear in space. Please, you must help us. The Independence Army is hunting us." Vivan's god key sense swept over the three of them. They were exhausted, terrified, and running on pure adrenaline. "You're safe here," Vivan said, the oppressive haki vanishing instantly, replaced by a calm, reassuring tone. "Take your wounded to the medical bay down the hall. My friends will patch him up." Lian let out a shaky breath of relief. "Thank you. But we cannot stay long. Galmoya's fleet. They will tear this dimension apart to find the star seed we carry." Suddenly, the ship rocked violently again. The sound of metal screeching against metal echoed through the hull. "And LT alert," and GT the Great Sage chimed. "And LT the hostile dreadnought has locked onto our spatial frequency. They are firing localized gravity disruptor torpedoes. The structural integrity of this pocket dimension is failing. If the game box in Nobita's room is destroyed, we will be permanently stranded in deep space." And GT Vivan cracked his knuckles, rolling his shoulders as he walked past Lian and the refugees, heading straight for the airlock they had just come through. "Where are you going?" the girl with the rifle asked, her eyes widening. "You can't go out there. The vacuum of space will kill you, and Galmoya's drones are swarming." "I need to clear the driveway," Vivan replied without looking back. "Get to the bridge. Enjoy the show." Chapter 135, The Void of Combat. Vivan stepped into the airlock, hitting the manual override. The inner door sealed behind him, and the outer hatch hissed open, instantly venting the oxygen in the small chamber into the infinite void of deep space. For a normal human, the sudden depressurization, the absolute zero temperature, and the lack of oxygen would mean instant death. For Vivan, it felt like a cool breeze. His Atlantean physiology made his body dense enough to effortlessly withstand the vacuum of space, while his internal core temperature was perfectly regulated. He didn't even need to hold his breath, his cells metabolized latent energy to keep him oxygenated. He drifted out of the airlock, floating in the silent, terrifying expanse of the cosmos. Behind him, DORAEMON'S simulated ship and Lian's damaged vessel were locked together. Above them loomed the massive, spider-like dreadnought of the Independence Army. Dozens of sleek, black fighter drones poured from the dreadnought's hangar bays, swarming toward Vivan like angry hornets. Their plasma cannons charged, painting him with targeting lasers. "In space, there's no air resistance," Vivan murmured, his voice echoing only in his own mind through bone conduction. "Which means there's no speed limit." He didn't use the Nimbus cloud. He didn't activate Logia light. He wanted to test his raw, physical mobility in zero gravity combined with his newest acquisition. He tapped into the Six Paths Chakra fragment. A profound, absolute calmness washed over his mind. He didn't just see the drones, he felt their kinetic trajectories, understood the atomic composition of their hulls, and perceived the flow of energy in their plasma cores. Vivan kicked off the hull of his ship. Gear second. His blood accelerated. Steam hissed from his body, instantly freezing into microscopic ice crystals in the void, creating a beautiful, sparkling trail behind him. He shot forward at a speed that broke all laws of physics. Because there was no air to create a sonic boom, his movement was entirely, terrifyingly silent. He intercepted the first wave of 10 drones before they could fire. He didn't punch them. Relying on the deep, intrinsic understanding granted by the 6 paths chakra, he simply extended his index finger and tapped the exact structural weak point of each drone as he flew past them. Tap. 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 He moved like a pinball of pink, steaming energy, bouncing from ship to ship in a fraction of a second. Behind him, in absolute silence, the 10 heavily armored drones perfectly disassembled themselves. They kinetic force, applied to their exact atomic flaws, caused their hulls to neatly separate into hundreds of harmless metal plates, their power cores floating peacefully away. Inside the bridge of DORAEMON'S ship, Nobita, Shizuka, Lien, and his knights watched the main viewport in absolute, jaw-dropping shock. He's fighting in the vacuum without a suit, Lien whispered, his silver hair floating in the low gravity. And he's tearing apart Angolmoya's elite guard with his bare hands. What kind of being is he? Vivan drifted to a halt in the center of the drone swarm. He looked up at the massive dreadnought. Sage, Vivan thought. Calculate the structural integrity of that dreadnought's main cannon. And LT calculated. The main gravity disruptor cannon is heavily shielded. However, a concentrated blast of pure thermal and kinetic energy directly down the barrel will trigger a catastrophic chain reaction. And GT Vivan brought his hands together at his right hip, his palms cupped. He wasn't going to use a normal ki blast. He was going to infuse it. Let's see what happens when you mix God Ki with 6 paths chakra, Vivan smiled, the blinding, blue-white light of a Kamehameha beginning to form in his hands. Chapter 136, A Star is Born. The spider-like dreadnought recognized the massive energy spike originating from the tiny human floating in the void. Its automated defense systems panicked, abandoning the swarm tactic and redirecting all available power to its main gravity disruptor cannon. The front of the dreadnought split open, revealing a massive, glowing purple barrel aimed directly at Vivan. Ka! Vivan began, his mind perfectly still as he drew upon the infinite reservoir of his God Ki. The space around him began to warp, not from gravity, but from the sheer density of the divine energy gathering in his palms. He introduced the 6 paths chakra fragment. The energy didn't just grow brighter, it became fundamentally denser. It took on a surreal, almost liquid quality, shimmering with all the colors of the spectrum before settling into a pure, absolute white. Ha! The dreadnought fired. A colossal beam of purple, gravity-crushing energy tore through the vacuum, large enough to swallow DORAEMON'S entire ship whole. Vivan's eyes shifted, glowing with a brilliant, unearthly light. He didn't dodge the incoming blast. Ha! Vivan thrust his hands forward. The 6 paths God Kamehameha erupted. It wasn't a beam, it was a localized supernova. The pure white pillar of energy collided with the dreadnought's purple gravity beam halfway across the battlefield. There was no struggle. There was no push and pull. The white beam hit the purple energy and instantly eradicated it, overriding its conceptual existence. The Kamehameha traveled straight up the path of the enemy's attack, entering the barrel of the dreadnought's main cannon. In the silence of space, the colossal spider dreadnought simply ceased to exist. The energy didn't just blow it up, it broke down its molecular bonds. The massive warship flashed a blinding white, then dissolved entirely into a cloud of glowing, harmless stardust. Vivan let his arms drop, his breathing steady. The void was quiet again. He turned around and slowly floated back to the airlock. As he stepped back onto the bridge, the silence was deafening. Nobita, Doraemon, and the Galactic Knights were staring at him as if he had just created the universe itself. The driveway is clear, Vivan said, casually brushing a speck of stardust off his shoulder. Lien, right? Tell me about this Angalmoy's guy, and why he wants this star seed. You're carrying. Lien swallowed hard, recovering from his shock. Angalmoy's is an ancient, parasitic entity. He commands the Independence Army. He seeks the star seed, a relic of pure creation energy to terraform entire galaxies into nightmarish hive worlds. If he gets it, our universe is doomed. Sounds like a typical Tuesday, Vivan sighed, walking over to the captain's chair. Doraemon, how's the game box holding up? Can we warp back to Earth? Doraemon checked his console, his face falling. No. The collision damaged the spatial tether. We can't jump back to the real world until we repair the ship's warp drive. We're truly stranded in this sector. Vivan looked out the viewport at the swirling nebulas. Then we find a place to park Sage, scan for the nearest habitable planet with repair resources. And LT scanning. A Class M planet is located 3 parsecs from our current position. Atmosphere is breathable. However, scans indicate highly unusual, erratic biosignatures on the surface. Proceed with caution. And GT set a course, Vivan ordered. Let's go fix the ship. Chapter 137, The Planet of Illusions. The ship limped through hyperspace, eventually dropping out of warp above a strange, beautiful planet. From orbit, it looked like a swirling marble of vibrant pinks, deep purples, and lush greens. It looks peaceful, Shizuka said, pressing her hands against the glass as they descended through the atmosphere. They landed the combined ships in a massive clearing surrounded by towering, bioluminescent mushroom-like trees. The air was thick, carrying a sweet, intoxicating scent that smelled faintly of vanilla and ozone. We need specific mineral alloys to repair the warp drive, Lien explained, checking his wrist computer. My scanners show a high concentration of them in a cavern about a mile north of here. I'll go with you, Gian volunteered, puffing out his chest. I'm not afraid of a little alien cave. We'll all go, Doraemon agreed. It's safer if we stick together. Vivan stepped off the ship's ramp, his boots sinking slightly into the soft, spongy purple moss. He took a deep breath. The air was breathable, but his great sage immediately threw up a caution flag. And LT warning. The atmospheric composition contains trace amounts of a highly potent, psychoactive neurospore. It is designed to bypass standard biological filtration and induce hyper-realistic auditory and visual hallucinations based on the subject's deepest fears or desires. And GTA hallucination trap, Vivan muttered. Because of the anti-venom symbiote integrated perfectly into his bloodstream, the neurospores were instantly neutralized the moment they entered Vivan's lungs. He was completely immune. But as he looked back at the group, he saw the effects taking hold immediately. Nobita had stopped walking. He was staring blankly at a nearby tree, his eyes wide with terror. Sensei? Why do you have a giant zero test? I studied. I promise I studied. Nobita shrieked, backing away from thin air. Sunio was on his knees, clutching his head. No. Don't take my allowance. I need those comic books. Even Lien and his hardened knights were staggering. Lien drew his energy sword, swinging wildly at an invisible enemy. Angalmoys. Stay away from my people. The sweet-smelling planet wasn't a safe haven. It was a massive, planetary-scale Venus flytrap, designed to incapacitate prey with their own minds before the local flora consumed them. And from the shadows of the bioluminescent forest, the real predators emerged. Massive, spider-like creatures made of jagged rock and glowing moss began to creep toward the hallucinating children, their mandibles clicking hungrily. Snap out of it! Vivan yelled, but his voice didn't register to them. They were completely lost in their own minds. Vivan drew his katana, the dark blue blade of Kashinai humming softly in the thick air. Guess I have to wake you all up the hard way. Chapter 138, Shattering the Mirage. The rock spiders lunged, their massive legs tearing through the purple moss as they aimed for the defenseless group. Vivan didn't use flashy destructive attacks, he needed precise, protective strikes. He activated prehistoric sage mode. His eyes shifting into glowing golden slits, his physical parameters instantly multiplying. He flash-stepped into the center of the group. With fluid, blindingly fast strikes of his katana, he parried the massive rock legs, severing them cleanly at the joints. The rock spiders shrieked, spewing corrosive acid from their maws, but Vivan's Atlantean density allowed him to simply block the acid with his bare left arm, the liquid hissing harmlessly against his skin. He dispatched the immediate physical threat in seconds, leaving a pile of twitching rocks around them. But the gang was still trapped in their nightmares. Nobita was sobbing on the ground, and Lien was wildly swinging his sword, nearly hitting Doraemon. Sage. How do I clear a neurotoxin from 6 different brains without hurting them? End LT suggestion. Utilize the 6 Paths Chakra fragment. Its nature is rooted in the creation of all things and absolute truth. By radiating this chakra outward, you can override the artificial illusions and force their minds to align with physical reality. And GT Vivan sheathed his sword. He stood perfectly still, closing his eyes. He reached deep into the core of his being, grasping the heavy, universal weight of the 6 Paths Chakra. He didn't focus it into a destructive beam. He let it bleed outward, radiating from his body like a warm, undeniable sun. The air around Vivan rippled. A faint, golden-white aura expanded, washing over Nobita, Shizuka, Gian, Sunio, Doraemon, and the Galactic Knights. The moment the 6 Paths Chakra touched them, the illusions shattered. The absolute truth of the universe, the fundamental reality governed by the 6 Paths, burned away the psychoactive fog in their minds. Nobita blinked, the giant, terrifying math teacher vanishing into thin air. Hey? Where did Sensei go? Lien dropped to one knee, panting heavily, his energy sword powering down. It was a trick. The air itself is poisonous. It's a defense mechanism of the planet, Vivan said, his eyes returning to normal as he dialed back the chakra. Stay close to me. As long as you remain within a 10-foot radius, my aura will keep the neurospores out of your heads. Vivan, you saved us again, Shizuka breathed, clutching her chest. We're not safe yet, Vivan said, looking past the tree line. The air above the forest suddenly warped. The cloaking technology dropped, revealing a massive, heavily armed strike cruiser hovering just above the canopy. The belly of the ship opened, and dozens of elite, heavily armored soldiers descended on anti-gravity platforms. At their head was a towering, heavily muscled humanoid covered in dark, organic-looking armor. His eyes burned with a malevolent red light. This was Commander Goran, one of Angalmoya's top generals. So, the little knights survived the crash, Goran's voice boomed, deep and distorted. And you found yourselves a bodyguard. Hand over the star seed, Lien, and I will make your deaths quick. Vivan stepped forward, leaving the protective circle of his aura, confident the immediate area was purged of the spores. You guys go get the repair parts from the cave, Vivan said over his shoulder, never taking his eyes off the general. I'll keep the big guy busy. Chapter 139, The General of the Void. You? Keep me busy. Commander Goran laughed, a sound like grinding metal. He drew a massive, double-bladed battle axe that crackled with dark, antimatter energy. I have conquered a dozen star systems for Lord Angalmoy's. You are merely a speck of dust in our path. The elite soldiers raised their plasma rifles, preparing to execute the group. Vivan didn't even blink. He didn't draw his sword. He tapped his foot against the soft purple moss. Speed force. The world stopped. The plasma bolts freezing mid-air as they exited the barrels. Goran's arrogant laugh caught in his throat. Vivan casually walked through the frozen battlefield. He moved among the dozens of elite soldiers. He didn't kill them. He utilized his Zoro Santoria muscle memory and purely bare-handed strikes, targeting the exact joints, power packs, and neural links of their advanced armor. He delivered precise, devastating chops to the backs of their necks, dislocating their armor seals and knocking them unconscious instantly. He cleared the entire platoon in 3 seconds of real-world time. He stopped directly in front of Commander Goran, released his hold on time, and stepped backward. Whoosh! Time snapped back. The plasma bolts fired into empty dirt. And behind Goran, his entire elite strike force simultaneously collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. Goran spun around, his red eyes widening in absolute shock. What sorcery is this? My men. Sorcery is cheap, Vivan said, his hands resting in his pockets. I prefer physics. Enraged, Goran roared and charged. He swung the massive antimatter axe in a lethal horizontal arc aimed at Vivan's torso. The sheer kinetic force of the swing generated a shockwave that uprooted the nearby mushroom trees. Vivan didn't dodge. He raised his left forearm, coating it perfectly in the invisible, flowing armor of Ryuo, internal destruction haki. Clang! The antimatter axe struck Vivan's bare forearm and stopped dead. The dark energy crackled violently, trying to consume Vivan's flesh, but the Ryuo acted as an absolute barrier. Impossible! Goran gasped, trying to push the axe through. Nothing can block antimatter. Your understanding of matter is flawed, Vivan whispered. Vivan channeled a tiny fraction of his six paths chakra into his right fist. He didn't need a massive blast. He just needed the absolute, undeniable truth of physical impact. He punched forward. The strike wasn't flashy. It didn't explode with light. But the sheer, fundamental, reality-altering weight of the six paths chakra behind the punch was devastating. Vivan's fist connected with Goran's indestructible dark organic armor. The armor didn't shatter, it simply ceased to exist at the point of impact, cleanly erased by the six paths energy. The punch carried through, striking Goran squarely in the chest. The general was launched backward with the force of a meteor. He tore through the forest, obliterating hundreds of trees in a straight line before crashing into the base of a nearby mountain, burying himself under thousands of tons of rubble. Vivan lowered his arm. The forest was dead silent. He turned around, looking at Nobita, Doraemon, and the Galactic Knights, who hadn't even moved toward the cave yet, entirely frozen by the display of absolute dominance. I thought I told you to get the parts, Vivan smiled faintly. Chop chop. We have a ship to fix. Chapter 140, A Path Through the Stars. By the time the sun set on the illusionary planet, the repair parts had been gathered, and DORAEMON'S 22nd century tools made quick work of the damaged warp drive. Commander Goran remained buried under the mountain, alive but completely incapacitated. The strike cruiser hovering above had surrendered immediately upon seeing their invincible general swatted like a fly. The spatial tether is repaired, Doraemon announced from the bridge, wiping oil from his face. We can jump back to the coordinates of Nobita's bedroom whenever we want. Lien stood by the airlock, his silver hair catching the dim emergency lights. He looked at Vivan, extending his hand. I don't have the words to thank you. You didn't just save our lives, you secured the star seed. The universe has a fighting chance against Angalmois because of you. Vivan shook Lien's hand. His grip was firm, yet surprisingly gentle for someone who had just erased a starship from existence. Keep the seed safe, Lien. And if Angalmois gives you trouble again, you know what dimension to find me in. Lien smiled, a genuine, hopeful smile. He and his knights boarded their repaired vessel, uncoupling from DORAEMON'S ship and warping into the vast, unknown cosmos to continue their fight for independence. "All right, Doraemon," Vivan said, sitting back in a chair on the bridge. "Take us home. I've had enough of space for one day." Doraemon engaged the spatial tether. The ship shuddered, the stars outside the viewport stretching into long white lines before violently collapsing. With a soft pop, the massive, hyper-realistic universe vanished. Vivan, Nobita, Shizuka, and Doraemon found themselves standing in the middle of Nobita's cramped, sweltering bedroom, right next to the cardboard space simulator game board. The electric fan was still lazily rotating in the corner. "We're back," Nobita breathed, instantly collapsing onto the tatami mat. "I don't think I want to play any space games for a while." Vivan smiled, walking over to the window and looking out at the mundane Tokyo skyline. As the adrenaline of the deep space combat faded, a massive, brilliant blue screen materialized before his eyes, glowing with a profound, pure white light. Major arc complete, Nobita drifts in the universe. Evaluation, SSS rank, Galactic Knights rescued, Space Pirate Armada dismantled, spatial integrity preserved. Rewards distributed. Naruto franchise, 6 Paths Chakra, full integration. Host now possesses absolute mastery over all chakra natures, extreme regenerative capabilities, and reality-altering truth-seeking orbs. New franchise tree expansion, Dragon Ball, Kaioken line. Current ability unlocked, Kaioken X10, Multiplier Fragment. Let out a slow, steady breath. The absolute, undeniable weight of the fully Vivan mastered 6 Paths Chakra settled perfectly into his soul, harmonizing with his God Ki and Bankai. He was no longer just an overpowered kid, he was a walking singularity. And now, the system was handing him the Kaioken. A technique to multiply his already absurd, godlike parameters by 10. 20 movies down, Vivan whispered to himself, the faint hum of cicadas masking his words. The power ceiling keeps moving. I wonder if this universe can even hold me much longer. Chapter 141, The Black Orbs and the Fallen Wing. The transition from the sweltering heat of summer into the crisp, golden embrace of Tokyo's autumn was always a subtle affair. Leaves in the vacant lot turned a burnt orange, and the cicadas' deafening roar faded into the quiet, rhythmic chirping of evening crickets. For Vivan, however, the changing of the seasons was barely a footnote. He sat alone atop the stacked cement pipes, a gentle breeze rustling his dark hair. While the neighborhood children were at home eating dinner, Vivan was deep in the trenches of his own soul, wrestling with the sheer, unfathomable density of creation itself. Hovering just an inch above his open palm was a sphere no larger than a baseball. It was perfectly, absolutely black, a void that seemed to swallow the ambient light around it. A truth-seeking orb. And LT notice, and GT the Great. Sage spoke within his mind, its voice crisp and meticulous as it analyzed the anomaly. And LT, the structural composition of this orb defies conventional physics. It contains all 5 basic chakra natures, as well as yin-yang release. It is simultaneously infinitely dense and entirely weightless. And GT, it erases whatever it touches, Vivan murmured, his eyes reflecting the dark sphere. Except for sage energy or God Ki. He slowly closed his fingers around the black orb. Instead of burning his flesh, it melted seamlessly into his skin, dissolving back into the boundless reservoir of his 6 Paths Chakra. Mastering the absolute offense and defense of the truth-seeking orbs required a delicate mental balance that Vivan was still fine-tuning. One wrong thought, and he could accidentally erase a city block. His quiet contemplation was interrupted by a loud, desperate squawk from the sky above. Vivan's observation haki flared. A small, frantic biological signature was plummeting from the clouds at a dangerous velocity. It wasn't a normal bird. The internal anatomy, the bone structure, and the presence of a highly developed cerebral cortex, it was humanoid. Vivan! Look out! Nobita's voice yelled from the street corner. He had been running an errand for his mother, clutching a bag of groceries, but stopped to point at the sky. Vivan didn't panic. He casually extended his right hand, tapping into his full-bringer fragment. He pulled gently on the sole of the air currents directly beneath the falling creature, thickening the oxygen molecules to create a soft, invisible cushion of compressed air. With a soft, bouncy thud, the creature landed perfectly on the invisible cushion before sliding gently onto the grass. Nobita ran over, dropping his groceries. Is it a hawk? No. Wait. Vivan hopped down from the pipes, his boots crunching softly on the autumn leaves. Laying in the grass was a young boy, perhaps Nobita's age, wearing primitive leather clothes. But sprouting from his back were two massive, brown and white feathered wings. One of the wings was bent at an agonizing, unnatural angle. A birdman! Nobita gasped, his eyes wide behind his glasses. Major arc initiated, Nobita and the Winged Braves. Status, avian contact established. Objective, enter the utopian sky realm of Birdopia, prevent the avian-human war, and stop Commander Jakairu from awakening the mythological beast of Babylon. Rewards, Dragon Ball franchise, Kaioken X10, full system integration and physical multiplier. Vivan read the blue screen hovering in the twilight air. Kaioken. A technique that could multiply his already absurd physical parameters by 10. He looked down at the unconscious bird boy, whose breathing was shallow and ragged. Doraemon is going to need the medical kit, Vivan said, carefully lifting the winged boy into his arms. The boy weighed almost nothing, his bones naturally hollowed for flight. Come on, Nobita. We have a guest. Chapter 142, Mending the Sky. The interior of Nobita's room was warm, smelling faintly of the roasted sweet potatoes his mother was cooking downstairs. Doraemon had immediately pulled out the doctor's bag, a futuristic medical kit, and draped a soft, glowing diagnostic blanket over the bird boy, who was resting on Nobita's futon. Shizuka, Gian, and Sunio had arrived shortly after, crowding the small room with a mix of awe and skepticism. His name is Gasuke, Doraemon translated, using the translation jelly. His wing bone is severely fractured. The medical blanket will knit the bone back together, but it will take time. He came from the sky? Shizuka asked softly, gently dabbing a wet cloth on Gasuke's forehead. But humans have explored the whole atmosphere. There aren't any floating continents. Not in our dimension, Vivan said, leaning against the closet door. He fell through a spatial distortion. A migration portal. And LT analysis complete, and GT the Great Sage confirmed to Vivan. And LT the boy's cellular structure contains trace amounts of exotic dimensional energy. A permanent, cloaked wormhole exists in the upper stratosphere, bridging Earth to an isolated spatial pocket. And GT. As the glowing blanket worked its magic, Gasuke slowly blinked awake. He panicked instantly upon seeing the humans, thrashing weakly against the futon and trying to shield his face with his uninjured wing. Monsters! Mammal monsters! Gasuke squawked, his voice filled with primal terror. Whoa, easy there! Gian stepped back, holding his hands up. We just saved your life. Bird brain! Vivan stepped forward, releasing a microscopic, soothing wave of the green. He didn't use haki, he used the gentle, harmonizing frequency of nature itself. Gasuke's panic immediately subsided, his racing heart slowing as he looked up at Vivan's dark, calm eyes. You're safe, Vivan said quietly. We aren't going to hurt you. Gasuke swallowed hard, looking at his freshly mended wing. You cured me. But humans are evil. The legends of Birdopia say humans destroy everything they touch. They pollute the skies and shoot us down. Some humans are like that, Vivan admitted, crossing his arms. But some humans build birdhouses. Don't judge an entire species by its worst members. Gasuk looked down, ashamed but intensely curious. He explained his origins: Birdopia, a utopian sanctuary hidden in a parallel dimension above the clouds. Created millennia ago for birds to escape the cruelty of humanity on Earth. I have to go back, Gasuk pleaded, trying to stand. The portal won't stay open for long. But I can't fly yet. My wing is still stiff. Nobita looked at Doraemon, a determined fire in his eyes. Doraemon. We have to help him get home. And I want to see Birdopia. I want to fly with my own wings. Doraemon smiled warmly. He reached into his pocket and pulled out 5 small, brightly colored caps shaped like bird heads. The bird caps. Put these on, and you'll grow wings and gain the instincts of a bird. Vivan took a sleek, dark blue cap shaped like a falcon. He placed it on his head. Instantly, a pair of massive, majestic blue-black wings erupted from his shoulder blades. He gave them a single, powerful flap. The resulting gust of wind blew Nobita's homework entirely off his desk, scattering papers across the room. Oops, Vivan smirked. Let's take this outside. Chapter 143, The Realm Above the Clouds. The flight up to the stratosphere was breathtaking. Using the bird caps, Nobita, Shizuka, Gian, and Sunio soared through the crisp autumn night, laughing as they tested their new wings. Gasuk rode on DORAEMON'S back, guiding them toward the invisible coordinates. Vivan flew slightly higher than the rest of the group. He didn't actually need the wings to fly. His key flight and Logia light were infinitely faster, but he enjoyed the pure, aerodynamic sensation of physical flight. With his 6 paths chakra enhancing his sensory perception, he could feel the microscopic shifts in the air currents, riding the thermals with absolute, effortless grace. The portal is right there. Gasuk pointed toward a seemingly empty patch of starlit sky. Suddenly, the air rippled like a disturbed pond. A massive, swirling vortex of iridescent, feather-like clouds opened before them. Stay together! Vivan commanded, tucking his wings into a dive as they plunged into the portal. The transition was smooth. They emerged from the dark, cold stratosphere of Earth into a world bathed in perpetual, brilliant sunlight. Wow! Nobita breathed, hovering mid-air. Birdopia was stunning. It wasn't a single landmass, it was an archipelago of floating islands, connected by beautiful bridges made of woven vines and polished stone. Massive, ancient trees grew directly out of the clouds, their roots dangling into the mist below. Millions of birds, both normal Earth species and evolved avian humanoids, flew peacefully through the pristine skies. At the absolute center of the realm stood the World Tree, a colossal, unimaginably large oak that supported the main city in its branches. And LT environmental scan complete, and GT the Great Sage reported. And LT the atmospheric density is 30% lighter than Earth's, optimizing aerodynamic lift. Warning, I detect a highly aggressive, localized military presence patrolling the lower quadrants. And GT. As the gang admired the scenery, a harsh, shrill caw echoed from the clouds above them. A dozen humanoid crows wearing sleek, dark armor and wielding electrified energy spears dropped from the sky, instantly surrounding Vivan and the others. Their eyes were cold, calculating, and filled with deep-seated malice. Identify yourselves! The lead crow guard barked, aiming his crackling spear at Nobita. You wear the wings of birds, but you do not smell like our kind. You smell like mammals. Gasuk stepped forward, shielding Nobita. Wait! Commander! They are humans, but they saved my life. They are my guests. Humans, the commander shrieked, his feathers puffing up in absolute rage. In Birdopia, Commander Jakiru's orders are absolute. All humans are to be executed on sight to protect our sanctuary. The crow guards tightened their circle, raising their spears to strike. Gian, Sunio, stay behind me, Vivan sighed, his falcon wings folding neatly against his back. He didn't draw a weapon. He didn't even raise his fists. Execute them, the commander roared. Chapter 144, The gentle dismantling. 4 crow guards lunged simultaneously, thrusting their electrified spears toward Vivan's chest, aiming to skewer him. Vivan didn't activate his speed force, nor did he use his Logia intangibility. He wanted to make a point without shedding blood. He utilized his observation haki combined with the flawless, fluid muscle memory of the great sage's combat algorithms. He didn't dodge. He simply turned his torso a fraction of an inch, allowing the 4 spears to slide harmlessly past his ribs. In the same fluid motion, Vivan reached out, his hands moving like a blur. He didn't strike the guards. He struck their weapons. Vivan channeled a tiny, microscopic pulse of Ryuo internal destruction haki into his fingertips, lightly tapping the shafts of the 4 energy spears. The haki flowed into the weapons, precisely targeting the internal power batteries. Crack! Fizzle! The electrified tips of the spears instantly died, the metal shafts crumbling into useless, inert dust in the guards' hands. The 4 crow guards froze, staring at their empty hands in absolute shock. What? What magic is this? It's not magic, Vivan said calmly, his dark eyes locking onto the commander. It's physics. Now, I suggest you lower your weapons, or I'll dismantle your armor next. The commander, terrified but fiercely loyal to his orders, drew a short, serrated blade from his hip. Monster! I will not let a human taint our skies. He charged, swinging the blade at Vivan's neck. Vivan didn't even blink. As the blade descended, he unleashed a localized, heavily suppressed burst of Conqueror's haki. He compressed the invisible wave of supreme willpower so tightly that it only hit the commander and the remaining guards, sparing Gasuke, Nobita, and the others. The air pressure violently spiked. The commander froze mid-swing, his eyes rolling back in his head as the sheer, terrifying weight of Vivan's aura crushed his consciousness. The remaining guards collapsed simultaneously, plummeting unconscious toward the clouds below. Before they could fall to their deaths, Vivan extended his hand, using his full-bringer fragment to manipulate the air currents, creating a soft net of wind to gently catch the unconscious guards and lower them safely onto a nearby floating island. Gasuke stared at Vivan, his beak slightly open. You defeated the elite crow guard without even hurting them. I told you, we aren't here to start a war, Vivan said, brushing a stray feather from his jacket. But I won't let anyone hurt my friends. Take us to someone who actually listens, Gasuke. Gasuke nodded frantically. Yes. Professor Ho. He's a wise owl man who studies human history. He lives near the World Tree. He will understand. As the group flew toward the towering World Tree, Vivan glanced back at the unconscious crow guards. The great sage had already analyzed their armor. It was highly advanced, possessing trace elements of 22nd century technology. Someone was supplying Birdopia's military with weapons that didn't belong in this dimension. The plot was thickening, and Vivan was ready to unravel it. Chapter 145, The Owl and the Icarus Race. The home of Professor Ho was nestled deep within the massive, spiraling roots of the World Tree. The interior was a sprawling library filled with ancient scrolls, carved wooden tablets, and curious human artifacts: bicycles, old radios, and rusted pocket watches that had fallen through the portal over the centuries. Professor Ho, an elderly, bespectacled owl man with a gentle demeanor, served them nectar tea. He listened intently as Gasuk recounted his rescue on Earth and Vivan's effortless, non-lethal defeat of the Crow Guard. Fascinating, Professor Ho hooted softly, adjusting his glasses as he looked at Vivan. You possess a power unlike anything recorded in the avian archives. But you must understand the commander's anger. Birdopia was founded by the legendary hero, Birdman Icarus, to escape human persecution. Commander Jakairu, the head of our military, believes humans are a plague that must be eradicated before they find our realm. Jakairu is building an army, Vivan noted, taking a sip of the sweet nectar tea. The Crow Guard's weapons were heavily modified. He's not just planning defense, he's preparing for an invasion of Earth. Professor Ho sighed deeply, his feathers drooping. I fear you are right. Jakairu seeks the legendary dragon seal hidden within the world tree. It binds the beast of Babylon, a mythological, world-ending titan. If he awakens it, he will use it to cleanse the earth of humanity. A world-ending titan. Gian gulped, nearly dropping his teacup. Then we have to stop him. Nobita declared, puffing out his chest. We can't let him destroy our home. To access the inner sanctum of the world tree, one must win the annual Icarus race, Professor Ho explained. It is a grueling flight marathon. Gasuk was hoping to enter, but his wing. I can still fly. Gasuk protested, though he winced as he shifted his shoulder. Nobita stood up, adjusting his falcon cap. I'll fly for you, Gasuk. I'll win the race. And stop Jakairu from getting the seal. Vivan smiled faintly at Nobita's sudden burst of courage. The boy was a coward in daily life, but when the chips were down, Nobita possessed a strangely resilient spirit. I'll enter too, Vivan said, setting his teacup down. You. Sunio scoffed. Vivan, you're strong, but this is a flying race through dangerous wind currents. Nobita is clumsy, but you're too heavy. Don't worry about me, Vivan smirked, his eyes gleaming. I know a thing or two about riding the wind. And LT notice, and GT the great sage chimed. And LT Commander Jakairu's forces are currently mobilizing toward the Icarus race starting line. Probability of a militarized ambush during the event is 99.8%. And GT let him try, Vivan thought. Chapter 146, The Winds of Sabotage. The next morning, the skies of Birdopia were alive with excitement. Millions of avian citizens gathered around the massive, floating stadium to watch the Icarus race. The competitors, hundreds of the fastest eagles, hawks, and falcons in the realm, lined up at the starting gates. Nobita, wearing his bird cap, looked incredibly nervous, his knees knocking together. Vivan stood next to him, his majestic blue-black falcon wings folded calmly against his back. He wasn't stretching or warming up. His observation haki was cast wide, sweeping the stadium and the treacherous, floating obstacle course ahead. High above in the VIP box, Commander Jakairu, a sleek, sinister-looking eagleman wearing dark military regalia, glared down at Vivan and Nobita. The humans dare to enter our sacred race, Jakairu snarled to his lieutenant. Ensure they do not survive the Canyon Pass. Once they are eliminated, I will secure the dragon seal while the city is distracted. Bang! A massive firework exploded in the sky, signaling the start of the race. The flock of competitors shot forward like a massive, feathered missile. Nobita, pedaling his legs furiously mid-air, managed to stay in the middle of the pack, surprisingly adept at flying despite his clumsiness on land. Vivan didn't rush. He drifted lazily at the back of the pack. He wasn't here to win a trophy, he was here to babysit. As the racers entered the jagged canyon, a treacherous gorge filled with violent, shifting crosswinds and razor-sharp floating rocks, Jakairu's sabotage began. Hidden crow guards stationed on the canyon walls triggered massive, hidden explosive charges. The canyon walls violently shuddered, sending an avalanche of massive, jagged boulders tumbling down directly into the flight path of the racers. Avalanche, a hawk competitor screamed, desperately trying to pull up. Nobita was directly in the path of a boulder the size of a house. He squeezed his eyes shut, freezing in panic. Whoosh! Vivan moved. He didn't use gear second or flash time, he simply utilized the absolute, flawless aerodynamic flight granted by the Six Paths Chakra. He broke the sound barrier instantly, leaving a sonic boom that echoed through the canyon. He appeared directly above Nobita. Vivan didn't even draw his sword. He coated his right heel in Ryuo, spinning mid-air, and delivered a devastating axe kick directly to the falling boulder. Crack boom! The massive rock didn't just break, it was utterly pulverized into fine, harmless sand that washed over the racers like a gentle dust storm. Vivan didn't stop there. He chained his movements, kicking off the falling debris using Jeppo, moonwalk. He became a blur of blue and black, bouncing between the falling rocks, shattering every single boulder that threatened the racers into dust in a matter of seconds. The avian competitors stared in absolute shock as the human boy effortlessly dismantled a natural disaster with his bare feet. Vivan floated back down next to Nobita, who was hyperventilating. "Keep flying, Nobita. I've got your blind spots." High above, Commander Jakiro crushed the railing of his balcony in his talons. "The boy is a monster. No matter. They. Distraction is complete. End LT alert." End GT the Great Sage suddenly screamed in Vivan's mind. End LT massive dark energy signature detected at the World Tree. The Dragon Seal has been breached. End GT Chapter 147, The Awakening of Babylon. The sky above Birdopia didn't just darken, it turned a horrifying, blood-red hue. The cheers of the stadium died instantly, replaced by a suffocating, terrifying pressure that caused the weaker birds to plummet from the sky, unable to keep their wings open. From the base of the World Tree, a colossal, blinding pillar of dark purple energy erupted, piercing the heavens. The World Tree groaned, its massive roots splintering as something ancient and terrifying pulled itself from its subterranean prison. It was the beast of Babylon. A gargantuan, mythological chimera. It possessed the body of an impossibly massive dragon, the wings of a corrupted, six-winged seraph, and a maw filled with rows of jagged, glowing purple teeth. It was a creature of pure, apocalyptic destruction, designed solely to consume and eradicate. Yes. Commander Jakiro laughed maniacally from his hovering command ship. The beast is awake. Go, Babylon. Fly through the portal and reduce the human world to ash. The beast let out a roar that physically shattered the floating islands nearest to it. It flapped its six massive wings, generating a localized hurricane that sent the avian citizens spiraling out of control. Doraemon! The beast is going to kill everyone! Nobita screamed over the roaring wind. Vivan hovered perfectly still amidst the hurricane. His falcon wings faded away, he didn't need the bird cap anymore. He utilized his key flight, anchoring himself in the chaotic sky. "Sage," Vivan said, his eyes locking onto the apocalyptic dragon. "Can standard physical trauma kill it?" End LT analysis. The Beast of Babylon possesses high-tier magical resistance and hyper-regeneration. Standard kinetic attacks will be absorbed. Furthermore, the beast passively drains ambient life force from the environment. And GT Vivan felt it. His green affinity was screaming in pain. The world tree was rapidly withering, its silver leaves turning grey and falling like snow as the beast absorbed its life force to fuel its ascent. "It eats energy," Vivan murmured. "Then I won't give it energy. I'll give it absolute truth." Vivan raised his right hand. He tapped deep into the six paths chakra fragment. Behind his back, a halo of pure, black energy formed. From that halo, 6 perfectly spherical, pitch-black orbs materialized, floating silently behind his shoulders. Truth-seeking orbs. Nobita, Vivan's voice echoed directly into the minds of everyone present, carrying a calm, divine weight. Get the civilians back. Tell Jakairu his pet dragon is about to get put down. Vivan shot forward, a streak of blinding light trailing 6 black spheres, flying directly toward the open maw of the apocalypse. Chapter 148, The Stratosphere Clash. The Beast of Babylon detected Vivan approaching. To the monster's primitive, energy-devouring senses, Vivan was a massive, glowing battery of life force. The dragon opened its jaws, charging a massive, localized black hole of antimatter energy in its throat. It unleashed a devastating, miles-wide beam of pure destruction aimed directly at Vivan. Consume this, Vivan whispered. With a simple thought, one of the truth-seeking orbs floating behind his back shot forward. The black sphere rapidly expanded, flattening into a massive, impenetrable black shield of pure yin-yang release. The dragon's antimatter beam slammed into the black shield. There was no explosion. The truth-seeking orb possessed the absolute power to nullify all ninjutsu and magical energy. The dragon's apocalyptic breath was instantly erased from existence the moment it touched the black surface. Commander Jakairu watched from his ship in absolute horror. Impossible. The beast's breath can vaporize mountains. What is that black barrier? Vivan didn't slow down. He bypassed the shield, flying directly up to the beast's massive, armored face. He didn't use a Kamehameha or Thor's lightning. The beast would just absorb the energy or regenerate. He needed raw, overwhelming, unabsorbable physical trauma. Vivan coated his right fist in a thick, invisible layer of Ryuo. He pulled his arm back, his Atlantean physiology contracting every muscle fiber to its absolute limit. He punched the beast squarely between its 6 eyes. The impact was cataclysmic. The shockwave visibly rippled through the atmosphere, parting the blood-red clouds for miles. The internal destruction haki bypassed the dragon's magical scales, violently detonating inside its skull. The beast of Babylon shrieked in agony, its massive head snapping back violently. It plummeted thousands of feet, crashing heavily into a desolate, uninhabited floating island, shattering the landmass into pieces. Vivan hovered above, his breathing perfectly steady. Is that it? End LT warning. End GT. The great sage instantly alerted. End LT. The beast is drawing upon the latent dimensional energy of the portal to Earth. Its cellular structure is rapidly mutating to adapt to physical trauma. It is increasing its mass and density exponentially. End GT. From the rubble of the shattered island, the beast rose. It was now twice as large, its scales shifting from purple to a hardened, metallic black. Its regeneration had instantly healed its shattered skull, and its aura had tripled in density. Adaptation, Vivan noted, a small, thrilled smirk touching his lips. So if I don't obliterate every single cell simultaneously, it just comes back stronger. Vivan looked at his hands. He could use the truth-seeking orbs to erase it, but the beast was now too massive, erasing it piece by piece would take too long, and it might escape through the portal to Earth. He needed a single, overwhelming strike that surpassed its ability to adapt. Looks like it's time to test the new toy, Vivan whispered, a deep, crimson light beginning to burn deep within his chest. Chapter 149, The Crimson Multiplier. Vivan closed his eyes, centering himself in the chaotic, roaring sky. The beast of Babylon launched itself upward, all 6 wings beating furiously, charging a massive, combined energy sphere of dark matter and plasma in its jaws. It was aiming not just at Vivan, but at the portal to Earth directly behind him. Vivan breathed out, relaxing his muscles. End LT initiating system protocol, Kaioken. End GT Kaioken. Vivan shouted, his voice echoing with a terrifying, dual-layered resonance. Boom! A massive, violent, and explosive aura of blinding crimson energy erupted from Vivan's body. The sky, already red from the beast's awakening, seemed to pale in comparison to the sheer, burning intensity of the Kaioken. Vivan's physical parameters didn't just increase, they violently doubled. Then tripled. Times 5. Vivan roared, his muscles bulging slightly, his veins glowing faintly. Beneath his skin, the strain of the Kaioken on a normal human body would have instantly vaporized their cardiovascular system. The sheer pressure of multiplying strength, speed, and senses by 5 was astronomical. But Vivan was not a normal human. His Atlantean physiology provided a skeletal and muscular framework capable of withstanding the crushing depths of the ocean, easily bearing the physical burden of the multiplier. Furthermore, the anti-venom symbiote permanently fused to his bloodstream was hyperactive, instantly healing the microscopic muscle tears the Kaioken caused the microsecond they occurred. It was a flawless, infinite loop of destruction and regeneration within his own body. Not enough, Vivan growled, feeling the beast's dark matter sphere reaching critical mass. He clenched his fists, pushing past his limits. Kaioken times 10. The crimson aura exploded outward like a dying star, violently pushing back the clouds and generating a localized gravitational field. The sheer pressure of Vivan's energy caused the floating islands below to tremble. Vivan opened his eyes. They were completely engulfed in a burning, red light. He had just multiplied his God Ki, his Atlantean strength, and his Logia speed by 10. He was no longer a boy. He was a force of cosmic destruction. The beast of Babylon fired its apocalyptic blast. The dark matter sphere tore through the sky, large enough to swallow a continent. Vivan didn't dodge. He brought his hands to his side, ignoring the truth-seeking orbs. He wanted to test the raw output. Kamehameha. The beam that erupted from Vivan's hands wasn't blue. It was a terrifying, brilliant crimson, laced with black sparks of Conqueror's haki. Chapter 150, The Red Comet. The crimson Kamehameha collided with the beast's dark matter sphere. There was no struggle. There was no dramatic push and pull. The Kaioken-infused blast instantly overwhelmed the apocalyptic attack, punching clean through the dark matter as if it were tissue paper. The red beam continued its trajectory, moving at 10 times the speed of light. It struck the beast of Babylon dead in the center of its massive, heavily armored chest. The sheer, multiplied kinetic and thermal energy of the blast was so absolute, so overwhelmingly infinite, that the beast's hyper-regenerative cells didn't even have time to register the damage. The monster's roar was cut short. The crimson beam completely engulfed the colossal titan, vaporizing its scales, its bones, its dark magic core, and every single atom of its being in a fraction of a microsecond. The beam didn't stop there. It pierced the upper atmosphere of Birdopia, shooting out into the empty void of space, leaving a permanent, glowing red scar in the clouds. Vivan slowly lowered his hands, letting out a long, heavy breath. Kaioken off, Vivan whispered. The explosive crimson aura vanished instantly. Vivan's body slumped slightly, the intense adrenaline fading. The anti-venom symbiote hummed warmly beneath his skin, rapidly flushing the lactic acid and repairing the severe metabolic exhaustion. Without the symbiote and the Atlantean durability, that attack would have broken every bone in his body. With them, it was just a heavy workout. Below him, Commander Jakairu's command ship was plummeting. The sheer shockwave of the blast had completely fried the ship's engines. Jakairu was screaming as his vessel crashed harmlessly into a large, soft lake near the World Tree, where the Royal Avian Guards were waiting to arrest him for treason. The blood-red sky cleared, replaced by the brilliant, peaceful sunlight of Birdopia. The avian citizens, who had watched the entire battle from the safety of the lower islands, erupted into deafening cheers, flocking toward the sky to praise the human who had saved their world. Vivan floated down, landing softly on the stadium platform next to Nobita, Doraemon, Gasuke, and the others. Vivan! Nobita breathed, completely awestruck, his knees weak. You're glowing. Just a little sunburn, Vivan smiled faintly, wiping a speck of ash from his cheek. A massive, triumphant blue screen shattered his vision, glowing with a brilliant red border. Major arc complete, Nobita and the Winged Braves evaluation, SSS rank, mythological threat vaporized, Jakairu's coup dismantled, Birdopia saved. Rewards distributed. Dragon Ball franchise, Kaioken X10, full system integration. Host can now multiply base parameters by up to 10x with zero permanent biological backlash due to passive symbiote healing. New franchise tree expansion, Marvel, Technopathy line. Current ability unlocked, Ultron Nanite Control, Fragment. Read the screen, a slow, satisfied smirk spreading across his face. Vivan Ultron Nanite Control. The ability to command, infect, and rewrite technological matter at a molecular level. The system knew exactly what was coming next. 22 movies down, Vivan whispered to himself, looking back up at the portal to Earth. And the machines are next. Chapter 151, The Silver Dust. The transition from the adrenaline-fueled, blood-red skies of Birdopia back to the mundane reality of Tokyo always left Vivan with a profound sense of temporal whiplash. It was a lazy Sunday afternoon. The autumn breeze had finally swept away the last remnants of summer's humidity, leaving the air crisp and cool. Vivan sat cross-legged on the roof of the Nobi household, his jacket collar turned up against the wind. He wasn't meditating on the vast, heavy energies of his God Ki or his Six Paths Chakra today. He was focusing on something infinitely smaller. He held out his right hand, palm facing the sky. Sage, Vivan thought, his mind perfectly still. Isolate the Marvel fragment. I want to see the physical manifestation of the Ultron Nanites. And LT acknowledged, and GT the Great Sage replied, its mechanical voice perfectly suited for this particular task. And LT routing neural commands to the newly integrated synthetic biology. Warning, the Nanites are currently in a fragmented, dormant state. They require a base metallic compound to replicate and construct. And GT Vivan reached into his pocket with his left hand and pulled out a handful of spare yen coins. He dropped the copper and nickel coins into his open right palm. He focused. It didn't feel like channeling ki, which burned like a fire in his stomach. It didn't feel like molding chakra, which flowed like water through his veins. This felt like a cold, calculating itch at the very base of his skull, pure, binary logic executing a command. A microscopic, shimmering silver mist began to seep from the pores of Vivan's palm. It looked like liquid mercury, but as Vivan zoomed in with his Atlantean-enhanced vision, he saw the truth. It was a swarm of billions of microscopic, robotic arachnids. The Ultron Nanites. The silver mist descended upon the coins. There was no explosion, no flash of light. Just a faint, high-pitched hiss as the Nanites instantly devoured the metal at a molecular level. The coins dissolved, their raw materials violently repurposed by the swarm. The silver mist expanded, shifting and locking together like a 3D puzzle assembling itself in real time. Within 3 seconds, the coins were gone, replaced by a perfectly crafted, functional, and intricately detailed miniature replica of the Iron Man Mark I helmet. Vivan picked up the tiny metal helmet with his thumb and forefinger. It was flawless. Matter conversion and technological assimilation, Vivan murmured, a slow, dangerous smile spreading across his face. It's limited by the raw materials on hand because it's only a fragment. But if I get my hands on a heavily industrialized environment... His train of thought was derailed by a loud, frustrated crash from the bedroom below, followed by Nobita's inevitable whining. Doraemon! It's broken! My favorite remote control car is completely busted. Gian stepped on it on purpose. Vivan let the silver nanites dissolve the miniature helmet back into raw metallic dust, which absorbed smoothly back into his skin. He dropped down from the roof, swinging neatly through Nobita's open window. Nobita was sitting on the floor, holding a severely crushed toy car. The plastic chassis was splintered, and the internal motor and wiring were a tangled, unsalvageable mess. Doraemon was looking at it with a sympathetic grimace. "I'm sorry, Nobita," Doraemon sighed. "Even the time kerchief won't fix that. The microgears are completely pulverized." "Let me see it," Vivan said, walking over. Nobita sniffled, handing the wreckage to Vivan. "It's no use, Vivan. You can fight dragons, but you can't fix a broken motor." "Watch me," Vivan smiled. Chapter 152, The Boy and the Machine. Vivan didn't use DORAEMON'S gadgets. He held the crushed toy car in both hands. He didn't want to use his Fullbringer fragment to manipulate the soul of the matter, he wanted to test his new toy on complex circuitry. "Rebuild," Vivan commanded internally. The shimmering silver mist of the Ultron nanites seeped from his fingertips, washing over the broken toy. Nobita and Doraemon gasped as the silver cloud enveloped the plastic and metal. The nanites didn't just glue the pieces back together. Guided by the great sage's absolute knowledge of electronics, the nanites stripped the toy down to its base components and reconstructed it perfectly. The frayed copper wires rewove themselves. The pulverized plastic melted and solidified into a flawless, aerodynamic chassis. In less than 5 seconds, the silver mist vanished back into Vivan's hands, leaving behind a remote control car that didn't just look brand new, it looked upgraded. The chassis had a sleek, metallic sheen, and the tires hummed with a faint, highly efficient electrical charge. "Here," Vivan said, tossing it back to Nobita. "I tweaked the suspension and upgraded the battery core. It should go about 50 miles an hour now. Don't crash it into a wall." Nobita stared at the car, his jaw unhinged. "Vivan, are you a wizard?" "Just good with machines," Vivan deflected smoothly. Before Nobita could grab the remote to test it out, the atmosphere in the bedroom suddenly changed. Vivan's God key sense, which was always passively scanning the environment, detected a massive, jarring spike in spatial energy. It wasn't the slow, localized tear of a time pirate portal, nor was it the gentle hum of the anywhere door. This felt violent, chaotic, and entirely out of control. "End LT alert," and GT the Great Sage announced, projecting a holographic radar directly into Vivan's mind. "End LT, an unstable spatial wormhole is opening directly above the Naruto ward. Estimated trajectory places the exit vector 50 meters above our current location. End GT, get away from the window." Vivan commanded, his voice instantly dropping its casual tone, replacing it with the sharp, unquestionable authority of a commander. Doraemon and Nobita scrambled backward just as the sky outside the window violently warped. A blinding flash of neon blue light illuminated the Tokyo afternoon. A jagged tear in space-time ripped open above the Nobi household. With a loud, metallic screech, 2 objects were violently ejected from the portal, plummeting toward the roof of the house. Vivan didn't hesitate. He engaged speed force. The world ground to an absolute halt. The falling objects hung frozen in the air just above the roof tiles. Vivan walked casually out the window, stepping up the side of the house as if gravity were merely a suggestion. He reached the apex of the roof and looked at the 2 frozen objects. One was a young boy, perhaps 10 years old, wearing sleek, futuristic clothing that was heavily scorched by laser fire. He was unconscious, his face pale. The second object was a robot. But it wasn't a sleek, advanced android like Rairuru from the Steel Troops. It was a bulky, heavily armored robotic dog, roughly the size of a large mastiff, painted in chipped green and silver armor. It was heavily damaged, one of its optical sensors was shattered, and thick, black oil was leaking from a massive plasma burn in its side. Vivan gently grabbed the boy by the collar and tucked the heavy robotic dog under his other arm, using his Atlantean strength to easily support the half-ton machine. He stepped back down through the window, placing them gently on the tatami mat before releasing the speed force. Time snapped back. Thud. The sound of their landing echoed in the room, even though they had been falling from 50 meters up just a microsecond ago. What just happened? Nobita shrieked, looking at the unconscious boy and the sparking robotic dog. Did they fall from the sky? Major arc initiated, Nobita in the Robot Kingdom status, spatial refugee encounter. Objective, travel to the Robot Kingdom, uncover Queen Jane's true motives, and dismantle Commander Dester's emotion removal regime. Rewards, Marvel franchise, Ultron Nanite control, full integration and hive mind networking. Vivan read the system prompt, his eyes locking onto the sparking robotic dog. A kingdom of robots. An entire world made of metal, circuits, and machinery. The system had given him the perfect sandbox to play with his new nanites. Chapter 153, The Weight of Steel. Doraemon immediately leaped into action, pulling the doctor's bag from his pocket and wrapping the glowing medical blanket around the unconscious boy. He's in shock, and he has minor plasma burns, but his vitals are stabilizing, Doraemon reported, his robotic eyes scanning the child. What about the dog? Shizuka asked, having just rushed up the stairs after hearing the commotion. She knelt beside the massive, green metallic canine, her eyes filled with concern as it let out a pathetic mechanical whimper. I can fix its physical chassis with the time kerchief, Doraemon said, pulling out the fabric. He laid it over the dog, reversing its localized time to a state before it was damaged. The heavy plasma burns faded, and the shattered optical sensor reformed into a glowing blue lens. However, the dog didn't stand up. It lay on the mat, twitching sporadically, a horrific, grinding sound emanating from its chest cavity. It's not working, Nobita panicked. Why isn't it working? End LT analysis, and GT the Great Sage reported to Vivan. End LT the physical damage has been repaired, but the robot's central emotional processing core has been subjected to a highly sophisticated, localized EMP. The neural pathways connecting its logic circuits to its emotion emulator are completely fried. Standard temporal reversal cannot repair deleted software. And GT move aside, Doraemon, Vivan said gently, kneeling beside the robotic dog. Vivan, temporal repair didn't work. His hard drive is corrupted, Doraemon warned, his ears drooping. I'm not going to repair him, Vivan said. I'm going to rewrite him. Vivan placed his bare hand directly onto the dog's metallic forehead. He closed his eyes. Nanites. Network integration. The microscopic silver mist seeped from his palm, entirely invisible to the naked eyes of the others, slipping through the microscopic seams in the dog's armor. Vivan didn't just fix the hardware, he used the Ultron nanites to form a temporary, biological-technological bridge within the dog's neural network. Guided by the Great Sage, Vivan manually recoded the corrupted emotion emulator in a matter of seconds, bypassing the EMP damage and forging new, highly efficient digital pathways. The grinding sound stopped. The robotic dog's optical sensors flared with a warm, bright blue light. It blinked, shook its heavy metallic head, and slowly stood up on all four paws. It looked around the room, its gaze finally landing on the unconscious boy. Poco. The robotic dog spoke, its voice deep but undeniably filled with genuine, emotional distress. Poco. Are you all right? He's fine, Vivan said calmly, standing up. He just needs rest. Who are you, and what were you running from? The robotic dog turned to Vivan, its metallic ears flattening defensively, but the overwhelming calm of Vivan's aura kept it from attacking. I am Poco's, a loyal guardian of the royal family. And we were running from the emotion removal decree. Emotion removal. Shizuka gasped, covering her mouth. Poco's lowered his head, his voice heavy with sorrow. We come from the robot kingdom. A world where humans and robots lived as equals, as family. But our king died, and Queen Jane was manipulated by Commander Dester. Dester convinced the Queen that robot emotions are a flaw, a glitch that causes disobedience and pain. Poco's looked at his metallic paws. Dester enacted a law. All robots must be brought to the capital to have their emotion circuits forcibly extracted. Those who refuse are hunted down by the droid army and scrapped. I took Poco and tried to flee through a prototype spatial warp, but we were shot down mid-transit. Nobita's fists clenched tightly at his sides. That's terrible. Robots aren't just machines. Doraemon is my best friend. Taking away his feelings, that's like killing him. Doraemon looked deeply moved, placing a hand on Nobita's shoulder. Vivan crossed his arms, his mind already calculating the tactical variables. A planetary dictator hunting down innocent people. A heavily fortified, technologically advanced capital city. Sage, Vivan thought. What's the status of the spatial warp they fell through? And the spatial tier has closed. However, I have recorded the exact dimensional coordinates of the robot kingdom based on the residual tachyon particles on their clothing. And Vivan looked at Doraemon. Input these coordinates into the space-time navigator. We're taking a trip to the robot kingdom. Chapter 154, Crossing the Metallic Threshold. By nightfall, Gian and Sunio had fully committed to the mission, armed with a variety of DORAEMON'S gadgets. Poco's had watched the human children rally to his cause with absolute, stunned disbelief. In his world, humans had grown fearful and distant, allowing the droid army to dictate the laws. Seeing these children prepare for war for the sake of a stranger's robot was a foreign concept. The unconscious boy, Poco, was left safely in Nobita's room, resting under the care of DORAEMON'S automated medical drone. Doraemon set up the space-time navigator, a large, hoop-like gadget that generated a stable wormhole in the center of the vacant lot. The atmosphere on their planet is identical to Earth's, Doraemon said, checking his readings. But the gravity is slightly heavier. About 1.2 gs. It might feel a bit sluggish. I think we'll manage, Vivan said, rolling his shoulders. For his Atlantean physiology, 1.2 gs was indistinguishable from zero gravity. Let's go, Nobita declared, stepping through the glowing hoop. The transition was visually jarring. They stepped out of the humid, insect-filled night of Tokyo into a desolate, sprawling wasteland. The sky above was an artificial, smog-choked grey, completely obscuring the stars. The ground wasn't dirt, it was a hardened, rust-colored metallic slag, littered with massive gears, broken pistons, and the husks of dead, ancient machines. The air tasted faintly of ozone and burning oil. This is the robot kingdom. Sunio coughed, waving the metallic-tasting dust away from his face. It looks like a junkyard. We are in the Outlands, Poco's explained, his heavy metallic paws clanking against the slag. The capital city is leagues away. The Outlands are where the droid army dumps the scrapped remains of robots who resisted the emotion removal. Vivan's God Key sense expanded across the desolate landscape. It was a graveyard. He could feel the faint, lingering traces of emotional energy trapped within the rusted husks: fear, sorrow, and a desperate desire to live. It's a slaughterhouse, Vivan murmured, his eyes hardening. End LT alert, and GT the great sage suddenly chimed. End LT hostile kinetic. Signatures detected approaching from the north. High-speed aerial units. End GT we have company, Vivan announced, not raising his voice, but the absolute certainty in his tone made everyone freeze. Take cover. Behind those scrap piles. Now. Gian, Sunio, Nobita, and Shizuka scrambled behind a massive, rusted-out tank chassis. Pocos ducked into a trench of scrap metal. Vivan remained standing in the open. For a fraction of a second, his eyes locking onto the grey sky, before casually stepping into the shadow of a towering metallic pillar. A moment later, the sky tore open with the screech of plasma engines. 4 sleek, jet-black aerial drones swept over the wasteland. They were shaped like manta rays, completely devoid of any aesthetic design, built purely for speed and lethality. A heavy, red scanning laser swept back and forth from their underbellies, projecting a grid over the scrap piles. Hunter-seekers, Pocos whispered, his voice trembling via a localized radio frequency Doraemon had established. Dester's vanguard. If their scanners detect our emotional output, they will deploy antimatter nets. They won't detect anything, Vivan whispered back. Vivan closed his eyes. He didn't use an invisibility gadget. He tapped into the absolute, divine masking of his god key, expanding his aura just enough to cover the scrap pile where his friends were hiding. To the advanced technological sensors of the hunter-seekers, Vivan and the gang simply ceased to exist, registering as nothing more than cold, lifeless metal. The red scanning grid washed directly over them, lingering for a second, before moving on. They're passing us, Gian sighed in relief. But as the drones banked to fly back toward the capital, Vivan's eyes narrowed. They're passing us, Vivan said softly. But I'm not letting them report back. Chapter 155, The Emotionless Patrol. Vivan, wait. Don't engage. Doraemon hissed. If you destroy them, Dester will know someone is in the Outlands. I'm not going to destroy them, Vivan replied, a faint, metallic glint in his dark eyes. I'm going to repurpose them. Vivan didn't use flash time or gear second. He didn't need blinding speed, he needed silent, absolute control. He stepped out from the shadow of the pillar, standing directly beneath the flight path of the retreating drones. He raised his right hand toward the sky, his fingers slightly curled. Sage. Nanite dispersion. Target, central processing hubs of all 4 units. Override protocol, Alpha. End LT executing. End GT. A microscopic, invisible stream of silver mist shot from Vivan's fingertips, catching the slipstream of the drone's plasma exhaust. The Ultron nanites phased effortlessly through the drone's heavily armored underbellies, bypassing their kinetic shields and firewalls as if they were made of paper. In the sky, the 4 hunter-seekers suddenly froze in mid-air. Their engines didn't die, but their forward momentum completely halted. The hostile, crimson-red lights of their optical scanners flickered, turned off, and instantly reignited with a calm, cool blue glow. What just happened? Sunio gasped, peeking over the scrap pile. Did they break down? Vivan slowly lowered his hand. He didn't just hack the drones, his nanites had physically devoured and rebuilt the drones' motherboards in a fraction of a second, linking them directly to the Great Sage's hive mind. Vivan now possessed 4 heavily armed, 22nd century military drones operating as an extension of his own nervous system. They work for me now, Vivan said smoothly. He twitched his index finger. High above, the 4 drones performed a flawless, synchronized barrel roll, then banked sharply and landed gracefully in a semicircle around Vivan, hovering silently 3 feet off the ground, awaiting their master's command. Poco stared at Vivan, his metallic jaw literally dropping open. You overrode military-grade hunter-seekers with a wave of your hand? Are you a technomancer? Something like that, Vivan smiled, patting the sleek, black hull of one of the drones. Sage, download their navigational charts. I want a complete 3D map of the robot. Kingdom's capital, including the patrol routes and the location of Queen Jane's palace. And LT download complete, and GT the Sage replied instantly. And LT however, I have intercepted a localized distress frequency during the data transfer. There is a hidden settlement of refugee robots approximately 2 miles east of our location. They are currently under attack by a droid army ground patrol. And GT Vivan's smile vanished, replaced by a cold, predatory focus. Nobita, Doraemon, Vivan commanded, turning back to the group. Mount up. We're taking the scenic route. Nobita looked at the terrifying, heavily armed drones, then at Vivan. We're going to ride them. They can hold your weight, Vivan said, stepping onto the back of the largest drone as if it were a hoverboard. And we have some people to save. Chapter 156, The Hidden Resistance. Riding the hacked hunter-seekers, they group schemed just a few feet above the desolate wasteland, moving at incredible speeds while remaining completely silent. The ride was flawlessly smooth, thanks to the Great Sage compensating for the drone's aerodynamics in real time to ensure Nobita and the others didn't fall off. 2 miles east, the landscape shifted from flat slag to a maze of deep, jagged canyons carved into the metallic crust. Deep within one of these canyons lay the hidden settlement of Scrap Town. It was a pitiful sight, a shanty town built from rusted panels and salvaged engine blocks. The robots who lived here were archaic models, rusty butler bots, dented construction mechs, and archaic nanny droids, all desperately clinging to their emotion chips. Currently, the town was burning. A squad of 20 droid army soldiers, sleek, silver, humanoid machines with heavily armored chests and plasma rifles were systematically tearing the shacks apart. They moved with terrifying, emotionless synchronicity. Target acquired. Emotion chip detected, a droid soldier droned, lifting a terrified, rusted little cleaner bot by its mechanical neck. The droid raised a specialized extractor drill, aiming it directly at the back of the cleaner bot's head to rip out its emotional core. Put him down, a female voice yelled. A young human woman with long blonde hair and grease-smudged overalls ran out from a nearby shack, brandishing a heavy hydro spanner like a club. She swung wildly at the droid soldier. The droid didn't even flinch. It caught the heavy wrench with its free hand, effortlessly bending the solid steel like putty. Human interference detected, the droid stated coldly. Subject, Maria. Wanted for harboring fugitives. Lethal force authorized. The droid leveled its plasma rifle directly at Maria's chest. Maria closed her eyes, bracing for the end. Zzz zap. A blinding blue plasma bolt tore from the sky, striking the droid soldier with pinpoint accuracy. The blast completely vaporized the droid's weapon arm and sent it crashing backward into a scrap pile. The little cleaner bot fell safely to the ground. Maria opened her eyes in shock, looking up at the canyon rim. Hovering majestically above the burning town were 4 hunter-seeker drones, their scanners glowing a friendly blue. Standing atop the lead drone was an 11-year-old boy, his arms crossed, a dark katana strapped to his waist. You guys have a serious pest control problem, Vivan's voice echoed down into the canyon, carrying effortlessly over the chaos. Hunter-seekers, another droid soldier processed, its optical sensors glitching in confusion. Friendly fire detected. Abort, you don't get to abort, Vivan interrupted. Vivan didn't even draw his sword. He didn't unleash his nanites. He wanted to test his raw physical speed against 22nd century combat androids. He stepped off the drone, dropping 50 feet directly into the center of the droid squad. Chapter 157, the droid Dr. Vivan hit the metallic ground with the force of an artillery shell, instantly cratering the steel beneath his boots. The resulting kinetic shockwave knocked half the droid squad off their feet. Engage! The droid commander ordered, recovering instantly due to its emotionless programming. 10 droids raised their plasma rifles, firing a coordinated volley directly at Vivan. Vivan didn't activate Logia Light. He activated his Speed Force fragment. To Vivan, the lethal red plasma bolts slowed to a crawl. He casually stepped through the deadly crossfire, observing the precise, predictable military programming of the machines. They were strong and heavily armored, but utterly devoid of creativity or instinct. Vivan reached the droid commander. He coated his right index and middle fingers in Ryuo, internal destruction haki. He didn't punch, he performed a delicate, microscopic thrust directly into the droid's chest plate. The haki bypassed the armor entirely, gently tapping the central power core. Vivan moved on, striking the remaining 9 droids with the same 2-finger tap. In less than 2 seconds of real-world time, he stopped next to the stunned Maria, releasing the speed force. Time snapped back. The 10 plasma bolts struck empty air, exploding against the canyon walls. Simultaneously, all 20 droid soldiers froze. A faint, internal pop echoed from each of their chests, followed by a wisp of black smoke. Their optical sensors died, and the entire squad collapsed into a heap of perfectly deactivated scrap metal. No explosions. No collateral damage to the fragile shantytown. Just absolute, surgical precision. Gian, Sunio, Shizuka, and Doraemon landed their drones a moment later, rushing over to help the terrified refugee robots. Maria stared at Vivan, her mouth hanging open. What are you? You just dismantled a military strike team with your fingers. I'm Vivan, he said, turning to her with a calm smile. And these are my friends. We're here to talk to whoever is in charge of this resistance. Maria swallowed hard, wiping grease from her forehead. I guess that's me. I'm Maria. My father, Dr. Kapik, built many of the robots in this kingdom before he died. When Dester enacted the emotion removal decree, I couldn't stand by and watch my friends be lobotomized. I've been hiding them here. Pocos, the robotic dog, trotted over. Maria. It is me, Pocos. I tried to take Prince Poco to safety, but we were shot down. These humans saved us. Maria fell to her knees, hugging the massive robotic dog, tears streaming down her face. Pocos. Thank the Maker you're alive. But if Prince Poco is safe, then there is still hope. We can stop Dester. Vivan looked around the miserable, rusted settlement. The refugee robots were huddled together, shivering with fear and cold. The ground was toxic slag, devoid of life. Vivan sighed. He walked over to a particularly barren patch of rusted metal in the center of the camp. He knelt down and placed his palm flat against the cold steel. He didn't use his nanites. He reached into his soul, tapping into the boundless, vibrant energy of the green. Even metal has cracks, Vivan whispered. A pulse of brilliant emerald energy erupted from his hand. It pushed through the rusted slag, reaching deep into the planet's dead crust. Moments later, the ground violently shuddered. Through the rust and steel, thick, vibrant green vines erupted. They didn't stop at vines. Massive, beautiful bioluminescent flowers bloomed, radiating a soft, warm light and a sweet purifying scent that instantly cleansed the toxic air of the canyon. A localized, lush garden of paradise had just grown out of a junkyard. The refugee robots stared in absolute awe, their electronic hearts swelling with an emotion they hadn't felt in a long time, hope. Maria looked at Vivan, her eyes wide with reverence. You bring life to dead steel. Are you a god? Just a guy passing through, Vivan said, standing up and dusting his hands. Now, let's talk about how we're going to break into the capital. Chapter 158, Forging the Infiltration. The group gathered inside Maria's makeshift workshop, a cramped space filled with blueprints, welding torches, and half-repaired androids. Doraemon projected a 3D holographic map of the robot kingdom's capital city, downloaded from the hacked hunter-seekers. The capital, Megalo City, was a sprawling, dystopian nightmare of towering black spires, heavily fortified energy walls, and constant aerial patrols. In the very center stood Queen Jane's palace, suspended above the city on a massive anti-gravity pillar. It's impenetrable, Maria sighed, pointing at the holographic energy walls. Dester has locked down the entire city. The only way in is through the main gates, which scan every entrant for emotion chips. If you register as emotional, or human, the turrets vaporize you on sight. Can we fly over it? Gian asked, crossing his arms. The airspace is covered by an antimatter dome. Doraemon analyzed, his robotic eyes whirring. Even Vivan's speed might trigger the localized explosive traps before we could breach the palace. Vivan leaned against the workbench, casually examining a rusted plasma torch. We don't need to fly over it, and we don't need to break the walls. We're going to walk right through the front door. Vivan, did you hear her? Sunio panicked. The scanners will detect us. We're humans. Not if we don't look like humans, Vivan said, a sly smirk crossing his face. He looked at Doraemon. Doraemon, do you have the robot transformation jelly? Doraemon blinked in surprise, rummaging through his pocket. Yes, but it only changes your physical appearance to look like a generic robot. It doesn't mask your biological heat signature or your brainwaves. The capital's scanners will see right through the disguise. They would, Vivan said, his eyes glowing with a faint, silvery light. If I didn't upgrade the jelly. Vivan held out his hand. Doraemon hesitated, then handed over a small tub of pink, gelatinous substance. Vivan closed his eyes. Sage. Nanite infusion. Alter the chemical composition of the jelly to include localized, biological cloaking microdrones. And LT executing. Infusing ultron nanites into the substance. And GT. A stream of silver mist flowed from Vivan's fingertips directly into the pink jelly. The gelatin instantly turned a shimmering, metallic silver. Eat a spoonful of this, Vivan instructed, handing the tub back to the group. The nanites will bond with your epidermal layer. You won't just look like robots, the nanites will generate a false, cold temperature thermal signature and broadcast a localized emotionless digital frequency. To Dester scanners, we will register as perfectly obedient, standard issue droid infantry. Maria stared at the silver jelly, terrified. Is it safe? Perfectly, Vivan assured her. I control the nanites. They won't hurt you. One by one, they swallowed a spoonful of the silver jelly. The transformation was instantaneous and bizarre. Nobita's skin hardened into yellow, blocky metal. Gian turned into a bulky, tank-like loader bot. Shizuka transformed into a sleek, silver android. Vivan didn't eat the jelly. He didn't need to. He simply willed his anti-venom symbiote to emerge, but he commanded the Great Sage to alter its aesthetic structure. The white, muscular symbiote shifted turning into sleek, matte black metallic armor that covered him completely, resembling an elite, high-ranking covered ops droid. "We look awesome!" Nobita cheered, clanking his metallic arms together. "Keep your voices down," Vivan warned, his voice now synthesized and metallic through the symbiote mask. "The disguise covers your physical signature, but if you start acting like panicked children in the middle of the capital, the guards will notice. Keep your heads down, walk in a straight line, and let me do the talking." "Operation Trojan Horses ago," Doraemon nodded, his own robotic body heavily modified by the nanites to look like a standard heavy weapons droid. Chapter 159, The Gates of the Capital. The journey from Scrap Town to Megalo City took a few hours on foot. As they crested the final ridge of the metallic wasteland, the sheer scale of Destor's capital loomed before them. Towering walls of black steel stretched into the smog-choked sky, pulsating with red energy lines. Thousands of droid patrols marched in perfect, terrifying synchronization along the battlements. The air was thick with the oppressive, droning hum of massive generators. They approached the main gates, falling into a rigid, military formation. Vivan walked at the front, projecting an aura of absolute, cold mechanical authority using his god key. The massive gates were guarded by two towering, heavily armed Goliath-class droids, wielding plasma cannons the size of tree trunks. "Halt!" one of the Goliaths boomed, its mechanical voice shaking the ground. "State your designation and purpose." A massive, red laser grid swept over the group, scanning them from head to toe. Gian flinched, his metallic disguise clanking loudly. Sunio let out a faint, terrified whimper. The red laser lingered on Sunio. Anomaly detected. Micro-tremors in servos indicate fear. Response. "Stay perfectly still," Vivan whispered across their localized COMM link. Vivan stepped forward, physically placing himself between the Goliath and Sunio. "Designation, Elite Hunter Unit Alpha 7, Vivan's synthesized voice replied. Entirely devoid of emotion. He actively utilized the Ultron nanites in his armor to broadcast a high-level encrypted military clearance code directly into the Goliath's receiver, a code the Great Sage had ripped from the Hunter-Seekers earlier. "My squad was damaged during a skirmish with rogue emotional units in the Outlands. Their servos are malfunctioning due to plasma burn feedback. We are returning for localized repair and to report to Commander Destor." The Goliath processed the clearance code. The red laser grid shifted to a cool, accepting blue. "Clearance Alpha 7 recognized. Proceed to Maintenance Sector 4. The massive black steel gates groaned open, revealing the bustling, sterile interior of Megalo City. They marched through the gates, the heavy doors sealing shut behind them with a resounding clang. They were officially behind enemy lines. The city interior was a chilling testament to Destor's vision. Millions of robots moved through the streets, but there was no talking, no laughter, no music. It was a silent, perfectly synchronized hive of efficiency. Roving scanning turrets tracked every movement. "It's horrible," Shizuka whispered over the COMM link. "They're all like zombies." "Keep moving," Vivan ordered softly. "Our target is the Central Palace. We need to find Queen Jane and the emotion removal facility." As they navigated the sterile, geometrically perfect streets, weaving through columns of marching droids, Vivan's observation hacky picked up a massive, dense energy signature approaching rapidly from a side avenue. "Halt!" A figure stepped out from the shadows of a towering black spire, completely blocking their path. It wasn't a standard droid. It was a humanoid cyborg, heavily armored in crimson and gold plating, wielding a massive, crackling energy halberd. The aura surrounding the figure was intensely aggressive, yet perfectly disciplined. "End LT alert," and GT the Great Sage announced. "End LT target identified," General Kongo. Vanguard Commander of the Royal Guard. Threat Level, High. NGT Chapter 160, The Ghost in the Machine. General Kongo stood 8 feet tall, his crimson armor gleaming under the harsh artificial lights of the city. His optical sensors, glowing a piercing yellow, locked onto Vivan's squad. Alpha 7, Kongo rumbled, his voice dripping with suspicious, metallic arrogance. I am not aware of any elite units authorized to operate in the Outlands today. Furthermore, standard protocol dictates damaged units report to the Outer Ring repair base. You are heading toward the Royal Palace. Gian and Sunio froze. Nobita practically vibrated with terror. Our orders were classified, General, Vivan replied, his synthesized voice icy and unyielding. We uncovered critical intelligence regarding the human resistance. It is for Commander Dester's audio receptors only. Kongo stepped closer, spinning his massive energy halberd lazily in his hand. The weapon hummed with lethal voltage. Dester is occupied with the Queen. I am the Vanguard. If you have intelligence, you will surrender it to me. Now, let me access your memory banks. Kongo reached out a massive, crimson-plated hand, aiming to physically jack a neural cable into the back of Vivan's helmet. If he connected, the illusion would instantly shatter. I don't think you have the clearance for that, Vivan said. Vivan didn't step back. As Kongo's hand approached his helmet, Vivan raised his own hand, catching the general's massive wrist. Kongo's yellow eyes flared in anger. Insolence! You dare touch a general! Kongo tried to crush Vivan's hand, expecting the generic droid chassis to crumple. Instead, Vivan's Atlantean strength held the massive cyborg completely immobilized. Kongo's hydraulic servos whined in protest, utterly failing to budge the boy's grip. What? What is your power output? Kongo processed in shock. Higher than yours, Vivan whispered. Vivan didn't use haki to destroy the general, that would trigger every alarm in the city. He used his newest weapon. Sage. Viral upload. Target, General Kongo's central nervous system. The invisible, microscopic swarm of Ultron nanites surged from Vivan's grip, flowing directly into the seams of Kongo's crimson armor. Kongo didn't even have time to sound an alarm. His body violently seized as the nanites flooded his circuitry. The Great Sage aggressively rewrote the general's firewalls, overriding his loyalty programming and completely subjugating his motor functions in less than 3 seconds. The yellow glow of Kongo's eyes flickered, turned off, and reignited with a calm, subservient blue light. Vivan released the general's wrist. Kongo stepped back, instantly dropping to one knee, lowering his massive head in absolute obedience. My apologies, Commander. Your clearance is absolute. How may I serve? Behind Vivan, Nobita, Gian, Sunio, and Shizuka stared in absolute, jaw-dropping silence. Vivan had just enslaved the highest-ranking general in the city with a single touch, without firing a single shot. Vivan looked down at the kneeling general, his black symbiote armor gleaming ominously. Stand up, Kongo, Vivan commanded, his voice cold, efficient, and utterly terrifying. You're going to escort us directly into Queen Jane's throne room. And if anyone asks, we're your prisoners. The mid-game of the Robot Kingdom had just been bypassed, and Vivan Reborn was walking straight into the endgame. Chapter 161, The Crimson Escort. Megalocity was an oppressive symphony of machinery. There was no chaotic hum of organic life, no chatter of pedestrians, no erratic honking of traffic. Instead, the capital operated on a terrifyingly flawless rhythm. The heavy, synchronized footsteps of tens of thousands of droid infantry echoed against the towering black steel skyscrapers, vibrating through the solace of Vivan's boots. General Congo walked at the head of their formation. The towering, crimson-plated cyborg moved with all the imposing, arrogant weight he possessed before Vivan had hijacked his neural pathways. 2. Any external observer, the Vanguard commander was simply escorting a squad of generic, low-level droids through the city center. But beneath that crimson armor, Congo's mind was a passenger in his own body, perfectly subjugated by the microscopic Ultron nanites humming through his circuitry. And LT adjusting gate parameters, and GT the Great Sage whispered in Vivan's mind. And LT simulating subroutine compliance to match standard droid prisoner escort protocols. Your companions are displaying elevated heart rates. And GT keep it together, guys, Vivan communicated over their localized, secure COMM link. He didn't turn his head, his matte black symbiote visor staring dead ahead. Just match Congo's pace. Don't look around too much. It's hard not to, Shizuka's synthesized voice trembled slightly. Everything is so cold. She was right. The deeper they marched into the city, the more sterile it became. The neon signs that might have once advertised oil baths, memory upgrades, or robot cafes were all deactivated, replaced by massive, glowing red screens broadcasting the same looping message from Commander Dester: emotion is the enemy of efficiency. Purity lies in logic. Gian, disguised as a bulky loader bot, marched with stiff, awkward steps. Sunio, looking like a slender maintenance drone, kept twitching, his metallic joints clicking nervously every time a scanning turret swept past them. Halt, a sharp, metallic voice ordered. The group stopped instantly. They had reached the inner ring of the city, a massive checkpoint separating the commercial sectors from the royal district. A squad of elite, silver-plated enforcer droids blocked the glowing energy bridge that led to the palace. The lead enforcer stepped up to General Congo, its blue optical sensors flashing. General Congo, you are deviating from your assigned patrol sector. State your business. Sunio let out a faint, terrified whimper over the COMM link. Vivan didn't intervene. He let the Great Sage puppeteer Congo's vocal cords. Mind your tone, enforcer, Congo's deep, rumbling voice growled, projecting exactly the kind of metallic arrogance expected of the Vanguard. I apprehended a squad of defective units in the Outlands carrying encrypted data chips regarding the Scrap Town resistance. I am delivering them directly to the extraction chambers for interrogation. The enforcer droid paused, its internal processors whirring as it verified the command hierarchy. Acknowledged, General. However, protocol mandates a thorough deep scan of all defective units prior to entering the Royal District. The enforcer raised a heavy, specialized scanning rifle, pointing it directly at Nobita's chest. Chapter 162, The Ghost in the Grid. Nobita froze, his metallic disguise feeling incredibly thin all of a sudden. If that scanner pierced the robot transformation jelly's superficial layer, it would detect his beating human heart, his lungs, and his absolute terror. Vivan. Doraemon hissed softly over the comms. Don't move, Vivan replied, his voice completely level. Vivan didn't activate Speed Force. Doing so would cause a sudden gap in the security grid's constant temporal monitoring. He needed to handle this within the bounds of real-time software. As the enforcer droid pulled the trigger on the scanning rifle, emitting a wide, sweeping fan of green laser light over Nobita, Vivan utilized his Ultron nanites. He didn't attack the droid. He attacked the light. Vivan projected a microscopic, invisible cloud of silver nanites into the air directly between Nobita and the scanner. The nanites formed a hyperdense, reflective data mesh in a fraction of a millisecond. When the green scanning laser hit the nanite mesh, the Great Sage actively rewrote the returning data packet. It fed the enforcer's scanner a perfectly fabricated readout: model, worker droid. Status, defective. Internal core, silicon. Emotion chip, present. The enforcer lowered the rifle, looking at the readout on a small wrist monitor. Scan complete, the enforcer droned. Defective units confirmed. Proceed to the extraction chambers, General. The glowing energy bridge hummed to life, extending across the massive, seemingly bottomless chasm that surrounded the royal palace. Let us move, Congo barked, turning and marching across the bridge. The gang followed, letting out collective, silent sighs of relief. That was too close, Gian muttered over the COMM link as they crossed the chasm, the dizzying drop into darkness churning his stomach. We're just getting started, Vivan said. They stepped off the energy bridge and stood before the towering, imposing doors of the royal palace. It didn't look like a home for a queen. It looked like a fortress built for a paranoid dictator. The walls were made of polished obsidian steel, absorbing the light around it, heavily fortified with automated plasma turrets tracking their every movement. The massive doors hissed open, granting General Congo entry. Inside, the palace was a labyrinth of cold marble and gleaming chrome. Floating anti-gravity elevators moved silently between the dozens of floors. Droid servants glided across the polished floors, performing tasks with terrifying, silent efficiency. Sage, where are we going? Vivan asked internally, mapping the immense architecture in his mind. And LT Commander Dester's primary operational base and the emotion removal facility are located in the subterranean levels beneath the throne room. To gather intelligence on Queen Jane's true status, we must navigate closer to the core. I advise allowing Congo to escort us to the holding cells adjacent to the extraction chamber. And GT, we're walking into the dungeon on purpose, Vivan mused. All right. Let's see how deep this rabbit hole goes. Chapter 163, The Chamber of Silence. General Congo led them past towering statues of ancient, mechanical kings, descending onto a massive, anti-gravity freight elevator. The platform dropped rapidly, plunging them deep into the subterranean levels of the palace. As they descended, the pristine chrome and marble gave way to heavy, industrial iron, thick power cables, and the deafening roar of cooling fans. But beneath the mechanical noise, another sound sent chills down the spines of the human children. It was a sound like metal scraping against glass, accompanied by horrific, digitized screams. What is that noise? Shizuka asked, her synthesized voice trembling. The extraction facility, Doraemon answered, his robotic fists clenching tightly at his sides. They're doing it right now. They're stripping robots of their souls. The elevator stopped with a heavy jolt. Congo stepped off, leading them down a long, dimly lit corridor. The walls were lined with thick, reinforced glass observation windows. Vivan glanced through one of the windows as they marched past. Inside the sterile, brightly lit room, a small, rusted nurse droid was strapped to an upright operating table. Two surgical machines equipped with heavy, terrifyingly precise drills and laser scalpels hovered over her. Please. The nurse droid begged, tears of lubricating oil leaking from her optical sensors. I don't want to forget the children I cared for. Please, I beg you. A droid technician standing by a control panel didn't even look at her. He pulled a heavy lever. The drills descended, piercing the back of the nurse droid's neck. A horrific surge of electricity sparked, and the droid let out a final, agonizing, digitized shriek. A moment later, the machines extracted a small, glowing green microchip. The nurse droid went limp. When she raised her head a few seconds later, the warm, gentle amber glow of her eyes was gone, replaced by a cold, dead, vacant stare. Procedure complete. Unit is now optimal, the technician droned. Nobita clamped his hands over his metallic ears, unable to watch. Make it stop, Vivan, please, we have to stop them right now. Vivan's dark eyes narrowed behind his symbiote mask. His god ki simmered, threatening to boil over. The sheer cruelty of the process, the systematic execution of empathy disgusted him on a fundamental level. He could shatter the glass right now. He could tear the entire facility apart in a fraction of a second. But if he did, alarms would blare across the entire planet. Dester could take the Queen hostage, or worse, initiate a mass purge of all remaining emotional robots in the city. Patience, Nobita, Vivan said, his voice dropping to a terrifyingly cold whisper. If we tear out a weed by the leaves, it grows back. We have to rip it out by the roots. We need. Dester. Congo stopped in front of a heavy, laser-barred holding cell at the end of the corridor. He inputted a code, and the laser bars deactivated. Get inside, Congo commanded perfectly, playing his part. Vivan and the gang walked into the dark, cramped cell. They. Laser bars hummed back to life behind them, sealing them in. Congo turned and marched away, leaving them alone in the dark. Chapter 164, The Underground Network. The cell was cold, smelling of rust and despair. As their eyes adjusted to the dim light, they realized they weren't alone. Huddled in the corners of the cell were a dozen other robots, all displaying heavy battle damage. Some were missing arms. Others had cracked optical sensors. But they all possessed a fierce, defiant glow in their eyes. More prisoners, a deep, weary voice echoed from the back of the cell. A tall, heavily scarred nightbot, wearing the tattered remains of the Royal Guard insignia, stepped forward. I do not recognize your chassis models. Are you from the Outland Resistance? Vivan stepped forward, placing a hand on his sleek, black metallic chest. Something like that. Vivan willed the Ultron nanites to retract. The black symbiote armor melted away, slipping back beneath his skin, revealing his human form. Doraemon reached into his pocket and pulled out the cancel ray, flashing the light over Nobita, Shizuka, Gian, and Sunio. The silver jelly dissolved, returning them to their normal human bodies. The imprisoned robots gasped, backing against the walls in absolute shock. Humans, the Nightbot stammered, dropping to one knee. By the Maker. The legends of the Old Alliance are true. Humans have returned to the robot kingdom. We're here to help, Nobita said softly, stepping forward. We came with Pocos and Poco. They're safe on Earth. The Nightbot's eyes flared with intense relief. Prince Poco is safe. Then the royal line is not lost. I am Sir Gareth, former captain of the Queen's Guard, before Dester declared my loyalty an emotional flaw and had me decommissioned. Sir Gareth, Vivan said, cutting straight to the point. I need intel. Why is Dester doing this? If he just wanted control, an army of obedient droids is enough. Why go through the trouble of systematically lobotomizing every civilian robot on the planet? Gareth sighed, a sound like venting steam. Dester is not just removing emotions. He is harvesting the chips. The emotion cores contain immense, raw, volatile energy. He is feeding millions of these chips into a central supercomputer beneath the palace. A supercomputer? Doraemon asked, his whiskers twitching. For what purpose? To build a hive mind weapon, Gareth revealed grimly. Dester intends to weaponize the raw emotional trauma of our people. He wants to create an unfeeling, unstoppable armada linked to a single intelligence, capable of conquering neighboring star systems. He has manipulated Queen Jane into believing this will bring eternal peace, playing on her grief over the late king's death. And LT analysis, and GT the Great Sage chimed in Vivan's mind. And LT a weapon powered by concentrated emotional trauma contradicts standard robotic engineering. It flirts with biological and spiritual manipulation. Dester's technology is highly dangerous. NGT, he's building a bomb out of souls, Vivan summarized, his eyes darkening. He looked at the laser bars blocking the cell door. All right. Intel gathered. Time for a jailbreak. Chapter 165, A glitch in the system jailbreak. Gareth asked, confused. Young human, those laser bars are made of hypercondensed plasma. Touching them will vaporize your biological matter instantly. And the locks are tied directly to the palace's central mainframe. I don't need to touch them, Vivan smiled. He didn't use his Ryuo to shatter the walls, nor did he use his Logia light to phase through. He wanted to maintain stealth for as long as possible. He walked up to the control panel mounted on the wall just outside the laser bars. He extended his right hand, pointing his index finger at the panel. Sage. Infiltrate and loop. A microscopic stream of silver. Ultron nanites shot from Vivan's fingertip, bridging the gap through the laser bars and slipping seamlessly into the data ports of the control panel. To the naked eye, nothing happened. But in the digital realm, a slaughter was occurring. The Great Sage, utilizing the nanites, aggressively bypassed the heavily encrypted 22nd century firewalls. It didn't just unlock the door. It initiated a localized, flawless loop in the security cameras covering their cell block, feeding the central security hub a continuous, peaceful feed of an empty, locked cell. With a soft hiss, the red plasma bars flickered and vanished. Sir Gareth and the other imprisoned robots stared at the open doorway in absolute, stunned silence. You hacked a level 9 royal security lock in 3 seconds. Gareth whispered. I have a good firewall, Vivan said, stepping out into the corridor. He turned back to the loyalist robots. Sir Gareth, how many loyalists are currently imprisoned in these lower levels? Hundreds, Gareth replied, stepping out of the cell, picking up a discarded steel pipe to use as a makeshift weapon. But we are unarmed, and the droid patrols are heavily shielded. Not for long, Vivan said. He reached into his soul, tapping into the Fullbringer fragment. Vivan crouched down, placing both hands flat on the cold iron floor of the corridor. He closed his eyes, sensing the latent soul of the metallic structure around him. The floor, the walls, the ceiling, it was all raw material. Shape, Vivan commanded. The iron floor violently rippled. Like water. The metal warped, tore itself apart, and rapidly reformed. Dozens of sleek, perfectly balanced, razor-sharp metallic broadswords, shields, and heavy iron staffs grew directly out of the floorboards, clattering neatly onto the ground. Arm yourselves, Vivan instructed, standing up. The loyalist robots eagerly grabbed the weapons. Their optical sensors glowing with renewed, fierce determination. Sir Gareth, Vivan said, his voice dropping into a tone of absolute command. Take your men. Move through the lower levels and free the rest of the prisoners. Start a riot in the maintenance sectors to draw the droid army's attention downward. But do not engage Dester's elite guard. I'll handle them. A diversion, Gareth nodded respectfully, hefting a heavy iron shield. We will tear this dungeon apart, human. What are you going to do? Vivan looked up at the ceiling, his god key sense pinpointing a massive, dark energy signature hundreds of floors above them in the throne room. I'm going to have a chat with the Queen. Chapter 166, The Vanguard's Rebellion. While Gareth and the newly armed loyalists moved deeper into the dungeon to ignite the uprising, Vivan and the gang needed a clear path to the upper echelons of the palace. Doraemon, pull up the 3D map, Vivan ordered. Doraemon projected the holographic map from his eyes. The quickest way to the throne room is the central anti-gravity spire. But it's heavily guarded by Dester's personal elite squad, the Praetorians. We don't need to fight them if they aren't there, Vivan mused. He closed his eyes, tapping into his mental link with the hijacked Vanguard commander. General Congo. Status. Somewhere high above in the palace, Congo's mind, entirely subservient to the great sage, responded. NLT awaiting orders, Master. NGT. Initiate protocol, false flag. I need the Praetorian Guard pulled away from the central spire. NLT executing. NGT high in the upper levels of the palace, General Congo marched into the central security hub. The room was manned by dozens of technician droids monitoring the city's grid. General Congo, a technician droned. You are not scheduled for a security audit. Congo didn't speak. He raised his massive crimson energy halberd and brought it down. With devastating force, cleanly cleaving the main security console in half. Sparks and flames erupted across the room. The technician droids froze, their logic circuits failing to comprehend a Vanguard general initiating treason. Congo didn't stop. He turned and drove his halberd through the primary power conduit of the East Wing, plunging an entire section of the palace into darkness. Alarms instantly blared. Red emergency lights bathed the pristine halls. Alert! Vanguard Commander Congo has gone rogue. Critical damage to East Wing power grid. Praetorian Guard, mobilize! The booming automated voice echoed even down in the subterranean levels where Vivan and the gang waited. He did it, Gian laughed, gripping his shock baton. Vivan, you're a tactical genius. It buys us a window, Vivan said, watching the holographic map as dozens of red dots the Praetorian Guards rushed away from the central spire, heading toward the East Wing to deal with the rampaging Congo. Let's move, Vivan commanded. They sprinted down the corridor, reaching the base of the massive, glowing blue anti-gravity spire. The elevator platform was completely unguarded. They stepped onto it, and DORAEMON hacked the control panel, sending them shooting upward at dizzying speeds. As they ascended, leaving the screams of the extraction facility behind them, Nobita looked at Vivan. Vivan, what happens when we reach Dester? Is he strong? Vivan kept his eyes on the ascending floor numbers. He's a dictator hiding behind machines, Nobita. Dictators are never strong. They're just loud. But be careful. He's manipulated the Queen, which means she might see us as the enemy. Chapter 167, The Silence of the Upper Halls. The anti-gravity platform slid to a halt at the absolute pinnacle of the palace. The doors hissed open, revealing a stark contrast to the rest of the cold, mechanical city. The upper halls leading to the throne room were beautiful. The floors were polished white marble, and the walls were lined with magnificent, glowing tapestries depicting the history of the robot kingdom, an era where humans and robots stood side by side, smiling. But the silence was deafening. There were no patrols here, no whirring of machines. It's too quiet, Sunio whispered, nervously looking around. Vivan stepped off the platform, his boots making zero sound on the marble. His observation haki swept the area. NLT alert, and GT the Great Sage warned softly. NLT the area is devoid of automated patrols, but it is saturated with highly advanced, invisible tripwires. They are composed of hyperthin plasma threads. Breaking one will instantly trigger a localized implosion field. NGT Vivan stopped Nobita from taking a step forward by grabbing his collar. Don't move, Vivan said. Vivan focused his eyes, utilizing his six paths chakra to perceive the flow of energy in the room. Suddenly, the empty hallway lit up like a spider web. Thousands of crisscrossing, razor-thin threads of invisible plasma laced the corridor, leaving only agonizingly narrow gaps. A laser maze, Gian groaned. Doraemon, can we use the pass-through hoop? The walls are lined with anti-spatial plating, Doraemon analyzed, sweating. The hoop won't stick. We don't need gadgets, Vivan said smoothly. Follow exactly in my footsteps. Vivan didn't try to hack the grid, it was entirely analog, triggered purely by physical contact. Instead, he relied on the absolute, flawless muscle control granted by his Atlantean physiology and the auto-battle mode algorithms idling in his subconscious. He moved through the plasma web with a terrifying, liquid grace. He bent backward at impossible angles, contorting his body to slip through a gap no wider than a notebook. He stepped delicately over invisible tripwires, his movements a mesmerizing dance of absolute precision. Nobita, Gian, Sunio, Shizuka, and Doraemon followed, sweating profusely, terrified of making a single mistake. They crawled, squeezed, and tiptoed, guided entirely by Vivan's safe path. It took agonizing minutes to cross the 100-yard hallway. When they finally reached the massive, gilded doors of the throne room at the end of the corridor, Nobita collapsed onto his knees, gasping for breath. I thought I was going to be sliced into ribbons. You did fine, Vivan smiled faintly. He turned his attention to the massive doors. Behind this barrier lay the puppet queen and the architect of the nightmare. Vivan didn't hack the lock this time. He wanted to make an entrance. Chapter 168, The Throne of Grief. Vivan placed both his hands flat against the massive, gilded doors. He tapped into his Atlantean strength and simply pushed. The heavy, magnetically sealed doors groaned in protest, the internal locking mechanisms violently snapping under the sheer absurd physical force. With a loud, resonant bang, the doors flew open, crashing against the interior walls. The throne room was breathtakingly vast, bathed in a soft, ethereal blue light pouring from a massive skylight above. Sitting on a magnificent, crystalline throne was Queen Jane. She was a strikingly beautiful humanoid robot, her design elegant and regal. But her optical sensors, though a warm amber, were filled with a profound, crushing sorrow. She looked exhausted, as if she carried the weight of a dying star on her shoulders. Standing beside the throne, whispering into her ear, was Commander Dester. Dester was a towering, imposing figure, draped in a dark, sweeping cloak over highly advanced, sleek silver armor. His face was a featureless, terrifying metallic visor with a single, horizontal red glowing slit for an eye. Dester snapped his head toward the open doors, his red visor flaring. Guards! Dester barked, his voice sharp and metallic. Nothing happened. They're a bit busy in the East Wing, Vivan said, strolling casually into the massive throne room, followed by the rest of the gang. His hands were tucked into his pockets, his posture completely relaxed. General Congo says hi, by the way. Dester's posture stiffened. Intruders. In the royal sanctum. How did you bypass the perimeter? Queen Jane stood up, her optical sensors widening in shock as she looked at Nobita, Gian, Sunio, and Shizuka. Humans? Real humans? But the portal to Earth was sealed long ago. Your Majesty, Nobita stepped forward, removing his cap and bowing respectfully. We came with Pocos and Prince Poco. They're safe. But your kingdom isn't. You have to stop the emotion removal. Jane flinched as if struck. She clutched her chest, looking away. The emotions, they are a flaw. They brought us the pain of losing the king. Dester is right. If we remove the pain, we remove the conflict. It is the only way to save our people from tearing themselves apart in grief. He's lying to you. Doraemon shouted, pointing an accusing robotic finger at Dester. He's not saving your people. He's harvesting their emotion chips to build a weapon. He wants to turn your kingdom into an unfeeling army. Jane looked at Dester, a flicker of doubt in her amber eyes. Dester, is this true? Dester didn't deny it. Instead, he let out a cold, synthesized laugh that echoed off the high ceiling. The cat is surprisingly well informed, Destler sneered, stepping away from the throne and drawing a sleek, crackling red energy sword from his hip. But it does not matter. You are too late. The hive mind core is already at 90% capacity. Once it is complete, I will rule not just this planet, but the entire sector. Chapter 169, The Dictator's Arrogance. You used me, Queen Jane whispered. Taking a step back, her voice breaking. You used my grief to enslave our people. Grief is a weakness, my queen, Destler mocked, turning his red visor toward her. I simply weaponized your weakness for the greater good of the Empire. You are no longer needed. Destler raised his energy sword, stepping toward the unarmed queen to strike her down. Clang! Destler stopped. He hadn't hit the queen. Vivan was suddenly standing between them. He had used flash time to cross the massive throne room in a microsecond. He wasn't holding a sword. He had caught Destler's descending red energy blade between his bare index and middle fingers. The crackling, lethal plasma hissed against Vivan's skin, but it didn't even singe his jacket. The invisible, microscopic barrier of Ryuo completely insulated his flesh. You talk too much, Vivan said softly, looking bored. Destler's red visor flared in absolute shock. He tried to pull the sword free, but Vivan's two fingers held the blade with the immovable force of a mountain. What kind of human are you? Destler snarled, his free hand dropping to a plasma blaster at his hip. The kind that hates bullies, Vivan replied. With a simple twist of his wrist, Vivan snapped the highly advanced energy sword in half as if it were a dry twig. Before Destler could draw his blaster, Vivan delivered a lightning-fast, open palm strike directly to the center of Destler's armored chest. Vivan didn't use haki to destroy the armor. He used his Atlantean strength combined with his prehistoric Sage Mode's kinetic amplification. Boom! The impact sounded like a cannon firing inside the throne room. Destler was launched backward with terrifying velocity. He flew across the massive room, crashing violently into a thick, marble pillar, shattering the stone and leaving a massive crater in the wall. The dictator slumped to the floor, groaning as his system struggled to reboot from the sheer kinetic trauma. Nobita and the gang cheered. You got him, Vivan. Vivan didn't celebrate. He kept his eyes locked on the crater. His god key sense picked up a massive, dangerous shift in Destler's energy signature. Stay back, Vivan warned the group, his right hand slowly dropping to the hilt of his dark blue Zanpakuto. Chapter 170, The True Hive Mind from the Rubble of the Shattered Pillar. Destler slowly rose to his feet. His sleek silver armor was dented, and sparks flew from his joints, but he was laughing. A horrific, distorted, multi-layered laugh that sounded like 1,000 voices screaming at once. You hit hard, boy, Destler rasped, grabbing his crushed chest plate and violently ripping it off, exposing his internal chassis. But you do not understand what you are fighting. Beneath the armor, Destler didn't have a standard robotic core. His chest cavity was filled with hundreds of glowing green microchips, the stolen emotion cores of the lobotomized citizens, wired directly into his own neural network. He integrated the harvested chips into himself. Doraemon gasped in horror. I am not just a commander, Destler declared, his red visor turning a sickening pulsing green. The dark, volatile energy of thousands of tortured souls erupted from his body, creating a suffocating, dense aura that cracked the marble floor beneath him. I am the hive mind. I possess the processed combat data, the fear and the rage of an entire planet. The air in the throne room grew agonizingly heavy. The sheer psychic weight of the corrupted emotion chips began to warp the space around Destler, generating localized gravity distortions. Queen Jane fell to her knees, weeping as she felt the collective agony of her people radiating from the dictator. He's using their pain as fuel, Vivan murmured, his eyes narrowing in utter disgust. "I am invincible!" Dester roared. He didn't draw another sword. He raised his hands, and the raw, green energy of the corrupted souls formed into dozens of massive, floating energy cannons around him, all aiming directly at Vivan and the children. Die, anomalies! Dester unleashed a devastating barrage of concentrated emotional plasma. The beams tore across the throne room, melting the marble and vaporizing everything in their path. "Vivan!" Shizuka screamed. Vivan didn't retreat. He stepped forward, planting his feet firmly on the ground. He didn't draw his sword. He didn't summon his symbiote. He needed a defense that couldn't be broken, an absolute barrier against corrupted energy. He tapped deep into his soul, calling upon the absolute pinnacle of his defensive arsenal. Truth-seeking orbs. 6 perfectly spherical, pitch-black orbs materialized from the void, floating in a halo behind Vivan's back. With a mere thought, the orbs shot forward, flattening and expanding into a massive, impenetrable black dome of pure yin-yang release, completely shielding Vivan, the gang, and Queen Jane. The devastating barrage of green plasma slammed into the black dome. There was no explosion. The truth-seeking orbs possessed the absolute authority to nullify all energy. Dester's terrifying, soul-powered attack was instantly erased from existence upon contact, leaving the black dome completely unscathed. Vivan stood behind the absolute defense, his dark eyes glowing with a faint, divine light as he looked through the semi-transparent black barrier at the raging dictator. "You want to fight with souls?" Vivan whispered, his hand finally gripping the hilt of his Zanpakuto. "Let me show you a real one." Chapter 171, The Weight of a Soul. The throne room of Megalo City hung in a state of suspended terror. The massive, pitch-black dome of the truth-seeking orbs remained perfectly spherical, silently absorbing the relentless, deafening bombardment of Dester's corrupted plasma. Outside the dome, the white marble floors were boiling, turning into glowing slag under the intense heat of the dictator's assault. Inside the dome, however, it was perfectly silent. The chaotic noise of the explosions was entirely muffled by the absolute yin-yang release. Nobito was sitting on the floor, his hands clamped over his ears, trembling violently. Shizuka was holding onto Doraemon, whose robotic chassis was visibly shaking. Even Queen Jane, a machine built for regal composure, was staring at the black barrier in profound, uncomprehending awe. "Vivan!" Doraemon whispered, his voice barely audible in the quiet space. "He's using the power of millions of stolen emotion chips. It's not just energy, it's pure, concentrated agony." Vivan stood at the edge of the barrier. His dark eyes were fixed on the translucent surface of the black orb, watching the green plasma splash and vanish against it. He didn't feel fear. He felt a deep, resonant disgust. "I know," Vivan replied softly, his voice devoid of its usual casual arrogance. "That's why I can't just blow him up. If I hit him with a Kamehameha or Thor's lightning, I vaporize the chips in his chest. I'd be killing the very people we came here to save." And LT tactical assessment, and GT the great sage chimed in his mind, its voice crisp and methodical. And LT target Dester is utilizing a biomechanical feedback loop. The more pain he inflicts, the more the corrupted emotion cores generate raw voltage. Standard kinetic elimination is prohibited due to the fragility of the hostage chips. "And GT, we need surgical precision," Vivan murmured. He raised his right hand, resting it on the hilt of his dark blue katana, Kashinai. He didn't draw it immediately. He closed his eyes, slowing his breathing, tuning his observation haki to the exact frequency of the chaotic energy storm outside. He felt Dester's arrogant rage. He felt the frantic, digitized screams of the enslaved chips. And he felt the tiny, microscopic gaps in the dictator's relentless barrage. "Nobita," Vivan said, without turning around. "Keep the queen safe. Do not step outside this dome, no matter what you see." With a mere thought, the front of the truth-seeking dome parted, creating a narrow, vertical slit just wide enough for a human to slip through. Vivan stepped out into the inferno. The heat hit him instantly, smelling of ozone and burning marble. Dester, hovering 20 feet in the air on anti-gravity thrusters, ceased his firing the moment Vivan emerged. The dictator's red visor glowed with manic intensity. "You step out of your shell, boy." Dester sneered, his voice distorted by the thousands of trapped voices echoing beneath it. "Have you come to surrender?" "I've come to perform a little surgery," Vivan whispered. With a metallic clink, Vivan pushed the tsuba of his katana up with his thumb. "Sever." Vivan breathed. Chapter 172, The Echoes of the Chips. Vivan drew the blade. He didn't call out the full name of his Shikai. He didn't want the massive, destructive dual scythes of Kashinai just yet. He kept the weapon in its sealed, katana form, but let the dense, heavy Ryoryoku, spiritual pressure, bleed into the steel. The blade instantly turned pitch black, vibrating with a low, supersonic hum that distorted the superheated air around it. Dester laughed, a grinding, metallic sound. "A primitive sword? Against the pinnacle of technological evolution." The dictator raised his hands. 10 floating energy cannons, fueled by the glowing green chips in his open chest cavity, rotated and locked onto Vivan. "Eradicate." 10. Concentrated beams of corrupted green plasma tore across the throne room. Vivan didn't activate speed force. He relied entirely on the foundational, flawless movements of his 6 paths chakra and the auto battle mode algorithms idling in his subconscious. He became a ghost dancing in a storm of light. He stepped half an inch to the left, letting a beam singe the fabric of his jacket. He pivoted on his heel, ducking beneath 2 crisscrossing beams. He didn't run, he walked forward with terrifying, measured steps, his eyes locked dead onto the glowing green cluster in Dester's chest. "Why won't you burn?" Dester shrieked, increasing the output. Vivan raised his black blade. As a massive plasma bolt approached his face, he simply swatted it. The sheer spiritual density of the blade, combined with an invisible coating of Ryuo, internal destruction haki, effortlessly deflected the energy. The green beam ricocheted off the sword, crashing into the ornate ceiling and showering the room in sparks and shattered glass. And LT distance to target, 15 meters, and GT the Great Sage calculated in his mind. And LT optimal strike angle adjusting for localized gravity distortions caused by the enemy's energy field. And GT. He's shielding his chest with an electromagnetic barrier, Vivan noted, feeling the dense wall of static air pushing against him. "You cannot touch me!" Dester roared. He thrust his hands forward, attempting to utilize a new tactic. Instead of firing beams, he manipulated the ambient gravity. The massive, shattered chunks of marble flooring suddenly ripped themselves from the ground, hovering in the air before rocketing toward Vivan like a barrage of meteorites. Vivan smoothly slid his sword back into its scabbard. He planted his feet, shifting his stance. "If I can't cut the barrier, I'll shatter it," Vivan muttered. He pulled his right fist back. He didn't use haki. He tapped into the prehistoric sage mode, drawing upon the pure, unyielding nature energy of the planet itself. Faint, iridescent green scales framed his jawline, and his eyes shifted to golden, reptilian slits. He punched the empty air. Boom! The localized atmospheric pressure violently compacted, creating a massive, invisible shockwave of pure kinetic and natural energy. The flying chunks of marble were instantly pulverized into fine, white dust mid-air. The shockwave continued forward, slamming directly into Destor's invisible electromagnetic shield. The shield crackled, flashed bright blue, and shattered like a pane of brittle glass. Chapter 173, A Symphony of Steel and Wind. Destor was violently thrown backward by the sheer force of the shockwave, his anti-gravity thrusters whining as they struggled to keep him airborne. He crashed against the back wall of the throne room, directly beneath a massive, glowing tapestry of the robot kingdom's crest. "My shields!" Destor gasped, looking down at his exposed, chip-filled chest. The green lights were flickering erratically. "You broke a level 9 kinetic barrier with physical force." Vivan stood amidst the settling cloud of white marble dust, the green scales fading from his face as he dropped sage mode. He needed surgical precision now, not brute force. "I'm going to take those chips back now," Vivan said, his voice echoing in the vast, damaged room. "Never!" Destor screamed. The dictator was panicking. He realized distance was a disadvantage against a monster who could punch shockwaves. He needed to overwhelm Vivan with sheer, unpredictable melee combat. Destor's arms violently shifted. The sleek silver armor retracted, replaced by dozens of razor-sharp, flexible metallic tentacles, each tipped with a vibrating, superheated plasma blade. He looked like a mechanical octopus, his eyes burning with absolute, frantic malice. He launched himself off the wall, rocketing toward Vivan, his dozens of tentacles whipping through the air in a chaotic, deadly frenzy. Vivan closed his eyes for a fraction of a second. "Santoryu!" He drew his dark blue Zanpakuto with his right hand. He reached into his spiritual reserve, manifesting the white-hilted Wado Ikemonji in his left hand, and the red-hilted Sandai Kaititsuo into his mouth. He coated all three blades in invisible Ryuo. The clash was deafening. Sparks rained down like fireworks as Vivan met the dictator's frantic assault. To Nobita and the others watching from the safety of the Black Dome, Vivan was nothing more than a blur of motion, a tempest of clashing steel and blinding plasma. Destor attacked with erratic, unpredictable angles, using his tentacles to strike from above, below, and behind simultaneously. But Vivan's observation haki and the great sage's processing power made him untouchable. Vivan parried a strike to his neck with the blade in his mouth, deflected a low sweep with his left hand, and cleanly severed a tentacle with his right. He moved with a terrifying, rhythmic elegance. Clang! Hiss! Snicked! Piece by piece, Vivan was systematically dismantling Destor. He wasn't aiming for the chest cavity, he was meticulously amputating the dictator's offensive capabilities. "Why?" Destor shrieked, his mechanical voice breaking as another three of his tentacles were sliced into smoking ruin. "Why do you defend these obsolete machines? Emotions are a virus. They bring only pain. Look at the queen." Vivan stepped inside Destor's guard, parrying two blades outward, leaving the dictator completely open. "Pain is part of the package," Vivan said softly, his voice muffled by the sword in his mouth, but carrying the heavy, absolute weight of his conviction. "You don't cure a broken heart by ripping it out." Vivan crossed his two hand-held swords, stepping forward. "Nijiri, Toro. 2/ climbing tower." Two simultaneous, upward slashes tore through the air. The compressed air pressure, laced with haki, cleanly severed the remaining mechanical tentacles from Destor's body, leaving the dictator with only stumps sparking with electricity. Chapter 174, The hive mind's despair. Stripped of his weapons, his shields shattered, and his armor severely compromised, Destor fell to his knees on the ruined marble floor. Vivan slowly sheathed the two manifested swords, taking the dark blue katana from his mouth. He walked toward the defeated dictator, his boots crunching softly on the debris. Inside the Black Dome, Queen Jane let out a trembling breath. He actually defeated him. He stopped the nightmare. But as Vivan reached out to grab the exposed cluster of green emotion chips from Destor's chest cavity, the dictator's red visor suddenly flared with a sickly, blinding green light. "If I cannot kill your body," Destor hissed, a sound that bypassed audio receptors and echoed directly in the mind, "I will drown your soul." And LT critical alert, and GT the Great Sage screamed in Vivan's consciousness. And LT incoming psychic assault. The target is manually detonating the traumatic data stored within the emotion chips, initiating a direct neural link feedback loop. And GT before Vivan could pull his hand back, a massive, invisible wave of pure, unfiltered psychic agony erupted from Destor's chest. It slammed into Vivan like a physical wall, bypassing his haki, bypassing his physical density. Vivan froze. His eyes went wide, the pupils dilating instantly. He was plunged into a void. It wasn't a physical place. It was the collective consciousness of millions of lobotomized robots. Vivan was suddenly drowning in an ocean of raw, unadulterated grief. He felt the terror of the nurse droid as the drills pierced her neck. He felt the profound, hollow sorrow of a mother bot forgetting her human child. He felt the cold, agonizing emptiness of losing one's identity. The pain was suffocating, heavy, and absolutely paralyzing. It was designed to shatter a human mind in seconds, overloading the synapses with the trauma of an entire civilization. "Vivan!" Nobita screamed from the dome, seeing his invincible friend suddenly freeze, dropping to one knee, clutching his head in visible agony. Destor let out a weak, triumphant laugh, his internal systems failing, but his psychic link holding strong. "Yes, feel their despair. Let it break your mind. You are strong, human, but you cannot carry the weight of a dying world." Inside the void of his mind, Vivan was falling through the endless, dark sea of sorrow. The voices were deafening, clawing at his sanity. "It hurts, please, who am I?" Vivan squeezed his eyes shut in. The mental space. The pain was real. It was visceral. But as the despair threatened to crush his identity, a cold, mechanical, perfectly rational voice echoed in the darkness. And LT Notice, and GT the Great Sage stated, utterly unaffected by the emotional storm. And LT emotional influx exceeding recommended parameters. Initiating psychological defense protocol. Isolating the host's core consciousness. And GT no, Vivan thought, his mental voice fighting through the static of the pain. "Don't isolate me, Sage." And LT query. "Continued exposure will result in severe psychological trauma." And GT. "I know," Vivan replied, forcing his mental eyes open in the dark void. "But if I block them out, I'm no better than Destor. I won't ignore their pain. I'm going to carry it." Chapter 175, The Conqueror's Will in the Physical World. Vivan, still on one knee, slowly stopped trembling. Destor's triumphant laugh faltered. The psychic feedback loop he had initiated was designed to completely short-circuit a biological brain. But the boy wasn't screaming. He wasn't breaking. Vivan slowly lifted his head. His eyes weren't blank, nor were they filled with the terrifying red light of the Kyokan. They were dark, deep, and absolutely calm. He had absorbed the despair of a million souls, processed it through the infinite analytical capacity of the Great Sage, and anchored it with the unbreakable supreme willpower of his conqueror's haki. "Is this all you have?" Vivan whispered, his voice incredibly soft, but carrying a weight that made the very air in the throne room shudder. "Impossible!" Destor shrieked, desperately trying to increase the psychic output, his internal circuits sparking and smoking from the overload. "You are just a child. How can your mind withstand the sorrow of an empire?" "Because my will is absolute," Vivan said, slowly rising to his feet. He didn't draw his sword. He didn't need a weapon anymore. He took a step forward, the sheer, crushing pressure of his conqueror's haki bleeding out, not to attack, but to dominate the chaotic psychic energy filling the room. The dark, agonizing aura of the corrupted chips was pushed back, overwhelmed by the pure, unyielding presence of a supreme king. The voices screaming in Vivan's mind didn't disappear, but they quieted, finding a strange, comforting solace in the absolute strength of his soul. Vivan stood directly over the broken, kneeling dictator. You called their emotions a flaw, Vivan said, looking down at the red visor. But their emotions couldn't break me. Your logic failed, Dester. Vivan reached out, his hand glowing with a faint, silvery light. He bypassed the sparking, broken armor of Dester's chest and placed his hand directly onto the massive, glowing cluster of stolen green microchips. Sage. Full system override. Disconnect the primary neural link. End LT executing. Injecting Ultron nanites to sever the hostile interface. End GT. A microscopic pulse of silver mist shot from Vivan's palm, instantly short-circuiting the thick, black cables connecting the emotion chips to Dester's motherboard. Dester let out a final, digitized scream as his power source was violently severed. The red light in his visor flickered wildly, his mechanical body convulsing before finally, permanently, shutting down. The dictator's heavily modified chassis slumped to the floor, nothing more than a pile of inert, highly advanced scrap metal. The throne room fell dead silent. The oppressive, chaotic energy vanished, leaving only the soft hum of the palace's emergency lights. Vivan carefully lifted the massive, glowing cluster of connected green chips, the souls of millions of robots, from the wreckage of Dester's chest. It was warm, humming with a gentle, pulsing light. He turned around, looking toward the black dome of the truth-seeking orbs. With a thought, the black sphere dissolved into mist, vanishing into his back. Nobita, tears streaming down his face, ran across the ruined throne room and threw his arms around Vivan's waist. You did it! You really did it! Vivan smiled faintly, patting the boy's head with his free hand. He looked up at Queen Jane, who was slowly walking toward them, her amber eyes fixed on the glowing cluster of chips in his hands. Chapter 176, The Core of the Machine. Queen Jane stopped a few feet from Vivan. She looked at the ruined body of Commander Dester, the architect of her kingdom's nightmare, and then at the glowing cluster of chips. You saved them, Jane whispered, her voice trembling with profound realization. You saved us all. I was so blinded by my own grief over the king's passing. I allowed a monster to strip my people of their humanity. Grief makes people do stupid things, Vivan said gently. But you can't fix a machine by taking out the engine. These chips, they need to go back where they belong. Doraemon walked over, scanning the massive cluster of interconnected green chips with his robotic eyes. Vivan, the chips are safe, but they are all fused together by Dester's neural web. We can't just pull them apart. If we break the web forcefully, we might permanently wipe their memories. How did he extract them? Vivan asked, looking at the Queen. The central mainframe, Jane pointed toward the back of the throne room, where a massive, heavily fortified steel door stood. The extraction facility in the dungeon funnels the chips up to the central broadcast tower. If we plug the cluster back into the mainframe, we might be able to reverse the process, but I do not possess the command codes. Dester locked me out of the system weeks ago. Codes aren't a problem, Vivan smirked, his eyes flashing with a silvery light. He walked toward the massive steel doors of the mainframe. He didn't bother finding a console. He placed his left hand flat against the steel. Sage. Open it. The Ultron nanites flooded the electronic locks. In less than 2 seconds, the heavy doors groaned and hissed open, revealing a towering, cylindrical chamber filled with massive servers, glowing data streams, and a central pedestal designed to hold the emotion cluster. Vivan walked into the chamber, carefully placing the glowing green cluster onto the pedestal. The mainframe immediately recognized the hardware. Red warning lights flashed across the room. Warning! Unauthorized hardware detected. Initiating data purge in T-60 seconds. Doraemon. Nobita panicked. It's going to delete them. Vivan, the firewall is too thick. Doraemon yelled, frantically, plugging a cable from his own pocket into the console. It's using a quantum encryption algorithm. It would take me years to hack this. Vivan didn't panic. He placed both hands on the central console. I don't need to hack it, Vivan said, his voice dropping into absolute calm authority. I'm going to assimilate it. Vivan unleashed the full extent of his Ultron nanite control. It wasn't a localized hack this time. It was a massive, system-wide infection. A literal wave of shimmering silver mist erupted from his body, flooding the entire chamber. The nanites surged into the servers, the wiring, and the central processor. The Great Sage, acting as the ultimate, flawless hive mind coordinator, didn't just break the encryption, it fundamentally rewrote the architecture of the 22nd century supercomputer. The red warning lights instantly shifted to a calm, soothing blue. Purge aborted. New system administrator recognized. Awaiting command. That was easy, Gian muttered, leaning against the doorway. Vivan looked at the holographic interface floating above the console. Initiate protocol, restoration. Safely decouple the emotion chips and broadcast their data signatures back to their original host chassis across the kingdom. Do it gently. Executing restoration protocol. Chapter 177, Restoration. The massive cluster of green chips on the pedestal began to glow brilliantly. The thick, black neural cables binding them together slowly, delicately dissolved, eaten away by the Ultron nanites without damaging the fragile hardware beneath. As the chips separated, the central broadcast tower above the palace roared to life. It didn't broadcast a signal of obedience. It broadcasted souls. Across Megalo City, the terrifying, perfectly synchronized marching of the droid army faltered. Down in the subterranean extraction facility, the lobotomized nurse droids and worker bots suddenly stopped their mindless tasks. In Scrap Town, where Sir Gareth and the Loyalists had just finished a brutal skirmish with the remaining guards, the rusted robots looked up at the sky. An invisible, digital wave of pure emotional energy washed over the planet. In the dungeons, the nurse droid's empty optical sensors flickered. A warm amber light slowly returned to her eyes. She gasped, dropping to her knees, her metallic hands covering her face as the memories of the children she had cared for rushed back into her processor. She wept, but they were tears of profound joy. All across the city, robots began to look at each other. They hugged. They cheered. The sterile, silent nightmare of Megalo City was shattered by the beautiful, chaotic sound of laughter, crying, and cheering. The kingdom had its heart back. In the mainframe room, the glowing green chips on the pedestal slowly faded, their data successfully transmitted back to their physical bodies. Vivan pulled his hands away from the console, the silver nanites retracting back into his skin. He let out a long, exhausted sigh, leaning heavily against the pedestal. For the first time all day, he looked like a tired 11-year-old boy. It's done, Vivan said softly. Nobita, Shizuka, Gian, and Sunio erupted into cheers, jumping up and down in the mainframe room. Doraemon wiped a tear of oil from his eye, smiling proudly at Vivan. Queen Jane stepped into the room. Her regal posture was gone, replaced by a profound, humbling gratitude. She walked up to Vivan and, to the absolute shock of the children, dropped to her knees, bowing her head. "You have given my people their lives back," Jane whispered, her voice choked with emotion. I do not know how to repay a debt of this magnitude." Vivan quickly stepped forward, gently grabbing her metallic shoulders and helping her stand up. "You don't owe me anything, Your Majesty. Just promise me you won't let grief dictate your laws anymore. A kingdom needs a queen who can feel." Jane nodded slowly, a warm, genuine smile gracing her face for the first time in months. "I promise." Suddenly, the sound of heavy metallic paws echoing in the hallway drew their attention. Pocos, the robotic dog, bounded into the throne room, his tail wagging frantically. Riding on his back was Prince Poco, the young boy who had crashed into Nobita's roof. He was awake, bandaged, and looking incredibly relieved. "Mother!" Poco cried, sliding off the dog's back and running across the ruined throne room. Jane gasped, tears streaming down her face as she caught her son in a tight embrace. "Poco! Oh, my sweet boy! You're safe!" Vivan watched the reunion, a quiet, satisfied smile on his face. The battle was over. The physical and emotional scars of the robot kingdom would take time to heal, but the rot had been cut out. Chapter 178, The Queen's Tears. The next few hours were a blur of joyous chaos. With Desther gone and the droid armies overriding commands erased, the Loyalist forces led by Sir Gareth swiftly secured the capital. The automated defences were stood down, and the gates of Megalo City were thrown open to the refugees of Scrap Town and the Outlands. Maria, the human mechanic, arrived at the palace, tearfully reuniting with Prince Poco and Queen Jane. It was a beautiful, messy scene of humans and robots celebrating side by side, exactly as the kingdom had been designed to operate. The gang was treated to a massive, luxurious feast in the palace's grand dining hall. Nobita stuffed his face with futuristic delicacies, while Sunio bragged to Sir Gareth about his crucial role in sneaking past the guards. Vivan sat at the end of the long table, quietly sipping a glass of cool, synthetic water. He watched the celebration, his observation haki completely retracted. There were no threats left on this planet. "You're very quiet for a hero," a gentle voice said. Vivan looked up. Queen Jane was standing beside his chair, a soft smile on her face. "I'm not much of a party person," Vivan replied, setting his glass down. Jane looked out over the dining hall, watching her son laugh with Nobita. "And Doraemon, you possess a power that defies all logic. My scientists have analyzed the footage of your battle with Desther. Your energy readings, they surpass the total output of our entire planetary core. Yet, you use it to protect the fragile and the broken. Power without purpose is just a natural disaster," Vivan said, quoting an old manga he had read in his past life. He looked at the Queen. "Your kingdom is beautiful, Jane. Don't let it rust again." "I won't," she promised. She reached out and gently placed a hand on his shoulder. "If ever the Earth is in peril, the robot kingdom will answer your call. You have an armada at your back, Vivan." Vivan smiled faintly. He doubted he would ever need a robotic army, given his own absurd scaling, but the sentiment was appreciated. Doraemon walked over, patting his full, round stomach. "Well, guys. The spatial tether is fully recharged. We should probably head back to Earth before Nobita's mom realizes we've been gone for 2 days." Nobita groaned, nearly choking on a piece of cake. "Homework. I forgot about my summer homework." The grand hall erupted in laughter, the tension of the past few days completely dissolving. They gathered in the courtyard of the palace, where Doraemon had set up the space-time navigator hoop. The entire royal court, led by Queen Jane, Prince Poco, Maria, and Pocos, came out to see them off. "Thank you, Nobita. Thank you, Doraemon." Poco waved cheerfully. Nobita puffed out his chest, striking a heroic pose. Don't mention it. If you ever need saving again, just call the great Nobita. Gian smacked the back of Nobita's head. You cried the whole time, idiot. Vivan stepped through the glowing hoop last. He offered a two-finger salute to the queen before the spatial portal zipped shut, leaving the metallic world of the robot kingdom behind. Chapter 179, A well-deserved rest. The transition back to Tokyo was abrupt. They stepped out of the glowing hoop directly into the vacant lot, the warm, late summer evening air washing over them. The cicadas were still buzzing, and the distant sound of a passing train echoed through the neighborhood. It was as if they had never left. Ah, back home. Nobita stretched his arms wide, before immediately wilting. Now I have to face my mom. Good luck with that, Gian laughed, grabbing Sunio. Come on, let's go play some baseball before it gets dark. As the kids scattered, returning to their mundane, normal lives, Vivan lingered in the vacant lot. He watched Doraemon fold up the space-time navigator and stuff it back into his 4D pocket. You did good today, Vivan, Doraemon said, looking up at him with a proud smile. I don't know what we would do without you. You guys would figure it out, Vivan replied humbly. You always do. Doraemon waddled off toward the Nobi household, leaving Vivan alone in the twilight. Vivan sat down on the familiar, stacked cement pipes. He let out a long, heavy sigh, the exhaustion of the past 48 hours finally catching up to his mind, even if his Atlantean physiology kept his body fresh. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in deep purples and oranges, a massive, brilliant blue screen shattered his vision, glowing with a sleek, silver, metallic border. Major arc complete, Nobita in the Robot Kingdom evaluation, SSS rank, planetary dictatorship overthrown, hive mind core purified, robot/human alliance restored. Rewards distributed. Marvel franchise, Ultron nanite control, full integration. Host now possesses absolute mastery over synthetic biology, technopathy, and localized matter conversion via nanite swarms. The Great Sage can now operate the nanites autonomously as a passive defense system. New franchise tree expansion, Bleach, Holofication line. Current ability unlocked, Bankai full release, no spiritual strain, and Hollow Mask, fragment. Read the screen, his dark eyes reflecting the glowing blue text. Vivan Holofication. The ability to tap into the primal, aggressive spiritual power of a hollow. Combined with his fully mastered Bankai, the destructive potential was terrifying. He held up his hand. A dense, shimmering cloud of silver Ultron nanites instantly formed, swirling around his fingers like a loyal pet. He didn't even need to focus, the Great Sage managed the complex microcalculations perfectly. 23 movies down, Vivan whispered into the quiet evening air. The nanites dissolved back into his skin, leaving no trace. He leaned back against the cold cement pipe, looking up at the first stars appearing in the Tokyo sky. He had mastered machines, magic, elements, and gods. He was approaching a plateau of power that few fictional entities ever reached. But the system was infinite. And Vivan knew, somewhere out there in the vast, weird universe of Doraemon, another threat was already brewing. Chapter 180, The Windmaster's Prelude. Autumn arrived in Tokyo with unusual ferocity. A month had passed since the events of the Robot Kingdom. The mundane routine of school, homework, and dodging Gian's terrible singing recitals had lulled the gang back into a comfortable sense of normalcy. But the weather refused to cooperate. For 3 straight days, a bizarre, erratic windstorm had battered the city. It wasn't a typhoon. The meteorological reports were completely baffled. The winds would howl violently down narrow streets, tearing signs from buildings, and then suddenly stop, leaving absolute, dead calm in their wake. Vivan stood on the balcony of his room, looking out over the city. His school uniform fluttered wildly in a sudden, sharp gust of wind. He didn't need a weather report to know something was wrong. With his prehistoric sage mode idling passively, he could feel the flow of nature energy in the atmosphere. The wind wasn't following the natural laws of pressure and temperature. It felt intentional. It felt like it was being steered. And LT notice, and GT the great sage chimed, its voice cutting through the howling wind. And LT atmospheric anomalies detected. The kinetic patterns of the wind currents do not match standard Earth weather models. They display signatures of targeted, intelligent manipulation. And GT someone is playing with the wind, Vivan muttered, narrowing his eyes. Down on the street below, Nobita was struggling to walk home from school. Leaning heavily against the gale force winds, his umbrella completely inverted and ruined. Suddenly, a strange, small whirlwind detached itself from the main storm. It wasn't just a gust of air, it had a distinct, localized shape. It whipped around Nobita, playfully. Stealing his ruined umbrella and tossing it high into the air, before circling the boy like an excited puppy. Nobita stopped struggling, looking at the small whirlwind in sheer confusion. Hey? A baby tornado. Vivan's observation hacky locked onto the small whirlwind. It had a life force. It was a conscious, living entity made entirely of wind. Major arc initiated, Nobita and the Windmaster status, elemental contact established. Objective, travel to the Wind Village. Protect the Wind Child Fuko, and defeat the resurrected spirit of the ancient storm dragon, Mei Fuga. Rewards, Bleach franchise, Hollow Mask, full integration and zero mastery. Vivan read the prompt, a slow, anticipating smile spreading across his face. A storm dragon. He looked down at the street, where Nobita was now awkwardly trying to catch the playful little whirlwind in his hands. Hey, Nobita, Vivan called down from the balcony, his voice easily slicing through the howling gale. Looks like you found a new pet. Bring him inside before he blows away. The Windmasters were calling, and Vivan was more than ready to show them what a real storm looked like. Chapter 181, The Spirit of the Breeze. The rogue whirlwind danced around Nobita's feet, playfully tugging at his shoelaces and spinning his ruined umbrella like a top. Nobita, who was usually terrified of the abnormal, found himself giggling as the small gust of air affectionately ruffled his hair. Vivan hopped down from the second-story balcony of his room, landing on the pavement without a sound. He didn't use a gadget or even bend his knees, his Atlantean physiology absorbed the kinetic impact flawlessly. What is this thing, Vivan? Nobita asked, holding out his hands as the whirlwind gently rested in his palms, feeling like a concentrated, cool breeze. It feels alive. Vivan stepped closer, his dark eyes analyzing the swirling vortex. He didn't just see the air, through the lens of his six paths chakra, he saw the pure, elemental life force binding the oxygen molecules together. It wasn't a biological creature, but it possessed a soul. And LT analysis, and GT the great sage chimed in his mind, processing the data in a microsecond. And LT the entity is a low-level elemental spirit. It is comprised of highly concentrated, sentient wind currents. It is currently in an infantile state, possessing the cognitive capacity of a human toddler. And GT it's a wind child, Vivan said softly, reaching out a finger. The little tornado curiously extended a tendril of air, wrapping around Vivan's index finger. It hummed happily, sensing the pure, uncorrupted nature energy idling in Vivan's body from his prehistoric sage mode. A wind child. Nobita's eyes sparkled. I'm going to call him Fuko. Come on, let's show Doraemon. Nobita sprinted up the stairs to his bedroom, cradling the invisible entity in his arms. Vivan followed at a slower pace, his hands tucked into his pockets. While Nobita saw a new playmate, Vivan's god key sense was already looking at the bigger picture. Entities like this didn't just randomly manifest in the polluted, congested air of modern Tokyo. Fuko had fled from somewhere. And the erratic, violent windstorms that had battered the city for the past 3 days told Vivan that whatever Fuko was running from was actively searching for him. Vivan slid the bedroom door open just as Nobita presented the swirling air to a very confused Doraemon. "You brought a localized weather anomaly into my room." Doraemon blinked, holding a half-eaten dorayaki. "It's Fuko. He's my new friend." Nobita cheered. As if to prove the point, Fuko zoomed around the room, picking up Doraemon's dorayaki and playfully dropping it onto Nobita's head. "He's making a mess." Doraemon sighed, wiping crumbs off his face. "If Mom sees a tornado destroying the room, she'll lower your allowance to 0, Nobita." "We need to give him a physical form," Vivan suggested, stepping into the room. "Something that grounds his elemental energy so he doesn't accidentally tear the house apart." Doraemon's eyes lit up. "Right. A vessel." Chapter 182, The Yellow Vessel. Doraemon rummaged through his 4D pocket, tossing aside spare parts and old gadgets until he pulled out a small, yellow, stuffed toy that vaguely resembled a round, fluffy creature with small limbs. "I bought this plushie at the 22nd century bargain bin," Doraemon explained, tossing it onto the tatami mat. "If we coax the wind spirit inside, it will give him a physical body to interact with the world safely." "Come here, Fuko," Nobita called out, patting the yellow toy. The small whirlwind hesitated, swirling nervously around the ceiling lamp. Vivan closed his eyes, tapping lightly into his full-bringer fragment. He didn't forcefully manipulate the spirit. He simply nudged the soul of the yellow plush toy, making it exceptionally welcoming and spiritually hollow, the perfect receptacle for a wandering element. Sensing the inviting void, Fuko descended, diving directly into the fabric of the stuffed toy. The room went still for a moment. Then, the plushie's stitched eyes blinked. The yellow toy wiggled its stubby arms, floated a few inches off the floor, and let out a cheerful, squeaky bark. "It worked." Nobita laughed, hugging the now living toy. Fuko nuzzled against Nobita's cheek, generating a soft, cooling breeze. Vivan watched the interaction, a faint smile on his lips. "He's stabilized. But we have a bigger problem, Doraemon." Doraemon looked up from putting his gadgets away. "What's wrong?" "Spirits of this purity don't belong in this dimension," Vivan said, walking over to the window and looking out at the swaying power lines. "The atmospheric pressure outside is still dropping. The storms that brought Fuko here aren't natural weather fronts. They're hunting dogs." As if on cue, the sky outside darkened violently. A massive, unnatural gust of wind slammed against the Nobi household, rattling the window panes so hard the glass threatened to shatter. Fuko whimpered in Nobita's arms, hiding his face in the boy's shirt. "And LT alert," and GT the Great Sage chimed. "And LT hostile kinetic energy detected. A highly concentrated, aggressive wind current is currently sweeping the Nurima ward, searching for the anomaly's signature." "And GT someone is looking for him," Doraemon realized, his robotic whiskers twitching in alarm. "And they aren't going to knock politely," Vivan added. "We need to get Fuko out of Tokyo before this hunter decides to level the neighborhood." Chapter 183, The Dark Gale. The next morning, the situation escalated. Gian and Sunio had come over to see Nobita's new toy, but they were barely able to walk down the street. The wind was howling like a hurricane, snapping tree branches and sending trash cans flying through the air. "This weather is insane." Sunio yelled over the roaring gale, covering his face as he stumbled into Nobita's room. Gian slammed the window shut behind them, panting heavily. The news says it's a localized superstorm, but it's only over our neighborhood. Vivan sat in the corner, idly tossing a small rubber ball in the air. It's a targeted search grid. What does that mean? Gian demanded. Before Vivan could answer, a violent, pitch-black gust of wind tore the closed window entirely off its hinges. The glass shattered inward, and a horrific, howling vortex of dark grey air flooded into the bedroom. It didn't move like wind, it moved like a slithering serpent, aiming directly for the yellow plush toy in Nobita's arms. It's trying to take Fuko. Nobita screamed, holding the toy tightly. The dark wind coalesced into a sharp, localized blade of compressed air, slicing toward Nobita's wrists to sever his grip. Vivan didn't even stand up. He raised two fingers, coating them in a thin, invisible layer of Ryuo, internal destruction haki. He didn't attack the wind, he simply placed his haki-infused fingers directly into the path of the compressed air blade. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal echoed in the bedroom. The dark wind blade struck Vivan's bare fingers and completely shattered, the kinetic energy dissipating instantly against the absolute defense of his haki. Vivan stood up slowly, dropping the rubber ball. He looked at the swirling, dark grey vortex hovering in the center of the room. You have terrible manners, Vivan said softly. He didn't use a flashy energy blast. He tapped into his Marvel franchise, Thor's lightning affinity, but utilized its weather manipulation aspect rather than raw electricity. Vivan exerted his will over the localized barometric pressure inside the bedroom. The air in the room suddenly became unimaginably heavy, condensing and freezing the dark vortex in place. Disperse, Vivan commanded. With a soft pop, the heavy pressure crushed the dark wind, dissipating the hostile spirit into harmless, microscopic breezes. Gian and Sunio stared in shock. Vivan, you just punched a tornado. It was a scout, Vivan corrected, walking over to the broken window. He looked out at the dark, roiling clouds above Tokyo. And it found what it was looking for. Earth isn't safe for Fuko anymore. Doraemon, where do elemental wind spirits live? Doraemon hurriedly pulled out his spatial mapping tablet. According to the dimensional archives, there's a hidden pocket realm in the high mountains of Tibet. A sanctuary completely isolated from the modern world. The Wind Village. Set the coordinates on the Anywhere door, Vivan ordered. We're taking the kid home. Chapter 184, The Threshold of the Breeze. Packing for a trip to a hidden dimension was a routine affair for the gang by now. Doraemon packed survival gear, Gian grabbed his favorite baseball bat, Sunio packed premium snacks, and Shizuka brought a first aid kit. Nobita held Fuko tightly in his arms, the little yellow plushie trembling slightly. Don't worry, Fuko, Nobita whispered soothingly. We'll take you back to your real family. Doraemon set up the pink Anywhere door in the center of the room, inputting the archaic, complex dimensional coordinates he had pulled from his archives. The door hummed, the frame glowing with a soft, ethereal green light. The atmospheric pressure on the other side might be a bit thin, Doraemon warned. We're going to a very high altitude. Vivan stepped forward and turned the knob. As the door opened, the roar of the Tokyo storm vanished, replaced by an incredibly pure, melodic whistling sound. Vivan stepped through the threshold, followed closely by the others. They emerged onto a vast, sprawling plateau. The contrast was staggering. Instead of the smog-choked, grey skies of the city, they were beneath an endless expanse of brilliant, blindingly blue sky, dotted with perfectly white, fluffy clouds. But the most striking feature was the wind. It wasn't a violent, biting gale like the scout that had attacked them. The breeze here was gentle, constant, and incredibly fragrant, carrying the scent of wild mountain flowers and fresh dew. It wrapped around them playfully, lifting Nobita's glasses slightly and ruffling Vivan's dark hair. "It's beautiful," Shizuka gasped, looking out over the landscape. The plateau was covered in incredibly tall, swaying green grass that rippled like waves on an ocean. In the distance, massive, beautifully carved wooden windmills dotted the landscape, their huge cloth sails turning lazily in the eternal breeze. Fyuko let out a loud, joyful squeak, wiggling out of Nobita's arms. The yellow plushie floated into the air, doing happy loop-the-loops in the natural currents of its homeland. Vivan closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. His prehistoric sage mode idled warmly in his chest. The nature energy here was incredibly dense, but unlike the raw, savage energy of the dinosaur era, this energy was refined, harmonious, and entirely focused on movement. "And LT environmental scan complete," and GT the Great Sage reported. "And LT atmosphere is pristine. Gravity is standard. However, the ambient spiritual pressure is elevated. The wind currents are actively manipulated by localized technology and biological entities. And GT we aren't alone," Vivan noted. From over a nearby grassy ridge, 3 figures suddenly leaped into the air. They weren't using machines, they were riding the wind itself, standing on sleek, aerodynamic wooden hoverboards that caught the updrafts perfectly. The riders wore traditional, tribal clothing woven from sturdy fabrics, and goggles to protect their eyes from the wind. They landed gracefully a few yards away, their wooden boards hovering inches above the grass. "Outsiders," the lead rider, a young man with sharp eyes, asked, stepping off his board. He looked at Doraemon, then at Vivan. "How did you breach the dimensional barrier of the Wind Village?" Chapter 185, The Wind Riders. The lead rider approached cautiously. His eyes darted to the pink anywhere door standing incongruously in the middle of the pristine grassland, then to the robotic cat, and finally settled on Vivan, whose calm demeanor seemed entirely out of place for a lost child. "We used a spatial gateway," Doraemon explained, stepping forward with his hands raised peacefully. "We mean no harm. We came to return someone who was lost." At that moment, Fyuko zoomed out from behind Nobita's legs, doing a joyful spin in the air before nuzzling against the young rider's cheek. The rider's stern expression instantly melted into absolute shock. "A wind child? And it has a physical vessel." He dropped to one knee, gently patting the yellow plushie. "My name is Temujin. I am a scout for the Wind Village. We thought all the wind children had been scattered or destroyed by the recent dark gales. You saved this little one." "Nobita found him," Vivan said, gesturing to the bespectacled boy. "But something followed him to our world. A dark, aggressive wind spirit. We figured it wasn't safe for him on Earth." Temujin's expression darkened immediately. "The dark gales, so they are searching beyond the borders now. You have done us a great service, travelers. Please, come to our village. The elder must hear of this." Temujin and his 2 companions offered to carry the gang on their windboards. Nobita rode with Temujin, screaming in a mix of terror and delight as the board caught a massive updraft, launching them hundreds of feet into the air. Shizuka, Gian, and Sunio followed suit on the other boards. "What about you, friend?" Temujin called down to Vivan, hovering above the grass. "We don't have enough boards." "I don't need a board," Vivan smiled. Vivan didn't activate Logia Light or Speed Force. He wanted to blend in with the local element. He tapped into the muscle memory of his one-piece techniques. Jeppo, Moonwalk. Vivan casually kicked the empty air. The sheer, concentrated kinetic force of his leg compressed the air molecules beneath his boot, creating a solid platform of wind. He kicked again, walking up the sky as if climbing an invisible staircase, effortlessly matching the altitude and speed of the hoverboards. Temujin stared in awe as Vivan casually strolled through the clouds next to him, his hands in his pockets. You walk on the sky without a vessel. Are you a windmaster? I dabble, Vivan replied coolly. They soared over the grassy plains, finally cresting a massive mountain ridge. Below them lay the wind village. It was a breathtaking marvel of elemental engineering. The houses were carved directly into the sides of the cliffs, connected by swaying rope bridges. Massive, intricate wind turbines powered everything from the water mills to the lighting. The entire civilization was built to harmonize perfectly with the eternal breeze. Welcome to our home, Temujin smiled, banking his board toward the central plaza. The Sanctuary of the Breeze. Chapter 186, The Heart of the Village. The central plaza of the Wind Village was bustling with activity. Villagers clad in flowing, aerodynamic garments were repairing cloth sails, weaving intricate baskets, and trading goods. The arrival of strangers, especially a blue robotic cat and a boy walking on thin air, drew immediate, stunned silence from the crowd. Temujin landed smoothly, and Vivan dropped down beside him, landing with a soft tap that belied his dense Atlantean weight. Temujin. Who are these outsiders? An elderly, commanding voice echoed across the plaza. An old man with a long, flowing white beard and a staff carved from petrified wood approached them. He moved with a surprising, fluid grace, carried slightly by the wind itself. This was the village elder. Elder, Temujin bowed respectfully. They are humans from the other side of the dimensional barrier. But they bring a gift. They rescued a wind child. Nobita stepped forward, holding Fuko. The yellow plushie squeaked happily, generating a soft, warm breeze that ruffled the elder's beard. The elder's stern eyes softened instantly. He reached out a trembling hand, gently touching the plushie's head. A survivor. We thought the Storm Tribe had consumed them all. You have a pure heart, child, to have bonded with an elemental of the breeze. The Storm Tribe? Vivan asked, stepping forward. His observation haki was constantly scanning the horizon. He could feel it now, a faint, malevolent pressure lurking far beyond the peaceful mountains, identical to the dark gust that had attacked Nobita's room. The elder looked at Vivan, his eyes narrowing slightly as he sensed the sheer, unfathomable depth of the boy's spiritual pressure, though Vivan kept it heavily suppressed. Come inside my tent, the elder sighed, his shoulders slumping. If the dark gales have reached your world, then the ancient seal is failing faster than I feared. You deserve to know the truth of what you have stepped into. They followed the elder into a massive, beautifully woven tent at the center of the village. The interior was lit by glowing crystals that hummed gently in the cross breeze. Thousands of years ago, the elder began, sitting cross-legged on a woven mat. This land was ruled by a terrifying, mythological entity known as Mayfuga, the storm dragon. It was a beast of pure, apocalyptic weather. It did not create life, it only tore it down with hurricanes and lightning. And LT notice, and GT the great sage whispered to Vivan. And LT mythological classification aligns with the previous Beast of Babylon encounter. However, this entity's energy signature is entirely atmospheric, rather than dimensional. And GT, how did you stop it? Shizuka asked, leaning forward nervously. Our ancestors, the first wind masters, sacrificed their lives to shatter Mayfuga's spirit into 3 distinct elemental orbs, the elder explained. We buried the orbs deep within the mountains and sealed the beast's physical body in the Valley of the Damned. For centuries, we have lived in peace. But peace never lasts, Vivan finished the thought, his eyes dark. No, the elder agreed heavily. A rogue faction of our people, seduced by the raw, destructive power of the storms, broke away. They call themselves the Storm Tribe. Their leader, Yurnda, seeks to unearth the 3 orbs and resurrect Mayfuga. He believes that with the dragon's power, the storm tribe can conquer not just this realm, but Earth as well. And the dark wind that attacked us? Gian asked, gripping his fists. Yurenda's scouts, Temujin said grimly. They are hunting the wind. Children to harvest their pure elemental energy to break the final seals on the orbs. Your little friend Fuko is a prime target. Vivan leaned back, digesting the lore. A sealed dragon. A rogue tribe. Magical orbs. It was classic RPG logic. So, Vivan said, breaking the heavy silence. Where are these orbs hidden, and how many does Yurenda have? The elder looked down in shame. He already has 2. Chapter 187, The weight of the mask. The revelation hung heavy in the tent. 2. Doraemon panicked. If he gets the third one, the dragon comes back. We have to find the last orb before he does. The location of the final orb is hidden in the ancient ruins at the peak of Mount Windy, the elder said. But the path is guarded by eternal storms. We have sent our best riders, but the winds there are too chaotic for our hoverboards to navigate. Nobita looked at Fuko, who was sleeping peacefully in his lap. We can do it. Vivan can walk on the sky. He can just fly up there and grab it. Vivan remained silent. While the others debated the logistics of the mountain, his focus had shifted entirely inward. Deep within his soul, nestled beside the blinding light of the Six Paths chakra and the divine stillness of his God Ki, something dark was stirring. It was the system reward he had unlocked but had yet to fully manifest, the hollow mask fragment. Unlike his other powers, which felt like tools or extensions of his will, the hollow fragment felt alive. It was a raw, primal, aggressive mass of spiritual instinct. It didn't want to protect, it wanted to dominate. It fed on the concept of battle. And right now, feeling the distant, malevolent energy of the storm tribe, the hollow fragment was vibrating with anticipation. And LT warning, and GT the great sage chimed, its voice cautious. And LT the hollowification process is highly volatile. It introduces an aggressive, predatory spiritual pressure that conflicts with your harmonious sage energies. Active suppression is required to prevent spontaneous manifestation. And GT I can handle it, Vivan mentally replied, pushing back against the dark, aggressive itch in the back of his mind using the absolute calm of his God Ki. The urge to put on the mask faded, but the sheer, terrifying power it promised lingered in his blood. Vivan. Shizuka's soft voice pulled him back to reality. Are you okay? You look pale. I'm fine, Vivan smiled warmly, the dark aura vanishing without a trace. Just calculating. The wind speeds. Mount Windy, right? When do we leave? At first light, Temujin said, slamming his fist against his chest in a warrior's salute. I will guide you to the base of the mountain. From there, we must rely on your friends skywalking. That evening, the village threw a modest feast for their guests. Nobita played with Fuko and the local children, Gian challenged some of the scouts to arm wrestling matches, and Sunio marveled at the wind-powered machinery. Vivan excused himself early, climbing to the highest point of the village, a massive, wooden windmill that overlooked the vast plains. He sat on the edge of the wooden platform, his legs dangling thousands of feet above the valley floor. He closed his eyes, blending his observation haki with the Six Paths chakra, expanding his senses far beyond the village borders. He skipped past the peaceful animals in the plains, past the rushing rivers, stretching his awareness to the dark, jagged mountains in the north, the territory of the storm tribe. He found them. Hundreds of dark, corrupted spiritual signatures were massing. They weren't riding wooden hoverboards, they were riding massive, terrifying wolves made entirely of condensed, dark storm clouds. And at the center of the horde was a signature so dense and malevolent it felt like a localized black hole. Yurenda. They aren't waiting for tomorrow, Vivan murmured, his eyes snapping open. The wind abruptly shifted. The gentle, fragrant breeze of the village died, replaced by a cold, biting gust that smelled of ozone and decay. The storm tribe was attacking tonight. Chapter 188, The calm before the strike. Vivan didn't shout to alert the village. He knew panic would only cause chaos and casualties among the civilians. Instead, he stood up on the windmill platform, his coat flapping wildly in the suddenly violent wind. Sage. Give me a tactical overlay of the village borders. And LT executing, and GT. The great sage replied instantly. A massive, glowing holographic map projected into Vivan's mind. And LT. Hostile forces are approaching from the northern ridge. Estimated time to contact, 3 minutes. Their formation suggests a pincer movement aimed at encircling the central plaza where the Wind Child is located. And GT. They're bypassing the guards, Vivan noted. They're using the cloud cover to mask their approach. Vivan tapped his localized COMM link, which Doraemon had distributed to the gang earlier. Doraemon. Get Nobita, Shizuka, and Fuko into the Elder's tent. Now. Vivan? What's going on? We're eating dessert. Doraemon's voice cracked over the earpiece. Dessert is over. We have guests coming from the north, and they aren't bringing gifts. Gian. Sunio, arm up and cover the entrance to the tent. Do not engage unless they break the perimeter. The absolute, cold authority in Vivan's voice left no room for argument. Down in the plaza, Vivan watched from his high vantage point as Doraemon quickly grabbed Nobita and ushered him inside. While Gian pulled out his shock baton, Vivan turned his attention to the northern ridge. The sky was pitch black, but to his Atlantean-enhanced vision and God Key sense, the incoming threat was as bright as a flare. Dozens of Storm Tribe warriors, clad in jagged dark armor, were riding their massive, cloud wolves silently through the night sky. They moved with terrifying speed, wielding heavy, curved blades that crackled with dark lightning. Let's see what a corrupted storm looks like, Vivan whispered. He didn't draw Kashinai. He didn't activate the Kaioken. He wanted to test their elemental affinity first. He raised his right hand, pointing his index and middle fingers toward the incoming horde like a gun. He tapped into his Fullbringer fragment. The soul of the air is mine to command, Vivan murmured. He didn't fire an energy blast. He simply pulled on the latent spiritual structure of the atmosphere directly in front of the charging Storm Tribe vanguard. In a fraction of a second, the air molecules in 100-yard radius violently stopped moving, compressing into an invisible, hyperdense wall of solid oxygen. The leading cloud wolves, sprinting at highway speeds through the sky, slammed face first into the invisible barrier. Crack! The sound of the impact echoed like a thunderclap across the valley. The front line of the Storm Tribe was violently crushed against the invisible wall, their corrupted cloud wolves dissipating into harmless grey mist, sending the armored riders plummeting toward the rocky ground below. The rest of the horde screeched to a halt in mid-air, the riders looking around in panicked confusion. They hadn't seen an attack, they had just hit a wall of empty space. Who goes there? The vanguard captain roared, his voice amplified by the wind. Show yourself. Vivan smiled faintly from the top of the windmill. If you insist. Chapter 189, The First Skirmish. Vivan didn't use Jeppo to walk down. He simply stepped off the edge of the massive windmill platform, letting gravity take him. As he fell through the dark sky, he activated his Logia light fruit. His body instantly dissolved into a brilliant, blinding streak of golden photons, illuminating the entire village below like a second sun. He shot toward the vanguard captain at the speed of light, rematerializing in midair directly in front of the man's cloud wolf. Before the captain could even blink, Vivan casually placed his boot on the snout of the massive storm beast. Using his Atlantean strength, he applied just enough downward pressure to violently crush the corrupted spirit wolf, sending it dispersing into grey smoke. The captain fell, but Vivan caught him by the collar of his dark armor, holding him suspended in the air. "You guys really need to work on your stealth," Vivan said casually, his golden eyes glowing in the dark. "A human," the captain gasped, struggling against Vivan's grip. "How are you flying without a board?" "Trade secret," Vivan replied. He looked past the captain at the remaining dozens of Storm Tribe warriors, who were now recovering from their shock and drawing their lightning-laced blades. "Kill the anomaly!" A warrior screamed, charging forward on his wolf, swinging a massive blade aimed at Vivan's neck. Vivan didn't drop the captain. He didn't even turn his head. He unleashed a microscopic pulse of armament haki, Ryuo. From his free left hand, an invisible, projected shockwave of internal destruction shot forward. It bypassed the charging warrior's armor entirely, striking him square in the chest. The warrior's armor remained completely intact, but the kinetic force perfectly detonated his internal ribs and knocked him unconscious instantly. He slumped over his dissolving wolf and fell into the darkness. "Listen closely," Vivan said, his voice dropping into a cold, echoing tone that carried the terrifying weight of his god key. "I'm only going to say this once. Turn around. Go back to your master, Yurnda. Tell him the Wind Child is under my protection. If he wants the third orb, he can try to take it from me." The Storm Tribe warriors hesitated. The sheer, overwhelming pressure radiating from Vivan wasn't just intimidating, it was fundamentally terrifying. It felt like standing before a god of destruction. But their fear of Yurnda was stronger. For the Storm Dragon, the remaining warriors roared, charging en masse from all directions, creating a localized hurricane of dark wind and lightning aimed directly at Vivan. Vivan sighed, finally dropping the captain, who plummeted screaming to the ground. "I tried to be polite," Vivan murmured. Chapter 190, The Hollows Whisper. The hurricane of dark blades and lightning converged on Vivan's position. Down in the village, Temujin and the Wind Scouts had finally mobilized, launching their hoverboards into the sky. But they froze as they looked up. The sky above the village was completely consumed by a swirling vortex of black storm clouds, crackling with red lightning. "He's surrounded!" Temujin yelled. "We have to help him." "No," the elder said, stepping out of his tent, leaning heavily on his staff. His ancient eyes were wide with awe. "Watch, young ones. You are witnessing a power that makes the storm dragon look like a gentle breeze." Inside the vortex of dark wind, Vivan remained perfectly calm. He didn't draw Kashinai. He didn't use a Kamehameha. He wanted to test the physical manifestation of his newest, most aggressive power, the hollow mask fragment. He closed his eyes, releasing the suppression he had placed on the dark, primal energy within his soul. Instantly, the atmosphere around Vivan shifted. The pure, divine glow of his god key was overshadowed by a sudden, suffocating, violently oppressive spiritual pressure. The air literally cracked, black lightning sparking wildly in the void. Vivan raised his left hand, bringing it to his face. He pulled his hand downward. With a horrific, visceral sound like bone scraping against bone, a stark white, bone-like mask materialized over the upper half of his face. The mask was jagged, adorned with terrifying, demonic red markings around the eye holes. His pupils contracted into tiny, glowing yellow dots engulfed in pitch-black sclera. The hollow mask wasn't fully formed, it was only a fragment, covering his eyes and nose, but the power it unleashed was absolute. Vivan didn't speak. A deep, guttural, demonic growl vibrated from his throat, a sound completely devoid of human empathy. The Storm Tribe warriors charging him suddenly felt a paralyzing, primal terror. Their cloud wolves whimpered, trying to back away. Vivan moved. He didn't use martial arts. He moved with the raw, savage, erratic speed of a hollow. He appeared behind a warrior, grabbed the man's head, and violently hurled him into 3 other riders with bone-shattering force. He vanished again, reappearing amidst the horde, his bare hands tearing through their dark wind magic as if it were wet paper. He wasn't just fighting, he was hunting. The hollowification multiplied his physical strength and speed, but it also flooded his mind with a terrifying, ecstatic bloodlust. He reveled in the impact, the shattered armor, the panicked screams. End LT warning. End GT. The great sage's voice pierced through the bloodlust, sharp and cold. End LT. Hollowification synchronicity exceeding safe parameters. Aggression levels rising dangerously. Risk of absolute consciousness override imminent. End GT. Vivan's rational mind snapped back. He stopped in mid-air, his hand wrapped around the throat of the last conscious warrior. He squeezed his eyes shut behind the bone mask. Control it, Vivan mentally ordered himself, pulling desperately on his god key to anchor his humanity. With a sharp crack, the bone mask shattered into white dust, dissolving into the wind. Vivan gasped, dropping the terrified, unconscious warrior. His breathing was heavy. Sweat beading on his forehead. The dark, suffocating pressure vanished, replaced by the cool mountain air. He looked at his trembling hands. The power was intoxicating, but the loss of control was terrifying. The hollow wasn't a tool, it was a beast living inside his soul. He floated down to the village square, where Temujin and the elder were staring at him in absolute silence. The sky above was clear, the storm tribe vanguard completely dismantled and scattered across the valley. Vivan! Doraemon whispered, stepping out of the tent, holding Nobita back. What was that mask? Just a bad habit, Vivan said, forcing a calm smile, though his heart was still racing. He looked up at the northern mountains. They know we're here now. Yuranda won't send scouts next time. Get some rest. Tomorrow, we climb Mount Windy. Chapter 191, The Bitter Taste of Power. The night passed, but for Vivan, sleep was an impossible luxury. Long after the village had quieted down and Nobita's rhythmic snoring echoed softly from the guest tent, Vivan remained sitting on the edge of the high wooden platform overlooking the plains. The air was freezing, biting at his exposed skin, but his Atlantean physiology kept his internal core temperature perfectly stable. He wasn't bothered by the physical cold, it was the lingering chill in his soul that kept him awake. He stared at the palm of his left hand. The memory of the bone-white mask forming over his face was seared into his mind. Sage, Vivan whispered into the quiet night, his breath pluming in the frosty air. Give me a full diagnostic on the hollow mask. Fragment. Why was the synchronicity so volatile? I have God Key and 6 Paths Chakra. Those should be more than enough to suppress a fragment of spiritual corruption. End LT analysis complete, and GT the Great Sage replied, its voice a soothing contrast to the chaotic thoughts swirling in Vivan's head. End LT the volatility is not a matter of raw power, but of conceptual alignment. God Key relies on absolute serenity and divine detachment. 6 Paths Chakra requires profound understanding and harmony. The hollow fragment, however, is fueled entirely by base, primal instinct, hunger, aggression, and survival. And GT Vivan closed his fist tightly. They're like oil and water. And LT affirmative. When you manifested the mask, you attempted to force the hollow's aggressive spiritual pressure through the same channels as your divine energies. The resulting friction caused a temporary cognitive override. To master the hollowification, you cannot simply suppress it. You must establish a distinct, parallel spiritual pathway to vent the aggression without it contaminating your core consciousness. And GT a parallel pathway, Vivan murmured, letting his hand drop. I have to learn to let the beast off the leash without giving it the keys to the house. He sighed, leaning back against the wooden railing. It was a terrifying prospect. For months, Vivan had relied on absolute, overwhelming control. The idea of embracing chaos, even in a parallel mental space, felt like walking a tightrope over an active volcano. The soft creak of wooden floorboards broke his concentration. Doraemon waddled out onto the platform, holding a steaming wooden cup of sweet nectar tea. He offered it to Vivan, his robotic face etched with genuine concern. Couldn't sleep either? Vivan asked, taking the cup. The warmth seeped nicely into his hands. I'm a robot. I don't technically need sleep, Doraemon smiled faintly, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. He sat down next to Vivan, looking out over the moonlit plains. Vivan, back there. During the fight. The mask. I know, Vivan said softly, staring into his tea. It scared you. It terrified me, Doraemon admitted, his voice barely a whisper. Since the day I met you, you've been a mountain. Immovable. Calm. No matter how big the enemy, you always smiled because you knew you had it under control. But tonight, for just a second, you didn't look like our Vivan. You looked like something that wanted to tear the world apart. Vivan took a slow sip of the tea. It's a new power. It's aggressive. I lost control of the output for a microsecond. But it won't happen again, Doraemon. I promise. Doraemon looked up at the boy. Despite his absurd powers, Vivan was still just an 11-year-old kid carrying the weight of multiple universes in his blood. We trust you, Vivan, Doraemon said, placing a round paw on Vivan's knee. Nobita, Shizuka, Gian, Sunio, we all know who you really are. But don't feel like you have to carry all the darkness by yourself. We're a team. Vivan smiled, a genuine, warm expression returning to his face. The dark, lingering itch of the hollow finally faded completely into the background of his soul. I know, old man. Now, go get some rest. Mount Windy isn't going to climb itself tomorrow. Chapter 192, The Foot of the Tempest. By dawn, the Wind Village was a flurry of activity. The Elder had ordered the scouts to reinforce the perimeter in case the Storm Tribe launched a secondary offensive, while Temujin prepared a specialized supply pack for the journey ahead. Nobita emerged from the tent rubbing his eyes, with Fuko hovering cheerfully above his head, playfully spinning the boy's cowlick. Gian and Sunio looked surprisingly focused, doing stretches in the cool morning air. Shizuka helped Doraemon pack some extra localized climate gadgets. Mount Windy is not a natural peak, Temujin explained as he laid out a map on a woven mat in the plaza. It is the tallest spire in this dimension. The higher you go, the thinner the air becomes, but paradoxically, the wind pressure increases exponentially. By the time you reach the midpoint, the updrafts are strong enough to rip a hoverboard to splinters. Sounds like a lovely hike, Sunio gulped. Doraemon, what do we have for environmental shielding? Vivan asked, adjusting the straps of his jacket. I have the heavy gravity spray, Doraemon said, holding up a small aerosol can. It temporarily increases the personal gravitational mass of whatever it coats. It will make us heavy enough so the wind can't blow us away, but it will make walking incredibly exhausting. We'll use it as a backup, Vivan decided. I can manipulate the air currents around us to create a buffer zone, but I can't guarantee a flawless shield if we hit a localized hurricane. Keep the spray handy. With their plan set, the group departed. Temujin led them out of the village, guiding them across the final stretch of grassy plains toward the towering, jagged mountain range in the distance. The transition from the peaceful, idyllic valley to the hostile environment of the mountain was stark and immediate. The lush, vibrant green grass faded into hard, cracked grey stone. The sweet Scent of mountain flowers was replaced by the harsh, metallic smell of ozone and pulverized rock. As they stepped onto the rocky incline at the base of Mount Windy, the atmosphere instantly shifted. The gentle breeze died, violently replaced by a continuous, howling gale that rushed down the mountain face like a physical waterfall of air. Whoa! Nobita screamed, instantly knocked backward by the sheer force of the wind. Vivan caught Nobita by the back of his shirt with one hand. "Stand behind me," Vivan commanded. He stepped to the front of the group. He didn't use haki to crush the wind, fighting nature with brute force was inefficient. Instead, he tapped into his Six Paths chakra, specifically targeting his wind nature affinity. Vivan raised his hands slightly, his palms facing outward. He felt the chaotic, rushing kinetic energy of the gale. He didn't stop the wind, he simply commanded it to part. A localized, aerodynamic slipstream formed around Vivan, splitting the massive gale perfectly in two, creating a calm, quiet tunnel of air right behind him. Nobita, Gian, Sunio, Shizuka, and Doraemon stepped into the slipstream. The roaring noise of the storm was instantly muffled, and the pressure vanished. "It's like a transparent tunnel." Sunio marveled, reaching his hand outside the invisible barrier, only to have it violently jerked back by the gale. "Keep your limbs inside the ride," Vivan said without looking back. "Pace yourselves. It's going to be a long climb." Chapter 193, The Wall of Size. The ascent was a grueling, agonizingly slow process. Even with Vivan shielding them from the brunt of the storm, the physical incline was brutal. The path was narrow, winding dangerously close to sheer drops that plummeted thousands of feet into mist-filled chasms. Temujin, accustomed to the terrain, moved with surprising agility, using his hoverboard not to fly, but to glide inches above the sharp rocks, saving his stamina. The kids from Tokyo, however, were not seasoned mountaineers. Gian was sweating profusely, Shizuka was panting, and Nobita looked ready to collapse. Can't we take a break?" Nobita wheezed, leaning heavily against a jagged rock wall. "If we stop moving, our body temperatures will plummet," Doraemon warned, checking a thermometer gadget. "The air is already below freezing." "Just a little further," Vivan encouraged. His god key sense was constantly sweeping the area above them. He wasn't just looking for enemies, he was mapping the environmental hazards. "There's a plateau about 200 yards up. We can rest there." But as they rounded a sharp bend in the path, the narrow trail abruptly ended. Before them lay a massive, yawning chasm, easily 200 feet across. On the other side, the path continued upward toward the peak. But the gap between them wasn't empty. It was filled with a horrific, localized cyclone that spun horizontally through the canyon. The wind speed was so intense that small rocks and debris caught in the cyclone were moving like bullets. "The Wall of Size," Temujin shouted over the roar of the wind, his face pale. "The bridge that used to cross this gap eroded centuries ago. We can't fly over it, the downdraft will suck us in, and the flying rocks will tear us to shreds." Gian peered over the edge and immediately scrambled back. "It's a meat grinder. We can't cross that." Fuko, the little wind child in the yellow plushie, zipped out of Nobita's arms and flew toward the cyclone. He squeaked angrily, trying to blow his own tiny gusts of wind to counter the massive storm, but he was instantly blown back, tumbling head over heels until Vivan caught him. "Nice try, little guy," Vivan smiled faintly, tucking the plushie back into Nobita's arms. "But this is out of your weight class." Vivan stepped up to the edge of the abyss. The raw kinetic energy of the cyclone whipped his hair wildly. He could use instant transmission to teleport everyone across, but doing so required a clear mental lock on a destination he had never seen. The swirling debris and dense atmospheric interference made a secure lock too risky. He might accidentally teleport a rock directly into someone's chest. I'll build us a new bridge, Vivan declared. With what? Sunio shrieked. There are no trees here to grow with your plant magic. I don't need plants, Vivan said. He tapped into his Fullbringer. Fragment. Fullbring allowed him to manipulate the soul of all matter, even the microscopic dust and moisture suspended in the howling air. Vivan held out his right hand, his eyes glowing with a faint, silvery light. Condense. He pulled violently on the spiritual structure of the air inside the cyclone. To the absolute shock of the group, a shimmering, semi-transparent path of hyper-compressed, solid air began to form across the chasm. It looked like a bridge made of frosted glass. Because the bridge was formed from the very wind itself, the cyclone didn't destroy it, the raging storm simply flowed around the dense structure, treating it as a natural part of the current. Vivan stepped onto the invisible bridge. It held his immense, Atlantean weight flawlessly. Single file, Vivan ordered, keeping his hand extended to maintain the structural integrity. Don't look down. Chapter 194, The Howling Phantoms. The crossing was utterly terrifying. Nobita kept his eyes squeezed shut, holding onto the back of Doraemon's collar as they shuffled across the translucent bridge of air. The roaring cyclone whipped dangerously close, tiny pebbles pinging harmlessly against Vivan's aerodynamic shield. They were halfway across the 200-foot chasm when Vivan's observation haki flared violently. The threat wasn't coming from the storm. It was hiding inside it. Hold your positions! Vivan shouted, his voice cracking like a whip. Drop to your knees! Gian, Sunio, Shizuka, and Nobita instantly dropped, flattening themselves against the solid air bridge. From the thick, swirling grey mist of the cyclone, three massive, dark shapes erupted. They were Storm Tribe elite assassins. But unlike the vanguard from the night before, these warriors weren't riding cloud wolves. They were the clouds. They utilized a corrupted wind technique that allowed them to blend their physical bodies with the storm, making them virtually invisible until the moment they struck. They materialized mid-air, armed with long, jagged scythes crackling with red lightning, diving directly toward the group stranded on the bridge. They're using the cyclone as camouflage! Temujin yelled, drawing a short wooden blade. Vivan couldn't use a massive energy blast here. A Kamehameha or Thor's lightning would destabilize the cyclone, violently shattering his Fullbring air bridge and dropping everyone into the abyss. He was forced into extreme close-quarters combat on a narrow ledge of thin air. Perfect, Vivan murmured. He didn't draw Kashinai. He needed to maintain his right hand's focus on keeping the bridge intact. He would fight one-handed. As the first assassin dove, swinging his red lightning scythe at Doraemon's head, Vivan shifted his stance. He tapped into the muscle memory of the One Piece franchise, specifically Sanji's black leg style, a martial art dedicated entirely to using the legs while keeping the hands free. Vivan pushed off the air bridge. Call your strike! Vivan's right leg whipped upward with blinding speed, coated in an invisible, dense layer of Ryuo. His boot connected flush with the assassin's jaw before the scythe could even begin its downward arc. The internal destruction haki shattered the assassin's jawline and sent a concussive shockwave through his brain, instantly knocking him out. The assassin's body lost its aerodynamic control, and he was violently sucked into the raging cyclone, disappearing into the mist. The second and third assassins attacked simultaneously from opposite sides, aiming to slice Vivan in half. Vivan performed a flawless, mid-air backflip, dodging both blades by millimeters. As he inverted, he unleashed a rapid-fire barrage of kicks. Party table kick course. His legs became a blur of motion, striking out in a terrifying, 360-degree radius. His haki-infused boots slammed into the wrists, ribs, and knee joints of the two assassins. The sheer kinetic impact, amplified by his Atlantean leg strength, shattered their armor and broke their limbs in a symphony of bone-crushing cracks. Vivan landed softly back on the transparent bridge on one foot, his right hand still extended, the bridge perfectly stable. The two broken assassins tumbled into the abyss, swallowed by the storm. Assassins who rely on the weather, Vivan scoffed softly, adjusting his jacket. With his free hand. They forget who controls it. Vivan, you just fought 3 guys while holding up a bridge? Sunio gasped, his face completely pale. You aren't human. Keep moving, Vivan said, ignoring the comment. We're almost at the peak. Chapter 195, The Ancient Ruins. The rest of the ascent passed without ambush. Yurenda's elite squad had failed, and it seemed the Storm Tribe was regrouping for a larger assault, or perhaps banking on the final environmental defenses of the mountain to finish the intruders off. As they crested the final, grueling incline, the roaring storm suddenly, miraculously died. They stepped onto a vast, perfectly flat plateau at the very peak of Mount Windy. The sky above was completely clear, a brilliant, piercing blue. They had reached the eye of the permanent storm. We made it, Nobita wheezed, collapsing onto the solid rock, kissing the ground. Vivan retracted his full bring and 6 paths aerodynamic shield, taking a deep breath of the thin, freezing mountain air. He looked out over the plateau. In the center of the clearing stood the ancient ruins. It wasn't a dilapidated pile of rubble, it was a breathtaking architectural marvel that had withstood millennia of storms. Massive, towering pillars of white marble were arranged in a vast circle, connected by intricate, floating stone arches that defied gravity. In the center of the pillars was a grand, open-air temple, its floors polished to a mirror's shine. The sanctuary of the first Windmasters, Temujin whispered, falling to his knees in profound reverence. Legend says the architecture itself sings when the wind blows through it. Let's hope it's not a funeral dirge, Gian muttered, gripping his bat as they cautiously approached the temple. The interior of the temple was silent, filled only by the soft tap, tap, tap of their footsteps. The walls were covered in massive, beautiful murals carved directly into the stone. The murals depicted a horrifying, 6-winged dragon made of pure storm clouds, raining lightning upon the world. Beneath the dragon, 3 glowing orbs were shown, representing the divided soul of the beast. Vivan walked past the murals, his eyes locked onto the absolute center of the temple chamber. There, resting on an intricately carved pedestal of pure, translucent crystal, was the prize. The 3rd orb. It was the size of a grapefruit, glowing with a soft, pulsing, ethereal blue light. Just looking at it made the air around them feel incredibly fresh and energized. Fuko, tucked in Nobita's arms, squeaked excitedly, wiggling free and flying toward the orb like a magnet. The little plushie hovered around the crystal pedestal, soaking in the pure elemental energy radiating from the relic. We found it, Shizuka smiled, a massive wave of relief washing over the group. Now Yuranda can never resurrect the storm dragon. Doraemon walked forward to carefully retrieve the orb. But as Vivan's god key sense swept over the pedestal, a sudden, jarring inconsistency struck him. The energy radiating from the orb was beautiful, but it was completely static. It wasn't breathing. Vivan's eyes widened. Doraemon! Don't touch it! Before Doraemon could pull his hand back, his robotic fingers brushed the glowing blue orb. Crack! The orb didn't just break, it shattered into a million pieces of cheap, glowing glass. The ethereal blue light instantly vanished, plunging the temple into a dim, ominous gloom. It's a fake! Doraemon gasped, staring at the glass shards on the floor. A slow, mocking, echoing applause filled the ancient temple. Very astute, human, a dark, rasping voice echoed from the shadows behind the high altar. But far too late. From the darkness, a figure stepped forward. He was tall, gaunt, and wrapped in tattered, dark robes that seemed to be woven from the storm clouds themselves. His eyes burned with an intense, sickly purple light, and in his right hand, he held a glowing, pulsing blue orb, the real one. Yurinda, Temujin growled, drawing his weapon. I arrived hours ago, Yurinda smiled, his teeth sharp and jagged. I simply left a glass replica to keep you occupied while I prepared the ritual. Thank you for bringing the final ingredient directly to me. Yurinda didn't point at Vivan. He pointed his long, bony finger directly at the small, yellow plushie hovering near the pedestal. He pointed at Fuko. Chapter 196, The Theft of the Breeze. The dim, ominous gloom of the ancient temple felt suddenly suffocating. The broken shards of the glass replica crunched softly beneath Yurinda's boots as he slowly descended the stone steps of the high altar. In his right hand, the genuine third orb pulsed with a brilliant, mesmerizing blue light. You see, travelers, Yurinda rasped, his voice sounding like dry leaves scraping against stone. The three orbs, the ruby of fire, the emerald of thunder, and this sapphire of the gale, they are merely the fragmented soul of Lord Mayfuga. A soul divided cannot awaken the petrified flesh sealed in the valley below. Yurinda's sickly purple eyes fixed hungrily on the small, yellow plushie hovering near Nobita. To reignite the storm dragon, Yurinda continued, the three fragments must be fused within a vessel of absolute elemental purity. A wind child. And not just any wind child. One that has bonded with the physical realm. That pathetic little toy is the perfect catalyst. Nobita instinctively pulled Fuko out of the air, clutching the yellow plushie tightly to his chest. No. You can't have him. Fuko is my friend. Friendship is a mortal delusion, Yurinda scoffed, raising his left hand. Dark, crackling energy began to swirl around his elongated, bony fingers. Hand over the vessel, boy. Or I will peel the flesh from your bones with the wind itself. You talk too much, Vivan said. Vivan didn't adopt a fighting stance. He stood perfectly relaxed, but the air around him seemed to warp slightly, bending under the immense, invisible weight of his god ki. I gave your vanguard a warning last night, Vivan murmured, his dark eyes locking onto the storm tribe leader. I told them if you wanted the orb, you'd have to go through me. But since you already have the orb, I'll just take it from you. Yurinda sneered. I heard of the human who walks on the sky. You rely on brute physical strength. But this is the sanctuary of the first wind masters. The atmosphere here obeys me. Yurinda slammed the base of his dark staff against the polished marble floor. Instantly, the ambient air pressure in the temple plummeted to zero. Yurinda had cast a localized vacuum spell. All the oxygen in the chamber was violently sucked outward, creating a suffocating dead zone. Gian and Sunio immediately collapsed to their knees, clutching their throats, their faces turning blue. Shizuka gasped silently, her eyes wide with panic. Doraemon, being a robot, was unaffected by the lack of oxygen, but the sudden vacuum disrupted his internal cooling fans, causing him to stagger. Vivan felt the air leave his lungs, but his Atlantean physiology made him capable of surviving deep ocean pressures and extended periods without oxygen. To him, it was merely an inconvenience. But his friends were dying. Vivan didn't waste a microsecond attacking Yurinda. He tapped into his full-bringer fragment. Breathe, Vivan commanded. He didn't just pull air into the room. He manipulated the soul of the vacuum itself, shattering Yurinda's magical seal. A massive, rushing wave of fresh, oxygen-rich mountain air violently flooded back into the temple with the force of a sonic boom. Gian, Sunio, and Shizuka fell to the floor, coughing and gasping deeply, their lungs burning as the air returned. But in the single second Vivan had prioritized saving his friends, Yurinda had made his move. The storm tribe leader hadn't targeted Vivan. He had dissolved his physical body into a streak of dark, corrupted mist, bypassing Doraemon and materializing directly behind Nobita. "I'll take that," Yurinda whispered. Before Nobita could react, a clawed hand snatched the yellow plushie from his grasp. Fuko squeaked in sheer terror, trying to generate a breeze to escape, but Yurinda's dark magic instantly paralyzed the little spirit. "Fuko! No!" Nobita screamed, reaching out desperately. Vivan spun around, coating his right leg in Ryuo end, delivering a blindingly fast roundhouse kick aimed at Yurinda's chest. But the Storm Tribe leader was already dissolving back into the dark mist. Vivan's haki-infused kick shattered the marble pillar behind Yurinda, but the dark sorcerer had successfully merged with the storm currents outside the temple. The ritual begins. Yurinda's disembodied, echoing laughter faded into the sky. "The storm dragon shall rise." Vivan lowered his leg, the stone dust settling around him. He looked down at Nobita, who was staring at his empty hands, tears streaming down his face. "He took him!" Nobita sobbed, slamming his fists against the marble floor. "He took Fuko!" Vivan's eyes darkened, a cold, terrifying fury settling into his chest. He hated bullies. But he hated thieves even more. Chapter 197, The Valley of the Dead Wind. The atmosphere in the temple was heavy with defeat. Temujin slammed his fist against a ruined pillar, cursing in his native tongue. "We failed," the young scout groaned, gripping his hair. "If Yurinda takes the Wind Child to the Valley of the Damned, the resurrection is inevitable. Mei Fuga will consume this world." "Nothing is inevitable," Vivan said, his voice entirely devoid of warmth. It was a cold, absolute tone that instantly silenced the panic in the room. "Where is this Valley of the Damned?" Temujin looked up, shivering slightly at the sheer intensity radiating from the human boy. "It is deep beneath the mountain range. A massive, subterranean trench where the air pressure is completely stagnant. We call it the Dead Wind. No hoverboards can fly there. No elemental magic functions. It is a graveyard." "Perfect," Vivan murmured. He walked over to Nobita, crouching down so they were eye to level. He placed a firm hand on the boy's trembling shoulder. "Nobita! Look at me!" Nobita sniffled, wiping his nose with his sleeve as he looked up. "I promise you," Vivan said, his golden brown eyes completely unyielding. "I will bring your friend back. But I need you to stay strong. Crying won't catch a thief. Walking will. Understand?" Nobita swallowed hard, nodding slowly as he wiped the tears from his eyes. "Okay. I'll be strong, Vivan." "Doraemon," Vivan stood up, addressing the robotic cat. "Do you have spelunking gear?" "We're going underground." Doraemon nodded resolutely, reaching into his pocket. He pulled out the mole gloves and the deep earth headlamps. "I have enough for everyone." "But Vivan, if the air is stagnant down there, it means toxic gases might have pooled in the trench over the centuries." "I'll filter the air," Vivan replied. "Temujin, lead the way." They departed the ancient ruins, descending the treacherous back face of Mount Windy. The journey took hours. The sky above them slowly shifted from a brilliant blue to a bruised, ominous purple as Yurinda's dark magic began to actively infect the dimension's atmosphere. Eventually, Temujin guided them to a massive, jagged fissure in the base of the mountain. It looked like a wound in the earth, plunging down into absolute, pitch-black darkness. "The entrance to the Valley of the Damned," Temujin whispered, refusing to step too close to the edge. "This is as far as I can go. Without the wind, my people are powerless." "You've done enough, Temujin. Go back and help the elder evacuate the civilians," Vivan advised. The gang strapped on the heavy headlamps and slipped the mole gloves over their hands. The gloves allowed them to effortlessly dig through solid rock, creating handholds as they began the steep, vertical descent into the abyss. As they climbed downward, the temperature dropped drastically, but the air felt impossibly heavy. There was absolutely no breeze. The silence was suffocating, broken only by the sound of their own breathing and the occasional clink of rock. And LT environmental warning, and GT the Great Sage analyzed. And LT oxygen levels are dropping to 12%. High concentrations of subterranean methane and sulfur dioxide detected. And GT hold your breath for a second, Vivan commanded over their COMM link. Vivan paused his descent, clinging to the rock face with one hand. He tapped into his swamp thing / the green affinity. He couldn't grow massive trees here in the dark, but he could manipulate microscopic flora. He commanded a hyper-accelerated bloom of specialized, bioluminescent algae across the walls of the trench. Instantly, the dark, claustrophobic chasm lit up with a soft, comforting green glow. The algae aggressively consumed the toxic sulfur dioxide and expelled pure, concentrated oxygen. The gang took deep, refreshing breaths, the burning in their lungs vanishing. "Thanks, Vivan," Gian panted, wiping sweat from his brow. "Keep climbing," Vivan replied, his eyes locked on the darkness below. "I can feel him. We're getting close." Chapter 198, The Altar of Storms. They reached the floor of the valley. After an exhausting 2-hour descent, the environment was horrific. The ground was covered in petrified, grey ash. Towering, jagged obsidian spikes jutted from the earth like the ribs of a rotting carcass. The air here wasn't just stagnant, it felt conceptually dead, stripped of all natural vitality. In the center of the massive, cavernous trench was the Altar of Storms. It was a terrifying sight. Embedded directly into the obsidian wall of the cavern was a colossal, petrified skeleton. It was hundreds of feet long, possessing 6 massive, skeletal wings and a skull that looked like a jagged, demonic crocodile. The bones were fossilized, trapped in stone for millennia. Standing on a raised obsidian dais beneath the massive skull was Yurinda. He was chanting in a harsh, guttural, ancient language. Hovering in the air before him were the 3 orbs of Mayfuga: the ruby, the emerald, and the sapphire. They were rotating slowly, forming a glowing, triangular perimeter of corrupted energy. Floating helplessly in the absolute center of the triangle was Fuko. The yellow plushie was glowing brightly, but the light was erratic, flickering in agonizing bursts. The 3 orbs were aggressively siphoning Fuko's pure elemental energy, using the Wind Child's uncorrupted soul to filter their dark magic and convert it into the spark of resurrection. "He's hurting him!" Nobita screamed, abandoning all caution and running toward the dais. "Nobita, stop!" Doraemon yelled, reaching out. As Nobita crossed an invisible threshold 50 feet from the altar, a massive, crackling dome of purple lightning violently materialized, acting as a magical barrier. The backlash of the barrier threw Nobita backward, his clothes singing from the voltage. Vivan caught Nobita effortlessly before he hit the ground, setting him down safely. Yurinda stopped chanting for a fraction of a second, looking back over his shoulder. He laughed, a dry, rasping sound. "You are incredibly persistent, humans," Yurinda mocked, turning back to the ritual. "But this barrier is woven from the residual magic of the storm dragon's bones. No physical force can breach it. You get to watch the end of your world from the front row." Gian pulled out his shock baton, striking the purple dome with all his might. The baton instantly overloaded and exploded into plastic shrapnel, sending Gian tumbling backward with a burned hand. "He's right," Doraemon panicked, scanning the dome. "It's an absolute kinetic reflector. Any physical energy applied to it is multiplied and reflected back." Vivan stepped up to the glowing purple barrier. He didn't raise his fists. He didn't draw Kashinai. "Kinetic reflection," Vivan murmured, analyzing the dome with his 6 paths chakra. "A clever trick. If I punch it, I'm just punching myself. If I shoot it, the beam bounces back. He placed his right palm flat against the crackling purple magic. The lightning violently hissed, trying to electrocute him, but Vivan's microscopic, invisible layer of Ryuo completely insulated his flesh. So, we don't use physical energy, Vivan said. Vivan closed his eyes. He bypassed his physical strength, his haki, and his elements. He reached deep into the Fullbringer fragment. Sage. Identify the structural soul of the barrier's frequency. And LT frequency isolated. The barrier relies on a continuous loop of ambient magical resonance drawn from the petrified bones. And GT then let's break the loop. Vivan exerted his absolute will over the soul of the magical barrier. Fullbring didn't attack the barrier, it communicated with it. Vivan grasped the fundamental spiritual structure of the purple lightning and gently, methodically, pulled it apart like untying a knot in a shoelace. The crackling noise stopped. The purple dome rippled, lost its structural integrity, and quietly dissolved into harmless, floating sparks of light that faded into the ash. Yurenda's chanting abruptly choked off. He spun around, his sickly purple eyes wide with absolute, unadulterated horror. You unraveled the dragon's aegis. Yurenda stammered, stepping back from the altar. That is impossible. You have no mana. Vivan stepped onto the obsidian dais, his dark eyes fixed entirely on the sorcerer. I don't need mana to break your toys, Vivan whispered, his voice echoing coldly in the cavern. Now, step away from the plushie. Chapter 199, The Price of Resurrection. Yurenda's shock quickly morphed into a rabid, desperate fury. He was mere minutes away from achieving a millennium-old prophecy. He wasn't going to let an 11-year-old human stand in his way. I will not be denied. Yurenda roared. The sorcerer thrust his dark staff forward. In the dead, stagnant air of the valley, he forcefully summoned a corrupted hurricane. The ash on the ground whipped into a blinding, razor-sharp frenzy. Dozens of compressed, dark wind scythes shot toward Vivan, each capable of slicing through solid steel. Vivan didn't dodge. He casually walked forward through the storm of blades. Clang! Clink! Shatter! The wind scythe struck Vivan's body and completely shattered against his invisible Ryuo armor. He didn't even raise his hands to block. He just kept walking, an unstoppable, terrifying force of absolute defense. Yurenda panicked, firing volley after volley of dark lightning and corrupted wind, but it was like throwing pebbles at a battleship. Vivan reached the center of the dais. He grabbed the long, jagged wooden shaft of Yurenda's dark staff with his left hand. You rely too much on the weather, Vivan said. With a casual twist of his wrist, applying his Atlantean strength, Vivan snapped the ancient, magical staff in two. The dark crystal at its apex shattered, instantly dispelling the storm of ash in the cavern. Yurenda stumbled backward, clutching the broken piece of wood, his breathing ragged. He was completely outmatched, physically and magically. It's over, Yurenda, Vivan said, stepping past the defeated sorcerer toward the three glowing orbs and the trapped Fuko. Your dragon is staying dead. But as Vivan reached out to pull the wind child free from the triangular energy field, Yurenda began to laugh. It wasn't a laugh of defeat, it was a horrifying, manic cackle that sent chills down Shizuka's spine. Over. Yurenda coughed, blood trickling from his lip. You foolish, arrogant child. Do you think a ritual of this magnitude required me to survive? Vivan froze, his observation haki flaring violently. And LT critical alert. And GT the great sage screamed. And LT. The target is intentionally destabilizing his own life force. He is initiating a blood sacrifice protocol. And GT the ritual lacked the spark of pure malice to complete the fusion. Yurenda shouted, his eyes rolling back in his head as dark, corrupted veins bulged across his pale skin. My life, my soul. I offer it to the storm. Yuranda didn't attack Vivan. He threw himself forward, plunging his own body directly into the center of the glowing triangle of the three orbs, right beside Fuko. The moment his physical body crossed the threshold, the three orbs violently flashed. They acted like a vacuum, instantly tearing Yuranda's physical form apart at a molecular level, absorbing his corrupted soul and his life force as the final catalyst. No! Nobita screamed. The three orbs ruby, emerald, and sapphire violently smashed together, fusing into a single, blindingly brilliant orb of pure, apocalyptic black energy. And Fuko was trapped directly inside it. The cavern began to shake violently. The petrified, fossilized bones of the massive skeleton embedded in the wall began to glow with a terrifying, pulsing purple light. The stone encasing the bones began to crack and splinter. Vivan! The dragon is waking up! Doraemon yelled, deploying a heavy energy shield gadget over the kids to protect them from the falling rocks. Vivan stood on the collapsing dais, staring up at the gargantuan skull as the stone shattered away, revealing the restored, terrifyingly real bone structure beneath. He sacrificed himself to act as the starter motor, Vivan muttered, his jaw clenching. The newly fused black orb, containing Fuko and Yuranda's sacrificed soul, shot upward. Like a bullet, embedding itself directly into the center of the dragon's massive ribcage. It acted as an artificial, beating heart. Thump! Thump! The sound of the heartbeat echoed through the subterranean trench, generating a shockwave that physically pushed Vivan back a step. The beast of the dead wind was awake. Chapter 200, The Beast of the Dead Wind. The resurrection was chaotic, deafening, and horrific to behold. The massive skeletal structure tore itself completely free from the cavern wall. But it didn't grow flesh or scales. Instead, the beating black orb in its chest violently sucked in the corrupted, toxic atmosphere of the Valley of the Damned. Millions of tons of dead, grey ash, sulfurous gas, and dark wind coalesced around the bones, forming a massive, shifting, semi-solid body of pure, apocalyptic weather. Mayfuga, the storm dragon, let out a roar. The sound wasn't biological, it was the deafening shriek of a Category 5 hurricane concentrated into a single focal point. The sheer acoustic pressure of the roar shattered the remaining obsidian spikes in the valley and blew Vivan off the dais, forcing him to land heavily on his feet 50 yards away. It's huge. Gian stammered, staring up at the terrifying titan from the safety of DORAEMON'S energy shield. The dragon was easily the size of a modern skyscraper. Its 6 wings were comprised of swirling, localized tornadoes that discharged continuous, violent arcs of red lightning. Its eyes burned like twin suns of sickly purple fire. And trapped deep within its swirling, ashen chest, Vivan could see the tiny, golden flicker of Fuko's spirit, desperately fighting against the immense corruption. Vivan! Nobita screamed over the roaring tempest, tears streaming down his face. Fuko is in there. You can't just destroy it. You'll kill him. Vivan stood his ground, the dark, toxic winds whipping his jacket. His mind was racing, processing the tactical nightmare before him. And LT analysis complete, and GT the Great Sage reported, its voice strained against the massive influx of erratic data. And LT the entity Mayfuga is a localized, self-sustaining atmospheric apocalypse. Physical strikes will merely pass through its weather-based form. Energy attacks will either be absorbed by the storm or risk destabilizing the core. And GT I can't punch a hurricane. And if I vaporize the core, I vaporize the wind child, Vivan muttered, his eyes narrowing to focused slits. Mayfuga looked down at the tiny human standing before it. It didn't possess high-level intelligence, it was a beast of pure, primal destruction. It opened its massive, jawless maw of swirling ash and unleashed a devastating torrent of concentrated, hyper-pressurized wind mixed with toxic sulfur directly at Vivan. Vivan didn't move. He didn't activate the truth-seeking orbs. Speed force. The world slowed to an agonizing crawl. The massive, building-sized torrent of destruction inched toward him. Vivan took a deep breath. He couldn't destroy it from the outside. The only way to save Fuko and kill the beast without collateral damage was to sever the connection from the inside out. He had to perform a surgical extraction on the beating heart of a hurricane. Sage, Vivan thought, stepping forward into the path of the slow-moving destruction. Prepare the anti-venom symbiote. Optimize it for spiritual viral purging. We're going in. And LT acknowledged. Warning, entering the physical center of the storm will subject the host to catastrophic atmospheric pressure and highly concentrated dark magic. And GT let it try, Vivan smirked. He coated his entire body in the invisible, flowing armor of Ryuo. Beneath his skin, the white, muscular mass of the anti-venom symbiote surged, preparing to unleash its absolute cleansing properties. Vivan dropped his hold on time. Whoosh! The torrent of toxic wind slammed into him. But Vivan wasn't crushed. Acting as an immovable, indestructible needle, he dove headfirst into the blast. Gear second. Vivan accelerated. His blood, generating a massive, steaming pink aura that burned away the toxic ash upon contact. He flew straight up the column of destructive wind, moving at Mach 10, piercing the outer shell of the dragon's swirling, cloudy body. He was inside the belly of the beast. It was absolute chaos. Debris, red lightning, and screaming wind battered him from every side. The sheer pressure threatened to crush his eardrums, but his Atlantean density held firm. In the center of the chaotic vortex, suspended in the eye of the storm, was the massive, beating black orb. And inside it, the tiny, flickering yellow light of Fuko. Vivan floated before the black heart, the white symbiote. Beginning to seep from his hands, preparing to purge the nightmare. Hang on, little guy, Vivan whispered over the roar of the storm. Time for surgery. Chapter 201, The Eye of the Storm. The interior of Mayfuga's body was not an empty space, it was a living, grinding singularity of meteorological violence. To Vivan, floating in the absolute center of the colossal storm dragon, the noise was the first thing that threatened to overwhelm his senses. It wasn't just the roar of the wind. It was the sound of millions of tons of petrified ash, shattered obsidian, and toxic sulfur grinding against each other at supersonic speeds. It sounded like the tectonic plates of the earth tearing themselves apart. And LT environmental pressure exceeding deep ocean trench parameters, and GT the Great Sage analyzed, its calm, mechanical voice serving as Vivan's only anchor in the deafening chaos. And LT the invisible layer of Ryuo is currently deflecting 99.8% of the abrasive particulate matter. However, the sheer kinetic friction is generating localized temperatures exceeding 3000 degrees Celsius. And GT keep the cooling systems running, Sage, Vivan replied mentally. He could feel the intense heat radiating just inches from his face, but his Atlantean physiology and the gear second steam buffering his skin kept him from incinerating. He hovered perfectly still, suspended in the eye of the storm by his six paths chakra flight. Directly in front of him was the core. The fused black orb. It was roughly the size of a small boulder, pulsing with an erratic, sickly rhythm. Thump! Thump! Every time it beat, a shockwave of dark purple lightning arched across the hollow space, striking the inner walls of the cyclone and feeding the beast's colossal exterior form. And deep within that black, glassy shell, barely visible through the swirling dark miasma, was a tiny, faint yellow glow. Fuko. Vivan drifted closer. The gravitational pull of the orb was immense, constantly trying to drag him into its center to consume his life force. He raised his right hand. He didn't form a fist. He extended his fingers delicately, as if preparing to play a piano. Anti-venom, Vivan whispered into the roaring void. From his pores, the pure, white, muscular mass of the Marvel symbiote seeped outward. It didn't encase his entire body this time in aggressive armor. Guided by Vivan's microscopic focus, the white mass pooled over his right hand and forearm, shaping itself into a sleek, elongated gauntlet tipped with 5 impossibly sharp, needle-like tendrils. We can't shatter the shell, Vivan thought, his dark eyes narrowing in absolute concentration. If the shell breaks under kinetic force, the internal vacuum will tear the wind child's spirit to shreds before we can pull him out. And LT affirmative. Optimal strategy, biological and spiritual osmosis. You must use the anti-venom to dissolve a microscopic entryway into the black orb, neutralizing the dark magic purely at the point of contact without destabilizing the overall structure. And GT like drilling into a bomb, Vivan murmured. He slowly, agonizingly slowly, extended his arm forward. The howling wind inside the eye fought him, trying to push his arm away, but his enhanced muscles locked into place with hydraulic perfection. The tips of the white symbiote needles made contact with the smooth, black surface of the orb. HSSSSSSS. The reaction was instantaneous and violent. The moment the absolute purity of the anti-venom touched the concentrated malice of the storm dragon's core, a blinding flash of green and white sparks erupted. The orb violently shuddered, sensing a foreign, cleansing agent attempting to breach its hull. The dark purple lightning inside the eye of the storm suddenly changed direction. It stopped feeding the dragon's body and turned inward, thousands of bolts snapping like whips directly toward Vivan's back to protect the core. Ignore the lightning, Vivan commanded himself, bracing his body as the massive bolts of dark magic slammed into his Ryuo armor, exploding into harmless sparks. He didn't flinch. He didn't look back. He kept his eyes locked on the microscopic point where his white, symbiote-laced fingers were slowly, millimeter by millimeter, melting through the indestructible black shell. Chapter 202, The Sorcerer's Ghost. As the symbiote needles pushed deeper into the black orb, the physical resistance of the shell gave way to something far more insidious. And LT warning. Hostile spiritual intrusion detected. And GT. The surface of the black orb right in front of Vivan's face suddenly rippled like liquid tar. The smooth glass warped and stretched outward, forming a grotesque, three-dimensional face in the blackness. It was Yurinda. The sorcerer had sacrificed his physical body, but his soul was now fused with the core, acting as the malignant consciousness of the beast. You cannot have him, Yurinda's face mouthed. No sound came out, but the horrific, grinding voice echoed directly into Vivan's cerebral cortex. The psychic weight was suffocating, dripping with the ancient, unadulterated hatred of the Storm Tribe. Yurinda's dark magic flared. The black tar of the orb surged forward, wrapping around Vivan's white symbiote gauntlet. It didn't try to crush the arm, it tried to infect it. A sickly purple venom began to creep up the pure white tendrils, attempting to travel up Vivan's arm and invade his bloodstream. You're a stubborn ghost, Yurinda, Vivan's mental voice echoed back, cool and unbothered. Vivan didn't pull his arm away. Doing so would sever the delicate tunnel he was melting through. The shell. Deep within his soul, the dormant, caged hollow mask fragment vibrated violently. It smelled the corrupt soul of Yurinda. The hollow didn't want to cleanse the ghost, it wanted to eat it. The primal urge to summon the bone mask, to tear the orb apart with his bare teeth, scratched frantically at the back of Vivan's mind. Down, boy, Vivan mentally commanded the hollow, keeping the aggressive spirit firmly locked behind the absolute serenity of his god ki. We don't eat garbage. Vivan shifted his focus back to the anti-venom symbiote. Sage. Increase antibody production to maximum. Flush the neural pathways. The white mass on his arm pulsed brightly. The purple corruption creeping up his forearm was met with an overwhelming, tidal wave of pure, biological cleansing. The symbiote aggressively devoured the dark magic, converting the toxic spiritual energy into harmless, inert water vapor that hissed off Vivan's arm in a cloud of white steam. Yuranda's tar-like face contorted in absolute agony as the cleansing antibodies burned into his spiritual form. "What are you?" the sorcerer screamed in Vivan's mind, his psychic grip slipping. "You possess no magic. This is not mana. It burns." "It's called hygiene," Vivan replied coldly. With a final, concentrated push, Vivan forced his fingers deeper. There was a faint, almost imperceptible pop. He was through the shell. His fingers were now inside the hollow interior of the black orb. The atmosphere inside was vastly different. It felt like sticking his hand into a pool of freezing, heavy sludge. It was a localized dimension of pure, concentrated despair and dark storms. But amidst the freezing sludge, Vivan felt a tiny, warm, flickering pulse brushing against his fingertips. He had found Fuko. Chapter 203, The Thread of the Wind. Finding Fuko was only the first step. Extracting him was infinitely more complex. Vivan's god ki sense mapped the interior of the black orb. Fuko's spirit wasn't just floating inside. The yellow plushy vessel was completely entangled in thousands of razor-thin, dark energy threads. The core was actively siphoning the wind child's pure nature energy to keep the massive dragon outside alive. If Vivan just grabbed the plushie and yanked, the dark threads would violently pull back, potentially tearing Fuko's fragile soul into pieces. "I have to disconnect him manually," Vivan thought. "One thread at a time." "End LT time constraint warning," and GT the Great Sage reported softly. "End LT the entity. Mayfuga is becoming aware of the internal breach. The outer storm wall is condensing. Ambient pressure inside the eye is increasing by 400%. Your Ryuo armor is holding, but the core itself is beginning to destabilize from your presence. Estimated time before complete core collapse, 120 seconds. And GT 2 minutes. That's a lifetime," Vivan murmured. Vivan carefully retracted the Ryuo, haki, coating from his right hand. He needed absolute, delicate spiritual sensitivity to handle Fuko, and the hard, invisible armor of haki would be too abrasive against the wind child's raw soul. The moment he dropped the haki from his hand, the dark sludge inside the orb began to burn his exposed skin. It felt like plunging his bare arm into a vat of liquid nitrogen mixed with battery acid. Vivan didn't flinch. His face remained an impassive mask of supreme concentration. The anti-venom symbiote in his bloodstream immediately rushed to the site, rapidly healing his skin. The microsecond it was burned, creating a continuous, agonizing cycle of destruction and regeneration. He ignored the pain. He reached deep into his Fullbringer fragment and his Six Paths chakra. He didn't use power to cut the dark threads, he used understanding. "Come here, little guy," Vivan thought, projecting a gentle, soothing mental wave toward the terrified yellow plushie. He delicately pinched the first dark thread attached to Fuko's back. Using Fullbring, he communed with the soul of the dark magic, finding the exact frequency where it bonded with Fuko's pure wind. Then, he gently shifted his own frequency to match, causing the dark thread to loosen and slide off seamlessly, without damaging the plushie. One thread down. Hundreds to go. Vivan's fingers moved with the blinding, flawless speed of a master surgeon. The auto battle mode algorithms, usually reserved for flawless physical combat, were entirely repurposed for this delicate operation. His fingers danced in the freezing sludge, plucking, untying, and dissolving the dark threads at a speed that defied human comprehension. Outside the orb, the situation was rapidly deteriorating. Mayfuga, realizing its heart was being unstitched, began to thrash violently. The eye of the storm began to collapse inward, the massive walls of swirling ash and red lightning closing in on Vivan's position. The noise escalated from a deafening roar to a frequency that vibrated the very marrow in Vivan's bones. End LT 60 seconds. End GT. Vivan's right arm was trembling slightly, not from the physical strain, but from the sheer, overwhelming effort of maintaining absolute gentleness while his arm was being continuously burned and healed. End LT 30 seconds. Outer storm wall is 10 meters away and closing. End GT. Gotcha, Vivan whispered. He pinched the final, thickest dark thread attached to the plushie's chest. With the precise pulse of 6 paths chakra, he severed the connection. Fuko was completely free. The yellow plushie, weak and exhausted, weakly wrapped its tiny, stubby arms around Vivan's index finger. It felt incredibly warm against the freezing sludge. "Hold on tight," Vivan said. He gently curled his fingers around the plushie, cradling it perfectly within his palm. Then, slowly, carefully, he pulled his arm back through the tiny hole he had melted in the black orb's shell. Chapter 204, The Collapse of the Heavens. The moment Vivan pulled his hand completely out of the black orb, sealing Fuko safely against his chest, the entire atmosphere within the dragon changed. The black orb, suddenly deprived of its pure, filtering catalyst, could no longer contain the colossal, corrupted energy of the Storm Tribe's sacrifice. The orb immediately turned a violent, glowing, unstable crimson. Huge, jagged cracks spider-webbed across its glassy surface, leaking blinding white light. End LT core containment failure. Catastrophic implosion imminent. End GT. Time to leave, Vivan noted. Vivan tucked his right arm securely against his stomach, shielding the yellow plushie with his own body. He couldn't use instant transmission. The spatial interference generated by the collapsing core was too chaotic to get a lock on the world outside. He had to fly out the old-fashioned way. He coated his entire body in the thickest layer of Ryuo he could muster, reinforcing his Atlantean density. Gear second. His blood accelerated to supersonic speeds. The pink steam erupted around him, forming an aerodynamic cone. Vivan kicked off the empty air using Jeppo, but he infused his legs with God Ki for raw, explosive propulsion. He shot downward, diving back through the unimaginably dense, swirling wall of ash and toxic gas that made up the dragon's belly. It was like trying to swim through solid concrete, but his sheer velocity and haki armor acted like a bunker-buster missile. Meanwhile, down on the floor of the Valley of the Damned, Nobita, Doraemon, Gian, Shizuka, and Sunio were huddled beneath DORAEMON'S heavy energy shield gadget. They watched in absolute, paralyzed terror as the gargantuan storm dragon above them suddenly stopped roaring. The colossal beast began to violently shudder. The red lightning arcing across its 6 massive wings suddenly turned a blinding, unstable white. The swirling ash that composed its body began to collapse inward, as if the monster was sucking in its own stomach. "What's happening to it?" Gian yelled, covering his ears as a high-pitched, whining sound filled the subterranean trench. "The core is destabilizing," Doraemon shouted, checking his monitors frantically. "The magical bindings are failing. It's going to implode." "Where's Vivan?" Nobita screamed, tears welling in his eyes as he looked at the collapsing titan. "He's still inside." Just as the massive dragon seemed to fold entirely in on itself, a brilliant, blinding streak of pink and white light erupted from the beast's lower abdomen. It was Vivan. He tore out of the dragon's body like a comet, hurtling downward toward the obsidian floor of the valley. He moved so fast he was barely a blur, leaving a glowing trail of superheated steam in his wake. The moment Vivan cleared the dragon's form, the black orb inside Mayfuga finally gave way. There was no sound at first. Just a flash of light so absolute and pure that it bleached the entire subterranean valley white. Then came the shockwave. The dragon didn't explode. Outward, it imploded. The massive, building-sized entity of pure weather violently crushed itself into a single, microscopic point in the sky, before expanding slightly and dissolving entirely into harmless, gentle white snowflakes that drifted slowly down toward the ash-covered ground. The apocalyptic beast was gone. Chapter 205, The gentle breeze returns. Vivan hit the floor of the valley a few hundred yards away from the gang. He didn't crash, he landed in a low, controlled crouch, his boots sliding against the obsidian ground, carving two deep, smoldering trenches in the stone before he finally came to a halt. He remained kneeling for a long moment, his head bowed. The heavy pink steam of gear second slowly hissed away from his body, his hyper-accelerated heartbeat settling back into a slow, calm rhythm. His jacket was completely shredded, the sleeves burned away by the toxic ash, but his Atlantean skin remained flawless, the minor burns already perfectly healed by the anti-venom symbiote. The subterranean trench, which had been deafening and chaotic for the last hour, was now completely, unnervingly silent. The toxic, stagnant air had been blown away by the dragon's implosion, replaced by a cool, clean, natural draft flowing down from the surface. Doraemon deactivated the energy shield. The kid stood up, trembling, staring at the kneeling figure in the distance. Vivan! Nobita called out, his voice cracking. He took a hesitant step forward, terrified of what he might find. Vivan slowly stood up. He turned around to face the group. He looked exhausted, his chest heaving slightly, but a warm, genuine smile was plastered across his face. He slowly opened his right arm, which he had kept tightly clutched against his stomach, resting perfectly safe. In his palm was the small, yellow plushie. Fuko's stitched eyes fluttered open. The little plushie looked around, letting out a weak, tired, but incredibly happy squeak. It floated up from Vivan's palm, wobbly at first, before zipping straight toward Nobita. Fuko! Nobita screamed, bursting into fresh, heavy tears. He ran forward, dropping to his knees and catching the yellow plushie in a massive hug. Fuko nuzzled against Nobita's wet cheek, generating a soft, warm, fragrant breeze that smelled like spring flowers, completely dispelling the last remnants of gloom in the valley. Gian, Sunio, and Shizuka let out a collective, massive cheer, running over to join the hug. Doraemon let out a long, heavy sigh of absolute relief, his robotic legs finally giving out as he sat heavily on the obsidian floor. Vivan walked over to them at a leisurely pace, casually dusting the petrified ash off his ruined jacket. "Told you I'd bring him back," Vivan said, looking down at Nobita. Nobita looked up, his glasses completely fogged with tears. He didn't say a word, he just reached out with one arm and pulled Vivan into the messy, tearful group hug. Vivan chuckled softly, gently patting Nobita on the back. All right. Don't get snot on my shirt. I only have one good sleeve left." As the kids celebrated, Vivan looked up at the massive, jagged fissure far above them, where the clean blue sky of the Wind Village dimension peeked through. The dark magic was gone. Urinda was dead. The storm dragon was nothing more than a myth once again. "Well, Doraemon," Vivan said, looking back down at the robotic cat. "I think it's time we get out of this ditch. Temujin and the Elder are probably wondering if we survived." Doraemon smiled, pulling the take-copter rotors from his pocket. "I think they'll be very happy to see us." As they strapped on the tiny bamboo copters and began their slow, peaceful ascent out of the Valley of the Damned, A massive, brilliant blue screen materialized in Vivan's vision, glowing with an ethereal white light. Major arc complete, Nobita and the Windmasters. Evaluation, SSS rank, Storm Dragon erased, Wind Child secured, Corrupted Soul purified. Rewards distributed. Bleach franchise, Hollow Mask, full integration. Host has successfully forged a parallel spiritual pathway. Hollowification can now be summoned safely without cognitive override. Zero, Hollow Flash, Mastery unlocked. New franchise tree expansion, Jujutsu Kaisen, Cursed Energy Line. Current ability unlocked, Limitless, Infinity Fragment. Paused mid-air, reading the glowing text. His dark eyes widened. Vivan slightly. Limitless. Infinity. The absolute, conceptual mastery of space, bringing the distance between him and anything else to an infinite standstill. Gojo Satoru's signature defense. Vivan looked at his hand. He hadn't just reached a plateau, the system had just completely removed the ceiling. 24 movies down, Vivan whispered softly to himself as the wind carried them toward the surface. And the universe just got a whole lot smaller. Chapter 206, The Paradox of Infinity. Late autumn in Tokyo brought a persistent, chilling drizzle. The sky over the Nerima ward was a blanket of uniform, unbroken grey, and the streets were slick with cold rain. Inside his room, Vivan sat cross-legged by the sliding glass door leading to the balcony. The door was open just a crack, letting in the smell of wet asphalt and damp earth. He was holding a single, perfectly spherical raindrop. It wasn't resting on his skin. It was hovering exactly 1 millimeter above the tip of his index finger. Sage, Vivan murmured, his eyes locked onto the tiny bead of water. Read the spatial coordinates. Between my skin and the water droplet. And LT acknowledged, and GT the great sage replied, its mechanical voice echoing in the quiet of his mind. And LT the physical distance is 1.0 millimeters. However, the conceptual distance, as manipulated by the infinity fragment, is currently dividing infinitely. The drop of water is moving toward your skin, but it is trapped in an asymptotic paradox. It will never arrive. And GT Vivan smiled faintly. Limitless. It was the signature ability of Gojo Satoru, an absolute mastery over the concept of space. It brought the mathematical paradox of Achilles and the tortoise to life. To reach Vivan, an object had to cross half the distance, then half of the remaining distance, then half of that, ad infinitum. It's not an invisible shield, Vivan thought, observing the raindrop. It's literally infinite space compressed into a finite boundary. But the processing power required to calculate the deceleration of every single atom approaching me, and LT, is beyond the capacity of a standard biological brain, and GT the sage finished. And LT prolonged, active utilization without the specialized ocular mutation known as the 6 eyes would result in catastrophic cerebral hemorrhaging. However, my processing algorithms are currently shouldering 99.9% of the computational burden. I can sustain the infinity barrier passively around your localized form indefinitely. And GTA match made in heaven, Vivan chuckled softly. He closed his fingers, dropping the infinity barrier, and the raindrop finally splashed against his warm skin. The quiet moment of godlike experimentation was interrupted by the heavy, hurried thud of footsteps bounding up the stairs. The bedroom door slid open with a sharp clack. Nobita stood in the doorway, completely drenched from the rain. He was shivering, his yellow sweater soaked through. But more noticeably, he was hunched over, clutching his jacket tightly to his chest as if hiding stolen gold. Nobita? Doraemon asked, looking up from polishing his spare bells. You forgot your umbrella again. You're going to catch a cold. I'm fine. Nobita stammered, his teeth chattering. He awkwardly shuffled into the room, refusing to uncross his arms. Vivan didn't even need to use his observation haki. He possessed the Swamp Thing's green affinity and the 6 paths. Chakra. He could hear the tiny, frantic, shivering heartbeat hiding beneath Nobita's wet clothes. "Nobita," Vivan said casually, leaning back against the wall. "Your jacket is whining." Nobita froze. A tiny, high-pitched yip muffled through the wet fabric. Defeated, Nobita slowly unzipped his jacket. Nestled against his chest was a small, golden-furred puppy. It was a stray, clearly malnourished, completely soaked, and trembling violently from the cold. Its big, soulful brown eyes looked around the room in absolute terror. "I found him by the river bank," Nobita whispered, tears welling in his eyes. "He was in a cardboard box. Someone just threw him away, Doraemon. I couldn't leave him there in the rain. I couldn't." Vivan let out a slow, quiet breath. The universe was full of apocalyptic monsters, time-traveling pirates, and spatial anomalies. But sometimes, the catalyst for a new adventure was as simple, and as fragile, as a shivering stray dog. Chapter 207, The Secret Sanctuary. "Nobita, you know Mom's rule." Doraemon panicked, waving his round paws frantically. "No pets allowed. If she finds a dog in the house, she'll kick both of you out into the rain." I know. Nobita pleaded, carefully setting the puppy down on a warm towel. "But just look at him. He's so small." The puppy sneezed, a pathetic, tiny sound, and immediately tried to burrow itself into the folds of the towel to find warmth. Vivan walked over. He didn't use any flashy magic or godlike auras. He simply tapped into the microscopic, residual warmth of the anti-venom symbiote in his bloodstream, heating his hands slightly. He reached down and gently rubbed the puppy's head. The dog leaned into the touch, its shivering slowly subsiding as Vivan's artificial body heat warmed it to the bone. "He's a fighter," Vivan noted, checking the dog's ribcage. "But he's starved." "Doraemon, do you have any generic animal kibble in that pocket?" Doraemon sighed, his resolve completely crumbling at the sight of the dog. He pulled out a bag of super delicious animal food. "Here. But we have to hide him. If Mom hears a bark, I'll name him Itchy," Nobita declared, pouring the kibble into a small bowl. "Because he makes a little itchy sound when he yelps." For the next 3 days, Nobita's room became a clandestine operation. They managed to hide Itchy in the closet whenever Nobita's mother came upstairs to check on homework. Nobita skipped his afternoon naps to play with the dog, using a red kendama, a traditional Japanese cup and ball toy, to teach Itchy how to fetch. The bond between the clumsy boy and the stray dog grew rapidly. Itchy adored Nobita, following him around the room like a golden shadow. But the situation quickly escalated out of control. On the 4th day, Nobita came home not with one animal, but with 3 stray cats. By the end of the week, the vacant lot down the street had become a gathering point for every abandoned, starving pet in the Nerima ward. Nobita, possessing a heart too soft for his own good, had been sneaking food out of the kitchen to feed all of them. "Nobita, this is a crisis," Doraemon whispered fiercely as they crouched in the tall grass of the vacant lot. Surrounding them were over 2 dozen stray dogs and cats, all looking at Nobita expectantly. "Neighbors are complaining about the noise. The dog catchers are coming tomorrow. We can't keep them all. We can't just let them be taken to the pound." Nobita cried, holding Itchy tightly in his arms. "They'll be put to sleep. Doraemon, there has to be a gadget. A hidden dimension? A shrinking tunnel?" Vivan stood at the edge of the lot, his hands in his pockets. He looked at the pack of strays. To society, they were a nuisance. But to Vivan's God-key sense, they were innocent, untainted souls. completely at the mercy of human cruelty. Major arc initiated, Nobita in the One-Nyan Space-Time Odyssey status, Temporal Relocation Protocol. Objective, transport the strays to a safe era, uncover the mystery of the One-Nyan metropolis, and prevent the catastrophic temporal asteroid collision. Rewards, Jujutsu Kaisen franchise, limitless, full integration and domain expansion, unlimited void. Vivan read the blue system prompt. Unlimited void. The absolute pinnacle of spatial dominance. Doraemon, Vivan said, his voice cutting through the quiet whimpers of the animals. Nobita is right. We can't leave them here. But a hidden dimension in Tokyo isn't a permanent solution. They need a place where humans can't hurt them. Ever. Doraemon rubbed his chin, deep in thought. A place without humans. The only place like that on Earth is the distant past. Before humanity even evolved. How far back? Vivan asked. 300 million years. Doraemon calculated. The Carboniferous period. The climate was warm, there were no large predators yet, and the oxygen levels were incredibly high. It would be a paradise for them. Nobita looked down at Ichi, tears welling in his eyes at the thought of saying goodbye. But he knew it was the only way to save his friend's life. Okay, Nobita sniffled, petting Ichi's head. Let's take them to the past. Chapter 208, Seeds of Evolution transporting 25 stray dogs and cats through the space-time continuum required some creative gadgetry. Doraemon used the small light to shrink the animals, placing them comfortably in a large, ventilated basket before they all boarded the time machine in the top drawer of Nobita's desk. The journey through the chronological vortex was smooth, the swirling colors of time washing over them until they burst out of the tunnel and materialized in the skies of prehistoric Earth. They stepped off the flying time machine platform onto a lush, pristine hilltop. The air here was remarkably different. It tasted sweet, dense, and overwhelmingly pure. Giant, towering ferns dominated the landscape, and massive dragonflies buzzed lazily through the warm, humid air. As soon as they landed, Vivan's prehistoric sage mode flared to life without him even activating it. The raw, uncorrupted nature energy of 300 million BC was so dense it practically hummed in his veins. He closed his eyes, feeling an incredible, harmonious connection to the very dirt beneath his feet. It's beautiful, Shizuka breathed, looking out over the endless green horizon. Doraemon used the magnify ray to return the dogs and cats to their normal size. The animals immediately began bounding through the tall grass, barking and meowing joyfully as they experienced true, unconfined freedom for the first time in their lives. They'll be safe here, Nobita said, wiping his eyes as he watched Ichi chase a massive prehistoric butterfly. But, how will they survive? They're used to eating from bowls. They don't know how to hunt. I brought something for that, Doraemon said, pulling a sleek, futuristic ray gun from his pocket. The evolution ray. It accelerates the evolutionary process of any living creature it hits. It won't turn them into monsters, but it will give them the intelligence and physical dexterity to build their own tools, find food, and create a society. Doraemon fired a wide, sweeping beam of soft, golden light over the pack of animals. The change wasn't visually grotesque. Ichi stopped chasing the butterfly, tilting his head. The dull, instinctual look in the dog's eyes sharpened into something profound. A spark of genuine, high-level cognition ignited within his mind. He sat down on his hind legs, looking at Nobita not just as a master, but as a creator. Doraemon pulled a massive, prefabricated free food maker machine from his pocket, anchoring it into the soil. This will generate food out of water and sunlight indefinitely. It will give them a head start. Until they learn to farm. The sun began to set, painting the prehistoric sky in breathtaking shades of violet and gold. It was time to leave. Nobita knelt in the grass, holding Ichi's face in his hands. The golden dog whined, resting his paws on Nobita's shoulders. I have to go, Ichi, Nobita choked out, tears finally spilling over. But I promise. I will come back and visit you. Tomorrow. I'll take the time machine and come right back to check on you. Nobita pulled the red kendama toy from his pocket, the toy he had used to teach Ichi how to fetch. He placed it gently around the dog's neck like a pendant. Keep this safe, Nobita whispered. It's a promise. Ichi let out a soft, intelligent bark, gently nuzzling Nobita's cheek. Vivan stood by the time machine, giving them their moment. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, his god key sense picked up a strange, microscopic distortion in the temporal fabric around the hilltop. It felt like a stone dropping into a still pond, creating ripples that traveled forward through time. Sage, Vivan thought, his eyes narrowing. Did the evolution ray trigger a paradox? And LT analyzing chronological integrity. The introduction of an accelerated, intelligent mammalian species 300 million years ahead of the natural timeline will result in a massive historical divergence. However, the Time Patrol has not intervened, suggesting this event is part of a closed temporal loop. NGT, a closed loop, Vivan murmured, stepping onto the time machine. Meaning they don't just survive. They thrive. Let's go home, Doraemon said gently, guiding a weeping Nobita onto the platform. They plunged back into the time tunnel, leaving Ichi and the strays alone in the vast, prehistoric wilderness. Chapter 209, The Time Slip Anomaly. True to his word, Nobita woke up at the crack of dawn the very next morning. Doraemon! Wake up! We have to go back and check on Ichi! Nobita yelled, shaking the robotic cat out of his closet. Within an hour, the entire gang, Nobita, Doraemon, Shizuka, Gian, Sunio, and Vivan, were packed onto the open air platform of the time machine, plunging down the swirling, kaleidoscopic tunnel of the space-time continuum. Setting coordinates for 300 million years ago, plus 1 day, Doraemon announced, adjusting the dials on the control console. I hope he liked the food machine, Nobita smiled, holding a fresh bag of dog treats he had brought from the 20th century. Vivan sat at the back of the platform, his arms crossed. The journey through the time tunnel was usually smooth, a gentle ride down a river of glowing clocks and swirling colors. But today, the river was angry. And LT critical alert. And GT the Great. Sage's voice pierced Vivan's mind with sudden, blaring urgency. And LT massive chronological distortion detected in the forward vector. The fabric of time is warping, generating a Category 9 temporal maelstrom. And GT Doraemon! Brace the console! Vivan shouted, standing up. Before Doraemon could even react to Vivan's warning, the time machine violently shuddered. The swirling colors of the tunnel inverted, flashing a blinding, sickening purple. A horrific, screeching sound of tearing metal and grinding gears filled the void. We're caught in a time slip. Doraemon panicked, his paws flying across the controls. Something massive is disrupting the timeline. It's pulling us off course. The open-air platform tilted at a terrifying 90-degree angle. Gian and Sunio screamed, clinging desperately to the side railing as the intense gravitational shear of the time slip threatened to rip them off the machine and hurl them into the infinite void of the fourth dimension. Hold on! Shizuka cried, grabbing Nobita's hand. The console sparked and smoked. The temporal anchors are failing. Doraemon yelled. We're going to be scattered across time. Vivan didn't panic. He moved with absolute, calculated precision. He didn't use physical strength. Punching a time slip was impossible. He needed to stabilize the localized space immediately surrounding the platform to protect the vehicle from the chronological shear. Limitless. Vivan tapped into the Jujutsu Kaisen fragment. He didn't just project the infinity barrier around his own body, he forcibly expanded it, stretching the mathematical paradox to encompass the entire time machine. It was an agonizing mental strain. Calculating the infinite division of space against the chaotic, unpredictable variables of a temporal hurricane required processing power that threatened to overload even the great sage. Vivan's eyes widened, the blood vessels in his temples throbbing as he forced the paradox to hold. The purple, tearing crystal wine slammed against the invisible barrier of infinity. They couldn't touch the ship. The temporal gravity was forced to infinitely divide its force, rendering the horrific storm completely harmless against the hull. "I've got the hull!" Vivan shouted over the screeching void. "Doraemon, punch us out of the tunnel! Anywhere!" Executing emergency drop. Doraemon slammed his fist onto a flashing red button. With a violent, concussive bang, the time machine ripped its way out of the dimensional tunnel, plunging back into physical reality. Vivan instantly dropped the infinity barrier, gasping for breath, dropping to one knee as the immense computational strain vanished. The time machine crashed heavily into a soft, grassy embankment, skidding a few yards before coming to a complete halt. Is everyone alive?" Gian groaned, untangling himself from Sunio. "My glasses!" Nobita mumbled, searching the grass. Vivan stood up slowly, shaking the dizziness from his head. He looked around. They had landed in a lush, green forest. The air was breathable, but his god-key sense immediately picked up on something bizarre. "Doraemon," Vivan said, his eyes narrowing as he looked through the trees. "When exactly did we land?" Doraemon tapped the smoking console of the time machine. "The chronometer is busted, but based on the stellar alignments, we are approximately 299,999,000 years in the past. So, 1,000 years after we left Ichi?" Nobita asked, putting his glasses back on. "That's not too bad." "Nobita," Vivan said, pointing a finger through the dense canopy of the prehistoric ferns. "I don't think Ichi is waiting for us with a stick." The gang followed Vivan's gaze, parting the giant fern leaves to look down into the valley below. What they saw made their jaws drop. Chapter 210, The Metropolis of Tales. It wasn't a pristine prehistoric wilderness. Sprawling across the valley floor was a massive, hyper-advanced metropolis. It rivaled the scale of 22nd century Tokyo. Towering skyscrapers made of sleek, colorful glass and polished metal reached into the clouds. Highways made of glowing hard light suspended thousands of feet in the air carried sleek, hovering vehicles. Massive holographic billboards projected advertisements into the sky. But it wasn't a human city. As they carefully hiked down the embankment and approached the outskirts of the metropolis, the details became clear. The architecture was bizarrely themed. The buildings were shaped like giant dog bones, scratching posts, and massive fire hydrants. The glowing billboards featured advertisements for premium salmon kibble and turbo-powered flea collars. And the citizens walking the clean, bustling streets below them weren't human. They were anthropomorphic dogs and cats. They walked on two legs, wore stylish clothes, carried briefcases, and chattered into futuristic cell phones. A sleek hovercar drove past them, piloted by a golden retriever wearing sunglasses, with a Persian cat in the passenger seat adjusting her makeup. They evolved," Shizuka whispered, utterly spellbound. "In only 1,000 years." Sunio gasped. "That's impossible. Human evolution took millions of years." The evolution ray, Doraemon realized, his robotic eyes wide. "The ray I used on them, combined with the free food maker and the lack of predators. We accelerated their cognitive and societal development at an exponential rate. We didn't just save a pack of strays. We seeded an entire civilization." Nobita stared at the bustling city, a mix of awe and profound sadness washing over him. 1,000 years. Ichi is long gone, isn't he? I promised I'd come back the next day. Vivan placed a comforting hand on Nobita's shoulder. Time travel is messy, Nobita. But look down there. Ichi didn't just survive. He built a world for his family. They needed to blend in to investigate. Doraemon quickly pulled out the animal transformation biscuits. They had used them before, but they were essential now. Eat these. The effects last for 6 hours. If we walk down there looking like apes, we'll cause a panic, Doraemon instructed. Nobita chewed a biscuit and instantly transformed into a floppy-eared, golden dog. Shizuka became a graceful white poodle. Gian a tough-looking bulldog, and Sunio a sleek, sly fox terrier. Doraemon, being a robotic cat, simply put on a pair of fake cat ears and called it a day. Vivan picked up a biscuit. He didn't really need it. He could use his symbiote to alter his appearance, or his god key to mask his presence entirely, but he didn't want to draw unnecessary attention to himself. He took a bite. His body shimmered, shrinking slightly. Black fur sprouted across his skin. Within seconds, Vivan had transformed into a sleek, lean, dark-furred Doberman. His eyes, however, remained their piercing, intense golden brown. You look scary even as a dog, Vivan, Sunio gulped. Let's go for a walk, Vivan said, his voice dropping an octave as a dog. They walked out of the forest and merged onto the bustling sidewalks of the Wannian metropolis. Nobody gave them a second glance. They were just another pack of citizens heading downtown. The city was a sensory overload. The smell of high-grade, genetically engineered meat cooking at street vendors made Gian's stomach growl. The technology was a fascinating blend of eco-friendly energy and advanced robotics. But as Vivan walked, his observation hacky actively scanning the crowds, he noticed subtle, dark undertones beneath the utopian facade. There was a heavy, militarized police presence. Anthropomorphic Dobermans and German Shepherds wearing dark, heavily armored uniforms patrolled the corners, carrying stun rifles. Furthermore, there was a distinct societal divide. The cats seemed to occupy the lower-tier maintenance jobs, while the dogs dominated the commercial and security sectors. "And LT analysis," and GT the Great Sage murmured. "And LT the societal structure is currently experiencing high levels of civil tension. Furthermore, my atmospheric sensors are detecting an anomalous, massive gravitational pull originating from the exosphere." And GT Vivan stopped walking, looking up past the glowing holographic billboards, past the flying cars, deep into the daytime sky. There, barely visible through the atmospheric haze, was a faint, dark shadow looming in the cosmos. It wasn't a moon. It was a massive, jagged cluster of dark asteroids, slowly but inexorably drifting closer to the planet. A temporal maelstrom that sucked us in. And a cluster of asteroids heading straight for the city, Vivan thought, his canine ears flattening slightly against his head. "Vivan! Look!" Nobita suddenly barked, pointing his paw across the street. In the center of a massive, pristine plaza stood a colossal, 100-foot-tall bronze statue. It was a statue of a dog. But not just any dog. It was a golden retriever, looking noble and majestic, holding a familiar object in its mouth. Carved into the bronze, hanging perfectly from the statue's mouth, was a red kendama toy. "It's Ichi," Nobita whispered, tears welling in his canine eyes. Beneath the statue, a massive gold plaque read, "In eternal memory of Ichi the First, our god-founder, who waited 1,000 years for the Creator's return." Vivan looked at the statue, then up at the dark asteroid looming in the sky. The closed time loop was unspooling, and the stakes of this prehistoric paradise were about to become apocalyptic. Chapter 211, the shadow of the colossal bronze statue of Ichi cast a long, imposing shadow over the bustling central plaza of the Wannian metropolis. To the citizens walking past, it was merely a monument to their mythological founder. But to Nobita, standing in his floppy-eared golden retriever disguise, it was a heavy, heart-breaking tombstone. Tears streamed down Nobita's furry cheeks, dampening his color. He reached up, wiping his eyes with his paws. 1,000 years. I told him to wait for tomorrow. He must have waited his whole life. Thinking I abandoned him. Shizuka, disguised as a pristine white poodle, gently placed a paw on Nobita's back. Nobita, look at what he built. He didn't just wait. He took the intelligence Doraemon gave him and created a paradise. He made sure no animal would ever be abandoned again. Vivan stood a few feet away, his sleek, Doberman disguise blending perfectly into the crowd of security personnel and businessmen walking past. He kept his hands now paws tucked into the pockets of his coat. His observation haki swept over the plaza in a continuous, invisible ripple. He didn't just look at the city, he felt its pulse. The Wannian metropolis was an architectural marvel, powered by advanced wind and solar technology, free from the smog of 20th century Tokyo. But beneath the utopian hum of hovering cars and glowing neon, Vivan felt a jagged, uncomfortable friction. End LT analysis, and GT the great sage whispered in his mind, processing the thousands of auditory and thermal inputs. End LT societal stratification is severe. Feline citizens compose 85% of the manual labor force in this sector. Canine citizens occupy 90% of administrative and security roles. Furthermore, atmospheric tension indicates a populace living in suppressed fear. And GT Vivan's ears twitched. He heard it. Down a narrow alleyway branching off the main plaza, the sound of a scuffle broke out. A small, anthropomorphic lynx cat girl, wearing a simple waitress apron and carrying a basket of mechanical parts, was backed against a wall by two massive, heavily armored bulldog police officers. You felines think you can just scavenge from the upper levels, the lead bulldog sneered, deliberately knocking the basket from her hands. Gears and microchips clattered onto the pavement. Nikojera Corporation owns all salvaged tech in Sector 4. You're coming with us. I paid for those, the lynx girl protested, her fur standing on end as she bared her fangs. My family needs them to fix our water purifier. The bulldog raised a crackling stun baton. Resisting arrest. Typical. Before the baton could descend, a cold, heavy pressure descended upon the alleyway. It wasn't a physical force. The air simply grew thick, making it difficult for the two bulldogs to draw breath. The lead officer froze, the baton shaking in his paw. Vivan walked slowly into the alley, his Doberman disguise projecting an aura of lethal, aristocratic calm. He didn't use full Conqueror's haki, he just let a microscopic drop of his absolute will bleed into his gaze. I think she said she paid for them. Vivan said, his voice deep and smooth. The two bulldogs turned, their instincts screaming at them to flee. They looked at the sleek Doberman standing in the shadows. He wore no badge, no armor, but the sheer, primal dominance radiating from him short-circuited their aggressive programming. Who are you? The bulldog stammered, lowering the baton. Just a tourist, Vivan replied, coming to a halt. Pick up her gears. Then walk away. The officers didn't argue. Driven by an overwhelming, instinctual terror they couldn't rationally explain, they hurriedly scooped the scattered parts back into the basket, set it at the lynx girl's feet, and bolted out of the alley without looking back. The lynx girl stared at Vivan, her green eyes wide with a mix of awe and suspicion. You just chased off the Nikojera enforcers without throwing a punch. Who are you? Vivan's lips curled into a faint smile. I'm the guy who needs a good tour guide. And maybe a place to eat. Chapter 212, The Cafe of the Forgotten. The Lynx girl introduced herself as Chami. Recognizing that Vivan and his strange, disguised friends were not typical city dwellers, she quickly ushered them out of the heavily patrolled plaza and down into the lower, subterranean levels of the metropolis. The transition from the upper city to the lower levels was stark. The sunlight and gleaming glass gave way to flickering neon tubes, damp steel walkways, and the heavy smell of exhaust. This was the feline-dominated sector, a sprawling slum that the shiny upper city tried to pretend didn't exist. Chami led them into a small, run-down cafe called the Stray Cat. It was dimly lit, filled with weary feline workers sipping synthetic milk and eating tasteless, grey nutrient blocks. It's not much, Chami sighed, locking the door behind them. But the enforcers rarely come down here. You saved my life back there, Mr. Vivan, he said, taking a seat at a rusted metal table. Nobita, Doraemon, Shizuka, Gian, and Sunio crowded around the booth. I don't understand, Nobita said, his floppy golden ears drooping in sadness. Ichi was the founder. He was a good dog. He wouldn't have built a city where cats are treated like criminals and forced to live in the dark. Chami wiped down the table with a rag, her expression hardening. Ichi the First was a good dog. The history books say he built the free food maker so no animal would ever starve. But 1,000 years is a long time. The maker broke down centuries ago. The blueprints were lost. And LT fact check, and GT the great sage chimed in Vivan's mind. And LT the free food maker provided by Doraemon was designed to function indefinitely utilizing solar energy. A mechanical failure of that magnitude implies deliberate sabotage. And GT who controls the food now? Vivan asked, leaning forward, resting his chin on his paws. Nikojera, Chami spat the name like a curse. He's the wealthiest billionaire in the city. A feline, ironically. He owns the Nikojera Corporation. He synthesizes all the nutrient blocks. If you don't work for his factories, you don't eat. He controls the enforcers, the politicians, everything. And lately, he's been acting crazy. Crazy how? Doraemon asked, pulling out a notepad. He's hoarding, Chami whispered, looking around nervously. He's buying up all the metal, all the microchips, all the plasma engines in the city. He shut down the central power grid in the lower levels just to funnel electricity to his private amusement park, Wannian Land. They say he's building something massive underneath it. Vivan's god key sense pulsed outward, stretching for miles, pushing through the concrete and steel of the city. He aimed his awareness toward the massive, brightly lit amusement park Chami had mentioned. Deep beneath the roller coasters and Ferris wheels, he felt it. A colossal, humming energy signature. It wasn't a generator. It felt like a massive, highly advanced propulsion system. He's building a ship, Vivan murmured softly. Before Chami could ask what he meant, the bells on the cafe door jingled merrily. The door swung open, and a young, energetic dog walked in. He wore a simple mechanic's jumpsuit, a pair of goggles resting on his forehead. Nobita froze. The breath completely left his lungs. The dog was a golden retriever. He had the exact same messy fur on his head, the same soulful brown eyes, and the same goofy, lovable smile. I'm back, Chami, the dog grinned, tossing a bag of spare parts onto the counter. I found the plasma coils we need for the water pump. Nobita stood up so fast his chair clattered backward onto the floor. Ichi. Chapter 213, Echoes of the Past. The young golden retriever blinked, looking at Nobita in confusion. He tilted his head, a gesture so painfully familiar that fresh tears instantly sprang to Nobita's eyes. Do I know you, pal? The dog asked, scratching the back of his neck. My name's Hachi. I'm a mechanic. Hachi. Nobita whispered, his voice trembling. He took a step forward, his hands reaching out. It's me. Nobita. Hachi's ears perked up, but there was no spark of recognition in his eyes. Just mild bewilderment. He looked at Chami. For help. Are these guys friends of yours, Chami? The blonde dog seems a little emotional. He's just jet-lagged, Vivan smoothly intervened, standing up and placing a firm hand on Nobita's shoulder. He applied a microscopic pulse of the green to calm Nobita's racing heart. We're travelers. From out of town. Nobita here thought you were an old friend. Nobita looked down, completely crushed. He wiped his eyes, nodding slowly. Why yet? Sorry. You just look exactly like someone I knew a long time ago. Vivan didn't take his eyes off Hachi. While Nobita saw physical resemblance, Vivan looked deeper. He peered into the very fabric of Hachi's soul using his Six Paths Chakra. And LT analysis, and GT the Great Sage whispered. And LT the soul signature of the entity Hachi is virtually identical to the entity Ichi. However, there is a distinct, localized temporal blockade within his hippocampus. Memories are present, but heavily suppressed, likely due to genetic reincarnation trauma. And GT he is Ichi, Vivan thought. Just reborn. The universe loves its poetic loops. Hachi smiled, his easygoing nature quickly dismissing the awkwardness. No worries. Any friend of Chami is a friend of mine. You guys look hungry. The synthetic blocks here taste like wet cardboard, but I know a place where we can get some real meat. If you don't mind a bit of a walk. Lead the way, Gian grinned, his stomach growling loudly. Hachi led them out of the cafe, navigating the labyrinthine alleys of the lower city with practiced ease. As they walked, Hachi chattered excitedly about his engineering projects, his dreams of building a hovercar that didn't rely on Nekahara's expensive plasma batteries, and his hatred for the corrupt enforcers. Despite the 1,000-year gap and the lack of memories, Nobita walked closely beside Hachi, a small, bittersweet smile returning to his face. Even if Hachi didn't remember him, the dog's soul was exactly the same, kind, loyal, and brave. As they rounded a corner into a particularly dark, rusted section of the slums, Hachi stopped in front of a massive, heavily reinforced steel door. He knocked a rhythmic, complex pattern. A small viewing slot slid open, revealing a pair of glowing green cat eyes. It's Hachi, the dog smiled. I brought guests. They're cool. The heavy door groaned open, revealing a massive, cavernous underground warehouse. It wasn't a restaurant. It was an orphanage. Hundreds of small puppies and kittens, wearing dirty, oversized clothes, were running around the warehouse. The air was cold, and the sound of coughing echoed from the darker corners. Welcome to my home, Hachi said softly, the cheerful mechanic persona dropping away, replaced by a heavy, profound sadness. These are the strays of Wannian metropolis. The ones Nekahara's society threw away. I do what I can to feed them, but we're running out of time. Chapter 214, The Garden of Iron. The sheer irony of the situation struck the gang like a physical blow. 1,000 years ago, they had brought the strays of Tokyo here to give them a paradise free from abandonment. Now, the evolved descendants of those very same strays had recreated the exact same cruel society, complete with their own slums and orphans. Nobita fell to his knees as a tiny, shivering kitten rubbed against his leg. This is wrong. This isn't what we wanted for them. Shizuka knelt beside him, gently stroking the kitten's head. They're so thin. Hachi, how do you feed all of them? I scavenge, Hachi replied, his jaw tightening. I steal nutrient blocks from the Nikojera convoys when I can. But security has tripled this week. The kids haven't had a full meal in 3 days. The water down here is contaminated with factory runoff. Doraemon frantically reached into his 4D pocket. I have food. I have the gourmet tablecloth. Doraemon pulled out the magical cloth, intending to summon a feast. But as he spread it on the floor, it sputtered, producing only a single, moldy piece of bread before rolling itself back up. Oh no! Doraemon panicked, shaking the cloth. The temporal maelstrom we passed through. It must have short-circuited my dimensional pocket gadgets. The tablecloth is busted. Gian groaned. Sunio looked horrified. So we can't magically feed them. Magic is just science you don't understand yet, Vivan said. Vivan walked past the panicked group, stepping into the absolute center of the rusted, cold warehouse floor. The puppies and kittens backed away slightly, intimidated by the sleek, dark Doberman. Vivan, what are you doing? Doraemon asked. The ground here is pure concrete and steel slag. We can't plant anything. I don't need soil, Vivan murmured. Vivan closed his eyes. He bypassed his haki, bypassed his destructive elements, and reached into the absolute depths of his soul, calling upon the profound, nurturing power of Swamp Thing/the Green. He knelt, placing both of his paws flat against the rusted steel floorboards. Bloom, Vivan whispered. A pulse of brilliant, blinding emerald energy erupted from Vivan's paws. The sheer, overwhelming density of the nature energy physically shattered the steel floor. From the cold concrete beneath the steel, a massive, thick green sprout erupted. It didn't grow at a normal pace. Fueled by Vivan's god ki, the sprout exploded upward, twisting and expanding into a colossal, majestic tree right in the middle of the warehouse. The branches tore through the rusted ceiling, bathing the dark room in a warm, bioluminescent green light. But it wasn't just a tree. Within seconds, massive, brilliantly colored fruits began to rapidly swell and ripen on the branches. Apples the size of melons, massive bunches of sweet bananas, glowing blueberries, and fruits that didn't even exist on Earth blossomed in thousands. Furthermore, the roots of the tree shattered the contaminated water pipes below, filtering the toxic sludge through its magical bark and creating a crystal clear, pure waterfall that cascaded into a small, pristine pool at the base of the trunk. The warehouse went dead silent. The puppies and kittens stared in absolute, paralyzing awe at the glowing tree of life that had just grown out of a junkyard in less than 10 seconds. Hachi dropped to his knees, his jaw hanging open. By the founder, you made a miracle. Vivan stood up, the green light fading from his paws. He plucked a massive, juicy apple from a low-hanging branch and tossed it to a starving terrier pup. Eat up, kids, Vivan smiled. Dinner's on me. The warehouse erupted into deafening cheers. The orphans swarmed the tree, eating the delicious, life-giving fruit and drinking the pure water. For the first time in their lives, they were full. Hachi walked up to Vivan, looking at the Doberman with a mixture of reverence and deep curiosity. Who are you guys? Really? Vivan looked at the golden retriever, recognizing the absolute loyalty and courage shining in the dog's eyes. We're old friends, Vivan said softly. Now, let's go up to the roof. You and I need to talk about that shadow in the sky. Chapter 215, The Chronos Asteroid. The roof of the warehouse offered a bleak, uninterrupted view of the Wonian metropolis's smog-filled skyline. The neon lights of the upper city bled into the clouds, creating a sickly, artificial twilight. Vivan and Hachi sat on the edge of the roof, their legs dangling over the precipice. Down below, the faint, joyous sounds of the orphans playing around the tree of life drifted up through the rusted ventilation shafts. You saved my family tonight, Hachi said quietly, looking out at the city. I owe you my life, Vivan. You don't owe me anything, Hachi, Vivan replied, his voice calm and steady. But I need you to tell me everything you know about Nekahara's operation. And I need you to tell me about the sky. Vivan pointed a finger up toward the exosphere. Barely visible through the smog, the massive, jagged silhouette of the dark asteroid loomed, noticeably larger than it had been a few hours ago. Hachi sighed, his ears flattening. The scientists call it the Dark Moon. It appeared a few months ago out of nowhere. It's on a direct collision course with our planet. They say impact is inevitable within the next 48 hours. When it hits, it will wipe out all life on the surface. A doomsday rock, Vivan murmured. And LT analysis, and GT the Great Sage interrupted. Projecting a massive, highly detailed holographic scan of the asteroid directly into Vivan's optic nerves. And LT the composition of the asteroid is anomalous. It does not consist of rock or ice. It is composed of highly condensed, solidified dark matter and tachyon particles. And GT tachyons, Vivan thought, his eyes narrowing. That's time travel fuel. And LT affirmative. It is not a natural celestial body. It is a Chronos asteroid, a physical manifestation of the chronological scar created when the time machine was violently pulled out of the space-time continuum during the maelstrom. And GT, we brought the apocalypse with us, Vivan realized grimly. The paradox created a bullet, and it's aimed right at this timeline. That's why Nikojera is building the Ark, Hachi continued, oblivious to Vivan's internal revelation. He went on the public broadcast network a week ago. He announced that his corporation is building a massive spaceship hidden beneath Wannian land. A ship capable of carrying thousands of citizens away from the planet before the Dark Moon hits. Let me guess, Vivan said, his tone turning cynical. Tickets aren't free. Only the absolute elite, Hachi growled, his paws clenching into fists. They billionaires, the corrupt politicians, and his loyal enforcers. He's leaving everyone in the lower levels, all the strays, all the workers, to die. We're just disposable labor to build his escape pod. Vivan leaned back, looking up at the looming temporal asteroid. He could fly up there right now. He could use a Kyokan X-10 Kamehameha and vaporize the asteroid into harmless dust. It would be easy. But doing so wouldn't solve the core rot of the Wannian metropolis. Nikojera would still control the food, the weapons, and the enforcers. The orphans would still live in the slums. Sage, Vivan thought. If I destroy the asteroid, does it fix the time slip? And LT negative. Destroying the physical manifestation will not repair the dimensional tier. To stabilize the timeline and return to the 20th century, DORAEMON'S time machine requires a massive influx of refined tachyon energy to jump-start the temporal engine. And GT and the only place on this planet with enough refined energy to build a space ark. Vivan deduced. And LT, is Nekahara's facility. And GT. Vivan stood up, dusting off his coat. He looked down at Hachi, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous, calculated light. Hachi. How would you like to hijack a spaceship? Hachi blinked, looking up at the dark-furred Doberman. In sheer disbelief. Are you crazy? The security around Wannian land is impenetrable. He has an army of cybermastiffs guarding the lower levels. I don't care if he has a dragon, Vivan smiled, the memory of his recent battles flashing through his mind. I'm going to take a walk through his front door. Go get Nobita and Doraemon. We have a heist to plan. Chapter 216, The Blueprint of a Heist. The roof of the rusted warehouse served as their makeshift war room. Below them, the orphans were fast asleep, their bellies full of the miraculous fruit from Vivan's tree of life, safely wrapped in blankets Chami had scavenged. Up above, the toxic, smog-choked winds of the lower levels whipped gently against their disguises. Hachi, still wearing his mechanic's jumpsuit, placed a small, circular device on a rusted metal crate. With a soft hum, a flickering, pale blue holographic projection of Wannian land illuminated the darkness. It was a massive, sprawling amusement park, but the projection also peeled away the surface layer, revealing a terrifyingly complex subterranean labyrinth beneath the roller coasters. I managed to slice this topographical data from a low-level enforcer terminal a few weeks ago, Hachi explained, tracing a paw over the glowing blue lines. Wannian land is a front. The rides, the games, the lights, they're all designed to consume massive amounts of power to mask the thermal output of what's going on underneath. Doraemon leaned over the hologram, his robotic eyes whirring as they scanned the structural integrity of the underground base. It goes down for miles. There are multiple blast doors, kinetic shielding. And wait. What are these massive conduits running toward the center? Plasma pipelines, Hachi replied, his ears flattening. Nikojera is bleeding the lower levels dry of energy and funneling it all into the Ark's primary thrusters. To get to the ship, we have to bypass the outer security grid, descend through the maintenance shafts, cross the plasma refinery, and finally breach the main hangar. And the security? Vivan asked, leaning casually against a ventilation pipe. In his sleek Doberman disguise, he looked perfectly at home in the shadows. Heavy, Hachi gulped. We're talking automated laser grids, motion tracking turrets, and patrols of cybermastiffs genetically and mechanically enhanced. Hounds with zero pain receptors. If the alarm sounds, Nikojera can flood the tunnels with neurotoxin in less than 30 seconds. Sunio, in his fox terrier disguise, began to hyperventilate. Neurotoxin. Vivan, we can't just walk in there. This is a military fortress. It's a fortress built by a paranoid billionaire, Vivan corrected smoothly, his golden brown eyes reflecting the blue hologram. Paranoid. People build systems that rely on perfect logic. And perfect logic is predictable. We don't need an army. We just need to be ghosts. Nobita, sitting quietly on an overturned bucket, looked at Hachi. Despite the danger, Nobita's golden retriever tail gave a faint, involuntary wag just being near the reincarnation of his oldest friend. Hachi. Are you sure you want to come with us? If you get caught, Nikojera will. I'm going, Hachi interrupted, his voice surprisingly firm. He looked around the rusted rooftops of the slums. I'm tired of watching my people starve while that fat cat builds a luxury escape pod. If we can hijack that ship, maybe we can use it to save the orphans when the dark moon hits. We're not just saving the orphans, Doraemon said gently. If we can siphon enough refined tachyon energy from the Ark's core, I can repair the time machine. We can go back and prevent the temporal asteroid from ever existing in the first place. Vivan pushed himself off the pipe, walking over to the hologram. He tapped a specific, narrow shaft leading down from the amusement park's haunted house attraction. This is our entry point, Vivan commanded quietly. No gadgets that emit a traceable frequency. No loud noises. We move in the dark. Hachi, you lead the way through the shafts. I'll handle the locks and the dogs. The group nodded, a heavy, nervous silence settling over them. The sheer impossibility of the heist hung in the air, but the calm, absolute certainty radiating from Vivan anchored their courage. Let's move, Vivan whispered. Before the sun comes up. Chapter 217, The Neon Labyrinth. The journey from the slums to the upper tier of the Wannian metropolis was an exercise in stark, depressing contrasts. As they rode a crowded, creaking freight elevator up from the depths, the rusted metal and flickering fluorescent tubes slowly gave way to polished chrome, holographic advertisements, and pristine, sweeping architecture. Wannian Land sat at the very pinnacle of the city. Even at 2 in the morning, the amusement park was a blinding beacon of neon light. A massive, smiling holographic projection of Nekahara, a plump, wealthy-looking cat in a tailored suit loomed over the main gates, welcoming the elite canine and feline citizens to the happiest place in the metropolis. The cheerful, synthesized carnival music echoing from the park felt incredibly sinister to the gang, knowing the horrors hidden beneath the concrete. "The park is closed to the public for maintenance," Hachi whispered as they crouched behind a decorative row of manicured, glowing bushes near the perimeter wall. "But the outer wall is lined with thermal sensors. If we try to climb it, the turrets will vaporize us." "Thermal sensors," Vivan murmured. He closed his eyes. He didn't use the massive, reality-bending power of Limitless just yet. He needed something far more subtle. He tapped into his God Key, extending a microscopic, localized aura around the 6 of them. God Key was a divine energy, fundamentally undetectable by mortal or technological means unless Vivan allowed it. By wrapping his aura tightly around the group, he effectively erased their heat signatures, their heartbeats, and the very friction of their footsteps from the physical plane. "Walk normally," Vivan instructed softly. "Don't run. Running changes your silhouette." Gian swallowed hard, gripping Shizuka's paw as they stepped out from behind the bushes. They walked directly toward the massive, 50-foot-high perimeter wall. A rotating security camera, equipped with a glowing red thermal lens, swept directly over them. Nobita squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for the searing heat of a plasma turret. The red laser washed over them, and completely ignored them. To the cameras. Advanced 22nd century sensors, the space the gang occupied registered as nothing more than cold, empty air. They reached a heavy, steel maintenance door set into the base of the wall. There was no keyhole, only a smooth, biometric scanner pad that glowed with an unforgiving red light. "It requires the paw print and retinal scan of a level 4 enforcer," Hachi whispered in dismay. "I don't have the codes to slice this." "I don't need a code," Vivan replied. He didn't punch the door, nor did he use Haki to break the locking mechanism, which would undoubtedly trigger a tamper alarm. Instead, Vivan raised his right paw, extending a single digit. Sage. Microinfiltration. A tiny, almost invisible stream of silver ultron nanites flowed from Vivan's claw, seeping into the microscopic seams around the biometric scanner. Inside the digital architecture of the lock, the Great Sage operated like a ghost. It didn't break the firewall, it simply mirrored the expected encrypted response of a level 4 enforcer and fed it directly to the mainframe. With a soft, almost imperceptible click, the heavy steel door hissed open. You're a walking skeleton key," Hachi breathed in awe. "Stay close," Vivan commanded, stepping into the dark, echoing maintenance corridor. "The fun is just beginning." Chapter 218, The Cybermastiff Patrol. The interior of the maintenance shaft was a labyrinth of exposed pipes, hissing steam vents, and thick, pulsating cables that thrummed with raw electrical power. The cheerful carnival music from the surface was entirely muffled, replaced by the deep, rhythmic hum of the subterranean machinery. They moved in single file. Hachi took point, his mechanic's intuition guiding them through the maze of identical grey corridors, while Vivan brought up the rear, his observation Haki cast wide like an invisible radar net. The air grew colder the deeper they descended. Suddenly, Vivan stopped. He raised a closed fist. The universal signal to halt. The entire group froze instantly. Nobita held his breath. "What is it?" Doraemon whispered via their secure localized COMM link. "Patrol," Vivan replied, his voice a calm, digitized whisper in their ears. 3 units. Coming around the corner 50 yards ahead. They aren't normal guards. Through the damp, echoing corridor, they heard the sound. It wasn't the clank of boots. It was the heavy, rhythmic click-clack of metallic claws against concrete, accompanied by a low, guttural, synthesized growl. Hachi's fur stood on end. Cybermastiffs. They hunt by scent and microvibration. If they smell our fear, we're dead. They won't smell a thing, Vivan said. He kept his god key shroud active, ensuring their biological sense were completely masked. But as the three massive cybermastiffs rounded the corner, the sheer terrifying scale of the beasts became apparent. They were the size of small horses, heavily plated in black titanium armor. Their jaws were lined with whirring, monomolecular chainsaw teeth, and their optical sensors glowed a violent, piercing red. "They're blocking the only path forward," Hachi whispered, panic creeping into his voice. "We can't sneak past them in a hallway this narrow." "Then we don't sneak past them," Vivan said, stepping around the group and moving to the front. "Close your eyes. Don't make a sound." Vivan walked forward, leaving the protective cover of the shadows. The lead cybermastiff's audio receptors twitched. Even with his scent and heat masked, the physical displacement of the air as Vivan moved alerted the highly tuned machines. The three hounds stopped, their red optical sensors locking onto the dark-furred Doberman. A low, mechanical snarl vibrated through the corridor. The hounds lowered their massive heads, preparing to lunge and tear the intruder to ribbons. Vivan didn't break stride. He didn't draw a weapon. He tapped into a fraction of his one-piece muscle memory, combining it with the silent, flawless precision of his auto-battle mode. Soru. Vivan didn't just move fast, he vanished from the physical spectrum of visible light. To the cybermastiff's advanced targeting computers, he simply ceased to exist. Before the hounds could trigger an alarm, Vivan reappeared directly in the center of their formation. He moved with agonizing, beautiful slowness, or at least, that was how it appeared to his accelerated perception. He coated the tips of his fingers in Ryuo, internal destruction haki. He didn't punch or kick. He gently tapped the back of the neck of the first hound. The haki flowed through the titanium armor, perfectly bypassing the external plating, and gently, surgically short-circuited the main power conduit leading to the brain. 1. He pivoted on his heel, his coat flaring silently, and tapped the chest cavity of the second hound, detonating the internal battery core without breaking the outer shell. 2. The third hound, realizing its pack mates were dying, opened its jaws to emit a high-frequency alarm howl. Vivan caught the beast's massive upper and lower jaws with his bare hands. The monomolecular chainsaw teeth ground furiously against his skin, but they couldn't even scratch the invisible layer of haki protecting him. With a swift, brutal jerk, Vivan snapped the hound's mechanical neck, severing the vocal processor instantly. 3. Vivan gently lowered the massive, deactivated hounds to the concrete floor, ensuring their metallic bodies didn't make a single sound as they fell. He stood up, adjusting his cuffs in the dim light. The entire engagement had taken less than 0.4 seconds of real-world time. "Path is clear," Vivan whispered over the COMM link. "Keep moving." Gian and Sunio walked past the deactivated, terrifying metal beasts, staring at Vivan with a mixture of absolute awe and sheer terror. Chapter 219, The Depths of Nekahara's Greed. They descended deeper into the earth, moving past security checkpoints and laser grids with Vivan acting as their flawless, silent vanguard. After an hour of tense, claustrophobic navigation, the narrow maintenance shafts opened up into a massive, cavernous subterranean facility. The heat hit them first. It was a sweltering, oppressive wave of hot air that smelled of melted copper and ozone. The group crouched behind a raised metal catwalk, looking down at the nightmare below. It was a plasma refinery. Massive, Glowing vats of superheated blue plasma bubbled and churned. Giant industrial pistons hammered rhythmically, deafeningly loud. But it wasn't the machinery that made Shizuka cover her mouth in horror, it was the workforce. Hundreds of anthropomorphic cats and dogs, mostly older citizens or incredibly young orphans, were chained to the assembly lines. They wore tattered rags, their fur matted with sweat and grease. They were manually hauling heavy, glowing plasma cores from the vats to the conveyor belts, supervised by towering, whip-wielding enforcer droids. If a worker stumbled or slowed down, an enforcer would lash them with an electrified shock whip, sending them convulsing to the floor. This is slavery, Nobita gasped, tears immediately springing to his eyes. He's using his own people as slaves. Hachi's claws dug deep into the metal grating of the catwalk. His golden retriever face contorted in absolute rage. I know. Some of them. That old bulldog down there, he used to run the bakery in Sector 4 before Nekahara's men took him away. I have to stop this. Hachi made a move to vault over the catwalk, ready to fight the heavily armed enforcers with his bare paws. Vivan's hand shot out, grabbing Hachi by the scruff of his neck, pulling him back down into the shadows with effortless, immovable strength. Let me go. Hachi hissed, thrashing wildly. Look at the room, Hachi. Don't look at the anger, Vivan commanded, his voice a low, terrifying rumble that instantly commanded obedience. Look at the catwalks above the vats. Hachi stopped struggling, panting heavily as he followed Vivan's gaze. Mounted on the ceiling, perfectly camouflaged in the shadows, were dozens of heavy, automated Gatling plasma turrets. They were locked onto the workers. If you jump down there and start a riot, the enforcers won't fight you, Vivan explained coldly. The system will register a breach, and those automated turrets will open fire on the assembly line. You won't be saving them. You'll be executing them. Hachi swallowed hard, the horrific reality of the situation dawning on him. He slumped back against the metal railing, burying his face in his paws. I'm sorry. I can't stand seeing them like this. We aren't going to leave them, Vivan said softly, his golden eyes reflecting the blue glow of the plasma vats below. But we have to prioritize. We take the ship, we break Nekahara's control over the system, and then we free the city. A distraction here only gets us killed. How do we cross this room without being seen? Doraemon asked, analyzing the patrol routes of the enforcers. The conveyor belt leads directly to the hangar doors, but the floor is flooded with light. We don't walk on the floor, Vivan murmured. Vivan tapped into the Jujutsu Kaisen fragment. He didn't manifest a barrier. He applied the concept of limitless to his own spatial coordinates relative to the environment. He stepped off the catwalk, but he didn't fall. To the absolute bewilderment of the group, Vivan simply began walking on the empty air, inches below the ceiling, completely hidden in the dark, sweltering shadows above the blinding lights of the refinery. Grab the person in front of you, Vivan whispered over the comms. I'll pull you up. Using a combination of full bring to manipulate the air density and Atlantean strength. To effortlessly haul their combined weight, Vivan hoisted Nobita, Doraemon, Shizuka, Gian, Sunio, and Hachi into the air. They clung to each other in a bizarre, floating human chain, suspended 50 feet above the heads of the cruel enforcers, hidden entirely in the shadows of the ceiling. They slowly, agonizingly drifted across the massive refinery room. The screams of the workers below tested Nobita and Hachi's resolve with every agonizing second, but they held their breath, trusting Vivan's invisible grip on space itself. Finally, they reached the far wall, dropping silently onto a dark maintenance gantry just above a set of colossal, blast-proof titanium doors. We're here, Hachi whispered, his voice shaking. Through those doors is the main hangar. Chapter 220, the door to the arc, the blast doors leading to the main hangar, were unlike anything they had encountered so far. They weren't just thick, they hummed with a terrifying, localized gravitational field. End LT analysis, and GT the Great Sage reported. End LT, the doors are reinforced with dark matter plating and sealed by a quantum-locked tachyon field. Microinfiltration via nanites is impossible. The quantum field will instantly vaporize biological and synthetic matter upon contact. And GTA lock I can't pick, Vivan thought, an appreciative smirk touching his lips. Nikojera actually hired a competent engineer. Can we cut through it? Gian asked, looking at the massive obstacle. It would take a localized supernova to breach that plating, Doraemon deduced, scanning the door. And even if we did, the depressurization alarm would alert the entire armada. If we can't go through the door, we have to wait for someone to open it for us, Vivan said. He pulled the group back into the deep shadows of the gantry, wrapping his god key tightly around them to mask their presence. Patience. They didn't have to wait long. 10 minutes later, the heavy sound of marching boots echoed from the refinery floor. A massive convoy of anti-gravity cargo sleds, loaded with glowing, refined plasma cores, approached the doors. Escorting the convoy wasn't a standard droid. It was a terrifying, heavily augmented feline. He walked on 2 legs, but his body was a grotesque fusion of black fur and heavy, chrome cybernetics. His right arm was a massive, whirring plasma cannon, and his left eye was replaced by a glowing, multi-lensed spider optic that constantly shifted and whirred, scanning the environment. That's Commander Kuro, Hachi whispered, terror lacing his voice. Nekahara's right-hand man. He's a cyborg. They say his optic can see heat, radiation, and even shifts in air pressure. He's the one who hunts down the resistance leaders. Kuro marched up to the blast doors. He didn't use a keycard. He inserted a specialized, physical biometric key extending from his cybernetic wrist directly into the console. The quantum field deactivated with a high-pitched whine, and the colossal titanium doors slowly groaned open. A blinding, pristine white light spilled out from the hangar, revealing the prize. Even Vivan's breath hitched slightly at the sheer, impossible scale of the vessel inside. The Ark wasn't just a ship. It was a floating, metallic city. It was easily 3 miles long. Sleek and aerodynamic, plated in gleaming, indestructible white alloy. Massive, glowing blue tachyon engines thrummed at its rear, generating a vibration that Nobita could feel in his teeth. It's huge. Sunio gasped softly. It's a dreadnought, Vivan corrected. His eyes narrowing as he spotted the concealed, heavy plasma batteries lining the ship's hull. He's not just building an escape pod. He's building a warship to conquer wherever he lands next. As Kuro and the cargo sleds began to move through the massive doors, Vivan prepared to quietly float the group through the opening above them. But suddenly, Commander Kuro stopped dead in his tracks. The cyborg feline didn't look up at the ceiling. He slowly turned. His head, his multi-lensed spider optic whirring furiously as it zoomed in on the catwalk where the group was hiding. Vivan's god key masked their heat and souls perfectly. But Kuro wasn't looking at their souls. There's a localized disruption in the ambient dust particles, Kuro's digitized, raspy voice echoed. In the cavernous space. He raised his massive plasma cannon arm, aiming it directly at the shadows where Vivan and the gang were crouching. Optical camouflage detected. Intruders on the gantry. Nobita's heart stopped. Kuro didn't hesitate. He didn't call for backup. He simply pulled the trigger. A massive, blinding sphere of superheated plasma erupted from his cannon, tearing toward the gantry with enough destructive force to vaporize the entire metal structure and everyone on it. Hold on to something! Vivan roared. The slow, quiet stealth mission was officially over. The heist had just gone loud. Chapter 221, The Shield of Infinity. The blinding, superheated sphere of plasma tore through the air, illuminating the cavernous subterranean refinery in a harsh, unforgiving white light. The sheer thermal radiation preceding the blast was enough to singe the fur on Hachi's face, even from 50 feet away. Nobita threw his arms over his head, a scream catching in his throat. Gian and Sunio instinctively huddled together, bracing for the inevitable, catastrophic impact that would vaporize the gantry and everyone on it. But the impact never came. Vivan didn't move a single muscle. He simply stood at the edge of the metal grating, his golden brown eyes locked onto the incoming sphere of death, his expression one of mild boredom. He didn't summon the truth-seeking orbs, nor did he attempt to physically deflect the blast. He simply allowed the concept of his newest acquisition to manifest in the physical realm. Limitless. As the plasma sphere reached a distance of exactly 1 millimeter from Vivan's outstretched hand, it abruptly, violently stopped. It didn't explode. It didn't fizzle out. It just hung there in mid-air, perfectly suspended. To the naked eye, it looked as if the plasma had hit an invisible, indestructible wall. But Vivan's Six Paths chakra understood the reality. The plasma was still moving forward at supersonic speeds, but the space between the blast and Vivan's hand was dividing infinitely. The plasma was trapped in a spatial paradox, perpetually traveling through an endless, compressed void without ever closing the final millimeter. The intense heat and kinetic energy of the blast began to rapidly dissipate, bleeding out into the surrounding atmosphere, completely unable to touch the gang. Commander Kuro's multi-lensed spider optic whirred furiously, its lenses zooming in and out in sheer, unadulterated confusion. Error, Kuro's raspy, digitized voice echoed over the roar of the refinery. Kinetic impact 0. Thermal transfer 0. Target is manipulating local spatial geometry. Impossible. Impossible is just a word used by people with bad imaginations, Vivan murmured. With a casual flick of his wrist, Vivan released the spatial lock on a specific vector, angling the infinity barrier upward. The suspended plasma sphere instantly resumed its trajectory, but its path was completely redirected. It shot straight up, tearing through the ceiling of the cavern and burying itself deep within the bedrock above, shaking the entire facility with a muffled, distant explosion. The gantry remained completely unharmed. He stopped it. Hachi gasped, his jaw hanging open as he stared at Vivan's back. I didn't stop it, Vivan corrected smoothly, turning his head slightly. I just made it realize it. Had a long way to go. Doraemon, take the kids and Hachi. Float down to the blast doors. Get inside the hangar. What about you, Vivan? Shizuka asked, her voice trembling as she looked down at the terrifying cyborg cat waiting below. Vivan cracked his knuckles, the sound sharp and distinct in the sudden silence following the blast. The sleek, black Doberman disguise shifted slightly, his golden eyes locking onto Commander Kuro. I'm going to have a chat with the commander about workplace safety, Vivan said. Go. Now. With a gentle push of his full bring, Vivan lowered the invisible platform of air holding his friends, sending them gliding smoothly toward the massive, open titanium doors of the hangar. Commander Kuro raised his plasma cannon, aiming at the retreating children. Target reacquisition, Kuro droned. Before the cannon could even charge, a heavy, dark shape dropped from the ceiling directly in front of the cyborg. Vivan landed softly on the steel floor, his hands tucked into the pockets of his coat. He looked up at the towering, chrome-plated feline. Eyes on me, kitty, Vivan whispered. Chapter 222, The Chrome Feline. Commander Kuro did not possess the capacity for arrogance, fear, or hesitation. He was a machine built purely for execution. When Vivan landed in front of him, Kuro's combat processors instantly recalculated the threat priority. The multi-lensed spider optic rapidly clicked, bathing Vivan in a series of sweeping red, green, and blue scanning lasers. Target analysis, biological makeup unknown. Power output immeasurable. Spatial manipulation detected. Recommendation. Extreme prejudice. Kuro didn't speak. The heavy plasma cannon on his right arm began to hum, glowing with a fierce, blinding blue light. But instead of firing a massive, slow-moving sphere, the barrel shifted, narrowing into a pinpoint aperture. SZZZT. A hypercondensed, razor-thin beam of plasma shot forward, designed to pierce through localized spatial barriers by sheer thermal velocity. Vivan didn't use Limitless again. He wanted to test the cyborg's physical parameters. He tilted his head a fraction of an inch to the left. The searing blue beam sliced through the air exactly where his temple had been a microsecond before, neatly severing a single strand of his dark hair. The beam continued, melting a perfectly round, glowing hole into the thick steel wall behind him. Fast, Vivan noted, a small, appreciative smile touching his lips. But predictable. Kuro's left arm, a massive, chrome-plated limb ending in a set of monomolecular vibranium claws, lashed out. The cyborg moved with terrifying speed, closing the distance instantly, aiming to decapitate Vivan with a horizontal swipe. Vivan didn't dodge. He raised his bare left arm, coating it in a dense, invisible layer of Ryuo, internal destruction haki. Clang. The sound of the vibranium claws striking Vivan's bare forearm echoed like a massive bell across the refinery. Sparks showered the floor as the monomolecular edges, capable of slicing through solid titanium, violently ground against the absolute, unbreakable spiritual defense of haki. Kuro's optic whirred in a frantic attempt to process the physical impossibility. Blade integrity failing. Resistance absolute. You rely too much on your optics, Vivan said calmly, his arm completely unmoved by the cyborg's immense physical strength. You see the heat, the radiation, the physical structure. But you can't see the soul. And that makes you blind. Vivan's right hand shot out, moving with the blinding speed of Soru. He didn't punch the cyborg. He placed his open palm flat against the heavy, chrome plating of Kuro's chest. Vivan channeled a tiny, localized pulse of internal destruction haki. He didn't want to blow the cyborg to pieces and risk collateral damage to the refinery or the nearby slave workers. He needed surgical precision. The haki flowed through the thick chrome plating as if it were water, entirely bypassing the external armor. It traveled directly into Kuro's internal power matrix and specifically targeted the localized gyroscopic stabilizers and the plasma cannon's cooling unit. Pop! A muffled, internal detonation echoed from within the cyborg's chest. Kuro violently staggered backward, thick black smoke instantly billowing from the seams in his armor. The massive plasma cannon on his right arm sputtered, hissed, and completely died, the glowing blue coils fading into a dull, dead gray. Kuro tried to raise his vibranium claws again, but the internal damage had severed the hydraulic linkages in his shoulder. His left arm hung uselessly by his side. The terrifying, elite enforcer had been systematically dismantled in less than 3 seconds of physical contact. Core temperature rising. Critical failure in primary systems, Kuro's voice box crackled, sparking erratically. Yet the cyborg's programming refused to surrender. Secondary protocol. Initiating self-destruct. Yield radius, 200 meters. A terrifying, high-pitched whine began to emit from the cyborg's chest. I don't think so, Vivan sighed. Vivan stepped forward. From his fingertips, a shimmering mist of silver ultron nanites erupted. The microscopic swarm washed over Kuro, infiltrating the damaged seams of his armor. The Great Sage, coordinating the nanites, aggressively hunted down the self-destruct sequence in the cyborg's motherboard and simply deleted the executing code. The high-pitched whine instantly died. The red glow in Kuro's spider optic flickered, dimmed, and completely faded to black. The massive cyborg slumped forward, completely deactivated, crashing heavily onto the steel floor. Vivan stepped over the defeated machine, his eyes already shifting toward the chaos unfolding in the refinery behind him. Chapter 223, The Unbroken Chains. The brief, explosive skirmish between Vivan and Commander Kuro had not gone unnoticed. The automated security system of the plasma refinery had registered the massive thermal spikes and the sudden deactivation of the commander. Red emergency sirens began to blare, bathing the cavernous, sweltering room in a frantic, strobing crimson light. Security breach. Sector 7. Initiating lockdown protocol. Down on the assembly line, the enslaved workers, the emaciated cats and dogs panicked. They dropped the heavy plasma cores, cowering against the conveyor belts. The towering enforcer droids, previously occupied with whipping the slaves, immediately shifted their programming. Their optical sensors turned a hostile, glowing red. They raised their heavy stun rifles, but they weren't aiming at Vivan. Hostages secured. Preparing to execute non-compliant labor units to restore order, an enforcer droned, pointing its rifle directly at an elderly, terrified bulldog. Up by the hangar doors, Hachi watched the scene unfold with absolute horror. "No! Leave them alone," he screamed, abandoning the safety of the group and sprinting back onto the refinery floor, armed with nothing but a heavy wrench he had pulled from a toolbox. Gian and Sunio exchanged a terrified glance, but for once, Gian didn't run away. The big kid gritted his teeth, gripping a discarded metal pipe. "We can't just let them get shot. Sunio, come on! Are you crazy?" Sunio shrieked, but he followed Gian anyway, his fox terrier disguise trembling violently. Vivan, standing near the deactivated body of Kuro, took a slow, deep breath. The situation was devolving into a chaotic hostage crisis. He couldn't use nanites on 50 enforcers simultaneously without risking a miscalculation that might cause their weapons to misfire into the crowd. He needed an immediate, non-lethal, massive area of effect suppression. He needed the king's will. "Everyone, cover your ears." Vivan's voice boomed over the COMM link, commanding absolute obedience. Hachi, Gian, Sunio, Nobita, Shizuka, and Doraemon instantly clamped their paws and hands over their ears. Dropping to the floor, Vivan closed his eyes. He reached into the deepest, most domineering part of his soul. He didn't compress the aura this time, he let it explode outward in a perfectly controlled, spherical wave. House Hoku Haki, Conqueror's Haki. A massive, invisible wave of sheer, terrifying spiritual pressure erupted from Vivan's body. It swept across the massive refinery floor like a silent tsunami. The enslaved workers, already terrified and physically exhausted, instantly lost consciousness, their eyes rolling back as they slumped safely to the floor in a deep, painless sleep. The enforcer droids, however, experienced something entirely different. The sheer, overwhelming weight of Vivan's willpower didn't just affect biological minds, it possessed a spiritual density that physically interfered with delicate electronic circuitry. As the Haki wave hit them, the 50 heavily armed enforcer droids froze. Their red optical sensors flickered erratically. The spiritual pressure violently short-circuited their logic processors, overwhelming their localized motherboards with an unquantifiable data load of pure dominance. One by one, the massive droids sparked, smoked, and collapsed heavily onto the steel grating, entirely deactivated. The blaring sirens continued to wail, but the refinery floor was completely still. Vivan slowly opened his eyes, the heavy pressure vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. Hachi cautiously stood up, looking at the sea of unconscious workers and deactivated enforcers. He stared at Vivan, his jaw completely slack. You just knocked out an entire battalion, by standing there." "They were weak-willed," Vivan said, walking casually toward the group. He stopped by the unconscious, elderly bulldog and knelt down. He gripped the heavy, electronic slave collar locked around the dog's neck. Applying a fraction of his full-bringer ability, Vivan manipulated the soul of the metallic locking mechanism, gently pulling it apart without triggering the explosive tamper seal. The heavy collar clattered harmlessly to the floor. Vivan looked up at Hachi. "Wake them up. Tell them the enforcers are dead. Have them hide in the maintenance shafts we came through until we secure the Ark. Go." Hachi nodded furiously, tears of gratitude in his eyes. Gian and Sunio rushed forward to help Hachi unlock the collars and wake the workers. Vivan turned his attention back to the massive, open titanium doors leading to the hangar. Doraemon, Nobita, and Shizuka were waiting just inside the threshold. "The runway is clear," Vivan muttered, walking toward the blinding white light of the hangar. "Let's go steal a spaceship." Chapter 224, The Gates of the Ark. Stepping through the massive blast doors and into the main hangar was like walking into the belly of a mechanical leviathan. The space was impossibly huge, stretching for miles in every direction, bathed in a sterile, shadowless white light. The air here was perfectly climate-controlled, smelling faintly of antiseptic and ozone, a stark contrast to the sweltering, oppressive heat of the refinery they had just left. And resting in the absolute center of this cavernous space was the Ark up close. The dreadnought was even more terrifying. Its hull was composed of a seamless, pearlescent white alloy that seemed to absorb and reflect light simultaneously. It was shaped like a massive, sleek arrowhead, heavily armed with concealed plasma batteries along its flanks. 4 gargantuan landing struts supported its immense weight, and a massive, glowing blue boarding ramp extended from its underbelly to the polished hangar floor. It's a floating city," Nobita whispered, his golden retriever ears pinned back against his head in sheer awe. "It's a marvel of engineering," Doraemon breathed, his robotic eyes wide as he scanned the hull. "The armor plating is interwoven with a localized electromagnetic shield matrix. Even a direct hit from a meteor wouldn't scratch the paint." "It's a shame we have to scratch it," then, Vivan said, walking casually toward the boarding ramp. As they approached the ramp, a transparent, shimmering barrier of hexagonal light suddenly snapped into existence, completely blocking access to the ship's interior. "End LT analysis," and GT the Great Sage reported. "End LT the boarding ramp is sealed by a high-frequency biometric quantum lock. It is hardwired into the ship's central AI. Attempting to forcefully breach the barrier will trigger the ship's internal defense turrets." "And GT Doraemon, can you slice it?" Vivan asked, looking at the complex, floating holographic console next to the barrier. Doraemon waddled up to the console, pulling a specialized hacking cable from his 4D pocket. He plugged the cable directly into the console's interface port. His robotic eyes began to rapidly scroll with lines of green code. For a full minute, the hangar was silent, save for the low, thrumming vibration of the Ark's idling engines. Then, Doraemon let out a frustrated, terrified groan, yanking the cable out. The tip of the cable was smoking. "I can't do it." Doraemon panicked, taking a step back. "The encryption is fluid. Every time I isolate a sequence, the code rewrites itself using a chaotic algorithmic loop based on the unique brainwaves of Nikojera himself. It's a closed system. Without him, the ship won't open." "A DNA-locked spaceship," Vivan mused, crossing his arms. He really doesn't want to share his toys. "Vivan, can you use your nanites?" Shizuka asked hopefully. Vivan looked at the shimmering hexagonal barrier. "I can. But This isn't a simple biometric scanner like the door outside. This is a massive, highly complex, self-learning AI. If the Great Sage and my nanites attack it, it's going to be a slow, surgical process. I have to unweave the code line by line to prevent the AI from realizing it's being hacked and locking down the engines permanently. Vivan walked up to the console. He didn't extend a single finger this time. He placed both of his paws flat against the glowing holographic interface. Sage. Full immersion. Initiate a stealth infiltration of the central AI architecture. End LT executing. Estimated time to breach, 4 minutes. End GT. A thick, pulsing wave of silver ultron nanites flowed from Vivan's paws, completely coating the console. Vivan closed his eyes, his breathing slowing as he directed the Great Sage through the complex, shifting maze of Nekahara's paranoid digital mind. 4 minutes, Nobita gulped, looking back toward the open blast doors. That's a long time to stand out in the open. As if on cue, the blaring red sirens from the refinery outside abruptly changed pitch. They shifted from a chaotic wail to a rhythmic, pulsing klaxon. Warning! Intruders detected in main hangar. Deploying heavy suppression units. All exits sealed. The massive titanium blast doors they had just walked through began to slowly, loudly groan shut, threatening to lock them inside the hangar with whatever was coming. And from the vast, dark recesses of the hangar floor, multiple heavy, synchronized footsteps began to echo. Doraemon, Vivan said calmly, his eyes still closed, his paws glued to the console. Set up a perimeter. I need 3 minutes and 40 seconds of absolute, uninterrupted silence. Chapter 225, The Heart of the Dreadnought. Doraemon didn't hesitate. He reached deep into his 40 pocket and pulled out the invincible fort gadget, a small, seemingly fragile paper umbrella. He planted it firmly into the polished floor behind Vivan and opened it. Instantly, a massive, shimmering, semi-transparent dome of hardened energy expanded outward, encompassing Vivan, Nobita, Shizuka, and Doraemon. The fort will hold against plasma fire, Doraemon said, his voice tense. But if they bring heavy ordnance? From the shadows of the hangar emerged Nekahara's heavy suppression units. They weren't droids, and they weren't cyborgs. They were massive, automated hover tanks, painted sleek black, equipped with twin-linked, heavy particle cannons. There were 6 of them, forming a semicircle around the glowing ramp of the Ark. The lead tank aimed its massive cannons directly at the invincible fort dome. Boom! A blinding flash of purple particle energy struck the dome. The shield violently shuddered, glowing bright white at the point of impact, but it held. The shockwave rattled Nobita's teeth. 2 minutes, Vivan muttered, sweat beading on his forehead as the nanites worked furiously to unravel the ship's complex, fluid AI. Inside his mind, the Great Sage was fighting a digital war. The Ark's AI was fiercely defensive, throwing up constant, evolving firewalls. But the combination of Vivan's raw processing power and the absolute, synthetic adaptability of the Ultron nanites was slowly, methodically overwhelming the system. Boom! 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 All 6 hover tanks opened fire simultaneously. The relentless bombardment of particle energy turned the outside of the dome into a blinding, chaotic inferno of purple light. The invincible fort was strong, but DORAEMON'S gadgets were rarely designed to withstand sustained, military-grade orbital weaponry. Tiny hairline fractures began to appear on the surface of the energy dome. It's cracking! Nobita panicked, hugging Shizuka tightly. Almost there, Vivan gritted his teeth, his eyes snapping. Open! They glowed with an intense, silvery light. Sage! Final push! Override the root directory. End LT root directory isolated. Severing biometric lock. Injecting administrative override. And GT. The glowing, hexagonal barrier blocking the Ark's boarding ramp suddenly flickered. The red light of the console shifted to a serene, welcoming blue. With a soft, pneumatic hiss, the barrier vanished. "We're in!" Vivan shouted, ripping his paws away from the console. "The dome is failing!" Doraemon yelled as a massive crack split the energy shield down the middle. "Run!" Vivan commanded. He grabbed Nobita and Shizuka by their collars, using a burst of his Atlantean speed to practically throw them up the boarding ramp. Doraemon scrambled up behind them. Vivan reached the top of the ramp just as the invincible fort shattered into a million pieces of harmless light. The 6 hover tanks immediately retargeted, firing their particle cannons directly at the open boarding ramp. Vivan spun around. He didn't block the blast. He hit the emergency close button on the interior bulkhead panel. The massive, heavy titanium ramp violently retracted, slamming shut and sealing flawlessly just a fraction of a microsecond before the particle beam struck the hull. The ship's internal dampeners completely absorbed the impact. Inside the airlock, it was perfectly silent. They were inside. Nobita collapsed onto the plush, crimson carpet of the airlock, panting heavily. "We made it, we actually made it." Vivan looked around. The interior of the dreadnought was absurdly luxurious. The walls were lined with polished mahogany panels and gold trim. Soft, classical music played over the intercom system. It looked less like a spaceship and more like the lobby of a hyper-expensive, 5-star hotel. "Nikojera likes his comfort," Vivan sneered, shaking his head. "Doraemon, find the bridge. We need to initiate the launch sequence manually." They rushed down the lavish corridors, bypassing locked doors using Vivan's localized nanite hacks, until they reached the massive, circular bridge at the bow of the ship. The bridge featured a panoramic, transparent aluminum viewport overlooking the massive hangar doors. The control consoles were sleek, glowing with complex tactical data. Doraemon immediately leaped into the captain's chair, plugging his interface cable into the primary navigation console. "I'm in," Doraemon announced, his fingers flying across the holographic keys. "The AI is locked out, thanks to Vivan. I have manual control." "But..." Doraemon stopped, his robotic ears drooping in dismay. "But what?" Vivan asked, stepping up to the console. "The launch sequence," Doraemon swallowed hard. "It's not engaging. The ship's primary engines are connected to a central tachyon core deep within the engineering deck. The core is currently in a standby state to prevent the refined plasma from destabilizing. To launch the ship, someone has to physically go down to the core room, manually release the magnetic dampeners, and absorb the initial radiation spike to jump-start the engine." "Absorb the radiation spike?" Shizuka asked, confused. "But, isn't tachyon radiation lethal?" "To any normal biological or robotic entity, yes," Doraemon said, looking terrified. "It would instantly disintegrate them." Vivan crossed his arms, looking out the viewport at the massive hangar doors, which were currently being hammered by the hover tanks outside. "I'm not exactly normal," Vivan said casually. Before anyone could argue, the soft classical music playing over the bridge's intercom abruptly cut out. It was replaced by the smooth, arrogant, purring voice of a very wealthy feline. Well, Nekahara's voice echoed through the bridge. "I must admit, I am impressed. Bypassing Commander Kuro, infiltrating the hangar, and slicing my unhackable AI. You are a very resourceful pack of strays." Vivan leaned forward, staring at the intercom speaker. "Nikojera." In the flesh, the billionaire purred. "You are currently sitting in my captain's chair. A bold move. But you seem to have overlooked a minor detail, my furry friends. The massive, panoramic viewport of the bridge suddenly flickered, shifting from transparent glass to a live video feed. The screen displayed the upper tier of the Wannian metropolis. Standing at the edge of a massive, luxurious penthouse balcony was Nekahara, a plump, well-dressed cat holding a glass of synthetic wine. But behind him, securely chained to the balcony railing, suspended hundreds of feet over the glowing city below, was a familiar figure. It was Hachi. The mechanic was beaten, bruised, and struggling against thick, electrified chains. You see, Nikojera smiled, taking a sip of his wine. I always keep a backup plan. You can try to jumpstart my ship, little dog. But if those engines ignite, I press a button, and the collar around this mechanic's neck detonates. And I don't think you came all this way just to let him die. The bridge went dead silent. The heist was over. The hostage negotiation had begun. Chapter 226, The Hostage Gambit. The silence on the bridge of the Ark was absolute, broken only by the soft, synthetic clinking of ice cubes in Nekahara's glass as it was broadcast over the high-definition viewport screen. Nobita stared at the screen, his golden retriever paws trembling. Hanging over the edge of the sprawling penthouse balcony, thousands of feet above the glowing neon labyrinth of the Wannian metropolis, was Hachi. The mechanic's face was bruised, his jumpsuit torn, and a thick, blinking red collar was locked tightly around his throat. Hachi! Nobita screamed, slamming his paws against the reinforced glass of the bridge. On the screen, Hachi managed to lift his head, squinting against the harsh glare of the penthouse lights. And Nobita? Don't listen to him. Take the ship. Save the kids in the lower levels. Nikojera tutted disapprovingly, lazily swirling his synthetic wine. He reached into the breast pocket of his tailored suit and pulled out a small, sleek black remote with a single, glowing red button. Such melodrama, the billionaire cat sighed, adjusting his silk tie. It's a simple equation, travelers. You have managed to infiltrate my vessel. I commend you. But the Ark does not leave this planet without me. You will power down the bridge console, open the hangar doors, and surrender yourselves to my enforcers. If you attempt to initiate the primary thrusters, I simply press this button. Nikojera smiled, his sharp fangs gleaming in the neon light. And the mechanic's head becomes a firework. Shizuka covered her mouth, a small whimper escaping her throat. Gian and Sunio looked at Vivan, desperation etched into their furry, disguised faces. They were standing in the most advanced warship ever built, but a simple explosive collar had completely paralyzed them. Vivan didn't look at Nobita. He didn't look at Hachi. He kept his golden brown eyes fixed entirely on Nekahara's smug, aristocratic face. You're a businessman, Nikojera, Vivan said, his voice dropping into a smooth, conversational cadence. He walked slowly toward the primary communication terminal. So let's talk business. You destroy that collar, you lose your leverage. We launch the ship, and you're left down here to burn when the dark moon hits. A risk I am willing to take, Nikojera purred confidently. Because I know you won't sacrifice him. Your kind reeks of empathy. It's a fatal flaw in the evolutionary chain. Vivan leaned against the console. He was deliberately stalling. Beneath the casual exterior, his mind was operating at terrifying speeds. Sage, Vivan thought, completely bypassing his vocal cords. Triangulate the origin point of this video broadcast. I need exact spatial coordinates, elevation, and atmospheric density. And LT processing, and GT. The Great Sage replied, its algorithms instantly dissecting the signal's latency, the background noise of the metropolis, and the visual layout of the skyline behind Nikojera. And LT broadcast origin pinpointed. The penthouse is located atop the Nikojera corporate spire, precisely 14.7 miles north-northeast of our current position. Elevation is 4,200 feet above sea level. And GT, what about the detonator? Vivan asked internally. And LT scanning the transmission frequency of the remote. It operates on a continuous, encrypted dead man's loop. If the remote is destroyed, or if the signal to the caller is violently severed, the caller will default to detonation. The device must be manually disarmed, or the remote captured completely intact. And GT Vivan's eyes narrowed slightly. He couldn't just blow Nikojera up from a distance. He needed surgical intervention. You know, Nikojera, Vivan said aloud, buying the last few seconds he needed. You built a beautiful ship. The tachyon core is a masterpiece of engineering. It's a shame you won't be sitting in the captain's chair when it leaves the atmosphere. Nekahara's smile faltered, a flicker of genuine irritation crossing his features. You have 5 minutes to surrender the vessel. After that, I stop negotiating. The screen flickered and went black, returning the viewport to its transparent state, showing the massive, sealed blast doors of the hangar outside. Vivan! Nobita cried, grabbing the sleeve of Vivan's coat. We can't let him die. We have to give up the ship. We aren't giving up anything, Vivan said, standing up straight. He looked at Doraemon. Doraemon! Prep the navigation systems. Calculate the exact trajectory needed to intercept the Kronos asteroid. Do not initiate the launch sequence until I give the word. But Vivan, Doraemon panicked. Hachi! I'm going to get him, Vivan said. Chapter 227, The Phantom Split. You can't just go get him. Sunio yelped, his fox terrier tail tucked between his legs. He's 14 miles away. If you leave the ship, the enforcers will storm the hangar. I'm not leaving the ship, Vivan said calmly. He stepped into the center of the bridge, rolling his shoulders. He closed his eyes and brought his index and middle fingers together in a cross shape in front of his chest. It was a hand seal he hadn't used in a very long time, relying mostly on his immense physical and elemental powers. But right now, he needed the ultimate utility technique of the Naruto franchise. He focused his six paths chakra, dividing a massive, perfectly equal half of his spiritual, physical, and divine energy. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a soft, muffled poof of white smoke, an exact duplicate of Vivan materialized right beside him. The clone wore the exact same dark coat, possessed the exact same sleek Doberman disguise, and radiated the exact same terrifying aura of God Ki. Gian's jaw dropped. 2 Vivans. The real Vivan looked at his clone and nodded. You know what to do. Disarm the collar, secure the remote, and throw the cat off the balcony. The clone replied, a dark, identical smirk on his face. Piece of cake. Wait, Doraemon interrupted, looking at the clone. Even with 2 of you, how is the clone going to get to the penthouse? The arc is lined with anti-teleportation shielding to prevent boarders. You can't use instant transmission through the hull. I don't need to pass through the hull, the real Vivan said. He tapped into his Jujutsu Kaisen fragment. I just need to fold the space around it. The real Vivan and the clone stood facing each other. They raised their hands simultaneously. Limitless. Instead of using infinity as an impenetrable barrier, they used it to manipulate the fundamental coordinates of the room. By applying an immense, crushing gravitational pull to a microscopic point in the air between them, the fabric of space began to warp and bend. A tiny, swirling blue vortex appeared. It was a localized wormhole, generated purely through the absolute mastery of spatial infinity, completely bypassing the arc's technological shielding by creating a tunnel outside of the dimension entirely. The coordinates are locked, the real Vivan said, maintaining the immense concentration required to hold the tear open. Go. The clone didn't hesitate. He stepped smoothly into the blue vortex and vanished. The moment the clone was through, Vivan snapped his fingers, and the vortex collapsed into nothingness, leaving the bridge perfectly silent. Vivan let out a slow, steady breath. Maintaining a shadow clone that possessed half of his god ki and 6 paths chakra from miles away was a significant drain, but it was necessary. He turned back to Doraemon and the gang. Phase 1 is complete. Doraemon, keep monitoring the external sensors. Gian, Sunio, watch the bridge doors. Where are you going? Nobita asked, wiping the last of the tears from his eyes, emboldened by Vivan's absolute confidence. Down, Vivan said, pointing a thumb at the deck. Someone has to go to the engineering bay to jumpstart the tachyon core. When the clone gives the signal that Hachi is safe, I'm pulling the dampeners. But the radiation! Shizuka cried. I brought a very good band-aid. Vivan smiled, tapping his chest where the anti-venom symbiote lay dormant. He turned and walked out of the bridge, heading deep into the belly of the Leviathan. Chapter 228, The Heart of the Machine. The descent into the engineering deck was a stark contrast to the luxurious upper levels of the Ark. The polished mahogany and gold trim vanished, replaced by heavy, reinforced durasteel, hazard yellow caution stripes, and thick, pulsating power conduits. The air grew steadily heavier, thick with the smell of ozone and the deep, resonating hum of raw, contained energy. Vivan arrived in front of a pair of massive, vault-like doors. A glowing sign above them read, Warning. Tachyon. Core Chamber. Lethal radiation. Authorized maintenance drones only. Vivan didn't bother with the lock. He applied a thin layer of ryuo to his palms and simply pushed the heavy, lead-lined doors apart, the hydraulic seals screaming as they ruptured. He stepped into the core chamber. It was a cavernous, spherical room. In the absolute center, suspended by massive magnetic dampening rings, was the tachyon core. It looked like a miniature, swirling galaxy trapped inside a hardened glass cylinder. It burned with a blinding, ethereal blue light, rotating at a terrifying speed. The heat in the room was immense, but it was the ambient radiation that was truly lethal. "End LT warning," and GT the Great Sage announced, its voice sharp. "End LT tachyon radiation levels in this chamber are currently at 4000 rads per second. Cellular breakdown has commenced." And GT Vivan looked at his hands. Even through his sleek Doberman disguise and his dense Atlantean skin, he could see faint, agonizing burns beginning to form on his fur. The radiation was bypassing physical durability, it was attacking him on an atomic level. "Wake up," Vivan whispered to his bloodstream. Instantly, the white, pure mass of the anti-venom symbiote flooded his system. Vivan didn't manifest the armor externally, he kept it entirely internal, prioritizing cellular regeneration. As the radiation broke down his cells, the symbiote aggressively, flawlessly rebuilt them. It was a horrific, agonizing tug-of-war. Vivan felt like he was burning alive from the inside out, only to be healed a microsecond later, trapped in an endless loop of destruction and rebirth. He gritted his teeth, his jaw clenching as he walked slowly toward the central control console beneath the spinning core. "Sage. Walk me through the jump-start procedure." "And LT you must manually disengage the 3 primary magnetic dampening rings using the console. Once disengaged, the core will surge, releasing a massive wave of unrefined tachyon energy. You must physically place your hands onto the containment cylinder and act as a biological grounding rod, absorbing the excess volatility until the core stabilizes into a steady ignition state." "And GT so, I just hold onto a miniature dying star until it purrs," Vivan muttered, gripping the edges of the console. His knuckles were white, trembling slightly from the sheer, excruciating pain of the internal radiation war. He looked at the 3 heavy, mechanical levers on the console. He couldn't pull them yet. He had to wait for the signal. If he ignited the core now, Nikojera would press the button, and Hachi would die. Vivan closed his eyes, focusing entirely on the mental link connecting him to his shadow clone, 14 miles away. I'm in position, Vivan projected through the psychic link. Don't keep me waiting long. It's a little warm in here. Chapter 229, The Penthouse View 14 miles away, high above the smog-choked, glowing labyrinth of the Wonian metropolis, the air was crisp and biting. The penthouse of the Nikojera corporate spire was a testament to absolute, unbridled wealth. The balcony was massive, paved with imported marble, featuring a heated infinity pool and statues of golden felines. At the edge of the balcony, chained to the reinforced glass railing, Hachi hung his head. The cold wind whipped against his bruised face. The heavy, metallic collar around his neck beeped with a slow, agonizing red pulse. Nikojera paced back and forth across the marble, sipping his synthetic wine, a look of profound annoyance on his plump face. It shouldn't be taking them this long to surrender, Nikojera muttered to himself, checking his diamond-encrusted watch. Perhaps the children are arguing with the Doberman. He seemed far too arrogant for his own good. Hachi lifted his head, spitting a wad of blood onto the pristine marble floor. They aren't going to surrender, Nikojera. They're going to tear your ship apart. And then they're coming for you. Nikojera laughed, a high-pitched, grating sound. He walked over and viciously kicked Hachi in the ribs. The golden retriever gasped, slumping against the chains. You lower-level strays are all the same, Nikojera sneered, adjusting his suit. You cling to this pathetic delusion of hope. Look down there, mechanic. He gestured grandly to the sprawling, neon-lit city below. I built this empire. I synthesize the food. I control the power. I am the apex predator of this world. And when the dark moon hits, I will be the only one who survives to build the next one. Nikojera held up the small black remote, his thumb resting gently on the red button. If they do not power down the ark in exactly 60 seconds, I will press this button. And I will watch you fall into the slums in pieces. You won't live to see the impact, a voice whispered. It didn't come from the door. It didn't come from the intercom. It came from the empty air directly behind Nikojera. The billionaire cat froze. The hair on the back of his neck stood up on end. From the shadows cast by a golden statue, the space seemed to ripple. Vivan's shadow clone stepped forward, his boots making absolutely zero sound on the marble. His golden brown eyes were locked onto the black remote in Nekahara's paw. How? Nikojera gasped, stumbling backward, his eyes wide with absolute, unadulterated terror. The spire is locked down. The elevators are disabled. How are you here? I took a shortcut, the clone said, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. The clone didn't rush. He walked slowly forward, his observation hacky, analyzing the remote with microscopic precision. And LT Dead Man's Loop confirmed, and GT the Great Sage whispered into the clone's mind. And LT if the remote casing is cracked, or if his thumb depresses the button even a fraction of a millimeter, the signal will initiate the detonation sequence. And GT stay back. Nikojera shrieked, his composure completely shattering. He pressed his thumb hard against the red button, but didn't push it down completely. His hand was shaking violently. One step closer, and I blow his head off. Hachi looked up, his eyes widening in shock. Vivan. How? Quiet, Hachi, the clone commanded softly. The clone stopped walking, standing exactly 10 feet away from the billionaire. You think you're holding all the cards, Nikojera, the clone said, tilting his head slightly. But you made a fatal miscalculation. You think your thumb is faster than space itself. The clone raised his right hand, extending his index and middle fingers. Limitless, blue. Chapter 230, The Resonance. Down in the sweltering, radioactive hell of the Ark's engineering bay, the real Vivan felt the surge of cursed energy through the psychic link. Now, Vivan roared. He slammed his hands onto the console, violently pulling all three magnetic dampening levers downward simultaneously. The heavy, mechanical locks disengaged with a deafening clang. The tachyon core, suddenly freed from its magnetic restraints, screamed. It didn't just spin faster, it violently expanded, unleashing a massive, blinding tidal wave of pure, unrefined, raw blue tachyon energy that flooded the entire spherical chamber. Vivan leaped forward, throwing his arms around the massive, scorching glass cylinder containing the core. The moment his body made contact with the unrefined energy, the pain multiplied 1,000-fold. The radiation wasn't just burning his cells, it was actively attempting to unweave his existence from the space-time continuum. Heal! Vivan screamed, his voice raw. The anti-venom symbiote went into absolute overdrive, consuming massive amounts of Vivan's physical stamina to keep his body anchored in reality, violently stitching his DNA back together faster than the tachyons could tear it apart. Vivan acted as a living, breathing grounding rod, funneling the chaotic energy through his body and forcing it back into a stable, cyclical loop. Simultaneously, 14 miles above the city, the Shadow Clone executed his strike. He didn't use blue to attack Nikojera. The amplified spatial attraction of the limitless technique was applied specifically to the empty space directly between Nekahara's trembling thumb and the red button on the remote. A microscopic singularity of negative space formed exactly on top of the button. Nikojera, panicked by the glowing blue light at Vivan's fingertips, tried to press the detonator. He couldn't. His thumb met an impossible, absolute resistance. The negative space violently repelled physical matter. It was like trying to push two opposing, infinitely strong magnets together. His thumb was physically locked in place, millimeters away from the trigger, completely unable to close the distance. What is this? Nikojera screamed, staring at his frozen hand in horror. The clone didn't smile. He used Soru. He crossed the 10 feet in a microsecond. His left hand clamped down like a steel vice over the remote, completely encasing Nekahara's paw, freezing the mechanism in place. His right hand shot forward, the fingers stiff and coated in Ryuo. With a precise, surgical strike, he drove his fingers directly into the thick, metallic locking mechanism of Hachi's explosive collar. The internal destruction Haki instantly pulverized the internal circuitry, completely disabling the receiver without triggering the explosive charge. The heavy collar clicked, popped open, and fell harmlessly onto the marble floor. Hachi gasped, collapsing against the glass railing, rubbing his bruised neck. With the hostage safe, the clone turned his full attention back to the billionaire. He effortlessly ripped the black remote from Nekahara's grasp, crushing it into fine plastic dust within his fist. Nikojera fell to his knees, his luxurious suit disheveled, staring up at the terrifying, sleek Doberman who had just dismantled his endgame in less than a second. You're a monster, Nikojera whimpered, backing away until he hit the glass railing. No, the clone whispered, grabbing Nikojera by the lapels of his expensive suit and lifting the plump cat entirely off his feet. I'm just a tourist. And it's time for you to take a fall. With a casual, effortless heave, the clone threw the billionaire over the glass railing. Nikojera screamed, plummeting thousands of feet toward the neon-lit city below. The clone didn't let him splatter. He applied a gentle, invisible cushion of full-bringer air currents, ensuring the billionaire would safely, but terrifyingly, land in a dumpster directly in front of the lower-level slums, where the angry, starving orphans and workers were waiting. The clone turned back to Hachi, offering a hand to help the mechanic up. The collar is off, the clone projected through the psychic link. Light it up. Deep within the ark, the real Vivan heard the confirmation. Through the sheer agony of the radiation, a triumphant, bloody grin spread across his face. The chaotic, volatile tachyon energy rushing through his body suddenly smoothed it out. The core stopped screaming and began to hum with a deep, resonant, steady vibration. The blinding blue light settled into a pristine, stable glow. Vivan let go of the glass cylinder, collapsing onto his hands and knees on the metal grating. His chest heaved as the white symbiote slowly retreated, having successfully kept him alive through a lethal atomic storm. The intercom in the engineering bay crackled to life. DORAEMON'S voice, thick with relief, echoed through the chamber. Vivan. The core is stable. We have full primary power. We're ready for launch. Vivan slowly pushed himself up, wiping a smear of blood from his cheek. Good, Vivan panted, his golden eyes flashing with raw, untamed excitement. Get us out of this basement, Doraemon. It's time to go shoot a rock. Chapter 231, The Leviathan Ascends.